Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. I was 29 when I decided I needed to disappear for a few days. Not in a dramatic way, not fake my own death or move to another country disappear. I mean the cheaper version people my age go for when everything feels like it is slowly crushing your chest. Close the laptop, get out of the city, go somewhere with trees and bad cell service, and pretend you do not exist for a bit. By day, I was IT support/sysadmin for a mid-sized company in Denver. That sounds more important than it felt. In reality, it was 12-hour stretches of Slack notifications, broken VPNs, forgotten passwords, and middle managers who somehow always managed to accidentally download malware right before they had a big client presentation. My days were chopped up by alerts and tickets and hey, real quick messages that were never real quick. I drank too much coffee and too many energy drinks. I slept badly and rarely. My brain adjusted to living on that edge, where you are both wired and exhausted at the same time, where you can feel your heartbeat in your gums while your eyes burn from staring at the same two monitors day after day. I started measuring my days not in hours, but in how many times Slack dinged while I was in the bathroom. The walls of my apartment were thin, in the way only cheap urban apartments can be. I heard my upstairs neighbor's footsteps like he was walking directly on my skull. The couple on the other side of my bedroom wall fought loud and ugly twice a week. Plates, slammed doors, muffled crying afterward. Outside, sirens drifted in from Colfax at random hours, and traffic hummed as a constant undercurrent. Even when the building was quiet, there was always some noise, some vibration, some reminder that thousands of other people were pressed in all around me. My girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, used to joke that I had more conversations with servers than I did with her. She was not wrong. For 3 years, she put up with my just 5 more minutes at the keyboard, my phone on the table between us at dinner, my laptop open on the couch while we watched movies. At some point, the jokes got sharper. Then, one night, they just stopped. The breakup wasn't a screaming match or a thrown ring scene. It was a quiet conversation in the kitchen, the kind where the fridge hum feels louder than the words. She told me, very calmly, "You're never really here, even when you are home." And I honestly did not know what to say back. She had already packed. I did not even realize how much until I opened the closet later and saw the empty hangers. After she left, the apartment felt bigger and smaller at the same time. Bigger because of the empty spaces she used to occupy. Smaller because there was nothing left in it to distract me from myself. I burned through a couple weeks in that state. A blur of takeout containers, late-night bug fixes, and half-hearted attempts at sleep that ended with me scrolling my phone in the dark, light from the screen ghosting off the ceiling. The panic attack crept up on me on a Tuesday night. I was lying in bed staring at a crack in the ceiling, thinking about a ticket that had come in at 11:37 p.m. when my chest tightened like someone had reached in and pinched my lungs shut. My heart was suddenly too loud, my vision tunneled, and my hands went prickly and numb. It felt, for a few long minutes, like I was going to die alone in that noisy, ugly little apartment, and the EMTs would have to step over takeout bags and dust bunnies to get to me. It passed, eventually. They always do.
I lay there afterward, sweating through the sheets, listening to the building breathe, the washing machine in the unit below me thumping through a spin cycle, the TV in 4B playing some laugh-track sitcom, a siren rising and falling somewhere 5 or 6 blocks away. All of it stacked on top of the low, static hum of traffic that never really stopped. That was the moment something in me finally cracked. I did not want to be there. Not in that bed, not in that hall, not in that city for one more night. I got up, padded barefoot across the cold laminate floor, and opened my laptop on the kitchen table. The glow of the screen painted the room in pale blue. Dirty dishes were stacked in the sink. An empty pizza box from 2 days earlier sat on the counter. My own face reflected faintly in the black glass of the microwave door. Eyes red, stubble too long. A person I would have walked past without noticing. My fingers opened Airbnb almost on autopilot. I clicked entire place. I clicked cabin and mountains and self-check-in. I ticked the box for Wi-Fi because I told myself I might do some remote work, though deep down I knew I had no intention of opening a terminal window up there if I could avoid it. I dragged the price slider down until the map stopped showing places with hot tubs and floor-to-ceiling windows and started showing actual cabins with chipped paint and mismatched furniture. Montana popped into my head for no particular reason. I had never been. It felt far enough, cold enough, quiet enough. I moved the map up and west until the gray grid turned into jagged contour lines and long stretches of empty green. Little red dots appeared as I zoomed in. Charming A-frame, rustic lodge with hot tub, family-friendly retreat. Most of them were too expensive or too polished, with staged photos and white couches that would make me nervous just breathing on them. Then I saw it. Cozy creekside cabin, great for remote workers. The thumbnail was a simple front view, a single-story wood cabin with a sloped roof, a small porch, and a chimney. In the late afternoon light of the photo, the wood looked warm, almost golden. Trees pressed in behind it, tall and dark. There was a hint of snow on the ground, but not a lot. It looked like the kind of place people post to Instagram with captions about unplugging and recharging and getting back to what matters. I clicked. Inside, the photos were basic, but oddly comforting. A stone fireplace in the living room, with a black metal grate and a log or two already stacked nearby. A sagging but clean-looking sofa with a plaid throw draped over the back. A small kitchen with laminate counters, white cabinets, a coffee maker, a battered fridge with a couple of magnets on it. A bedroom with a double bed, a red and black checkered comforter, a lamp on a nightstand. The bathroom was the only picture that looked genuinely bleak. Off-white tile, a shower curtain that had seen better days, a mirror that had clearly been replaced at some point. The description was short, almost to the point of laziness. Quiet private cabin in the woods, strong Wi-Fi, self-check-in, small creek behind the house, trail right behind the cabin, quiet, private, perfect to reset. The repetition of quiet, private should maybe have bothered me more than it did. At that point in my life, those were the only 2 words I wanted. The host's name was Mark. His profile picture showed a man in his 40s, maybe, standing next to an older pickup truck.
He was wearing a beanie and a flannel jacket, smiling in that vague way middle-aged men do when their wives tell them to smile for the picture. The profile said he was a local outdoorsman who loved sharing the beauty of the area with visitors. There were only 3 reviews.
That registered as a faint yellow flag in the back of my head, but the words themselves smoothed it over. "Exactly as described," one said. "You really are alone up there. Great place to focus. Perfect for working remotely. Super quiet," another said. The third mentioned the road being a little rough in winter, but worth it for the peace. Under house rules, I skimmed the usual stuff. No parties, no smoking inside, no pets without permission. One line snagged my eye for a second and then slipped away. "Please do not wander too far off the marked trail behind the cabin." I remember thinking something like, "Yeah, sure, whatever," and moving on. At the time, it seemed like the kind of boilerplate warning every rural host had to put in to avoid liability if some idiot walked off a cliff. It was early January when I checked the availability. The week I wanted was wide open. Off-season, I assumed. Cold, snow, no holidays left. People were back at work, back in school, back to the grind. It made sense that no one else wanted to be holed up in a cabin in the middle of nowhere when they had just spent December with family in big, warm houses full of food and noise. I clicked through the dates. 4 nights. The total price popped up and I blinked. It was cheaper than I expected. Cheaper than some downtown hotels I had stayed in for work. For a place that gave me an entire building, trees, a creek, and something that looked like actual dark at night instead of light pollution seeping under the blinds, it felt almost suspiciously low. I hesitated for maybe 5 seconds. Then I hit reserve. The confirmation email landed in my inbox a minute later with a cheerful little ding. I stared at the subject line, "Your trip is booked," and felt something unclench just slightly in my chest. Not completely, not enough to sleep, but enough to let me imagine a different kind of noise for a few days. Wind in branches instead of neighbors yelling. The crackle of a fireplace instead of the rumble of traffic. I emailed my boss from the same kitchen table, hands still a little shaky from the earlier panic. I told him I was taking some of the PTO I had accumulated, that I would have Wi-Fi if anything urgent came up, but needed to be offline as much as possible. He answered 3 minutes later with a thumbs up emoji and a "You've earned it, man," which sounded supportive until I remembered I had not had a real vacation in almost 2 years. I started a checklist on my phone. Jeans, hoodies, thermal socks, my laptop because I was not capable of leaving it behind, the small folding knife my uncle had given me one Christmas, a flashlight I had to dig out from the back of a drawer, prescription meds, chargers, headphones, a paperback I had been pretending to read for months. I threw everything into an open duffel bag on the floor next to the couch. The apartment around me hummed on. The washing machine downstairs kicked on again, the pipes groaning in the walls. Someone in another unit laughed too loud at something on TV. A car alarm whooped once and then cut off. Somewhere in the distance, another siren rose and fell, weaving through the constant rush of traffic. I did not know it then, standing in that cramped little kitchen with the laptop screen still glowing on the table, but those were some of the last city sounds I would hear before I found out what real silence feels like.
The kind of silence that does not comfort you, but sits on your chest and waits. The morning I left Denver, the city still felt half asleep. It was one of those winter mornings where the sky is the same color as the concrete and everything looks like it has been rubbed with an eraser a few times.
I took a rideshare to the airport because my car had more warning lights lit up on the dashboard than I was willing to trust with a 1,000-mile trip. The driver barely talked. I watched the familiar streets roll past, the corner liquor store with bars on the windows, the same bus stop where I had waited on freezing mornings years ago, a homeless guy wrapped in a blanket with a cardboard sign that just said, "Cold." We merged onto the highway, and the city slowly flattened into warehouses, then open space with the occasional billboard, mesothelioma lawyers, a personal injury attorney with a giant fake smile, a gun store with "We don't call 911" in red lettering. At the airport, it was the usual controlled chaos. TSA lines spiraled back and forth, people yanking off belts and shoes, plastic trays clattering against metal. I held my arms over my head in the scanner and thought idly about how many people had done this exact thing before disappearing into some place they never came back from. The machine whirred, beeped, and the agent waved me through without a word. I hit the Starbucks near my gate because apparently I am incapable of functioning in any airport without an overpriced latte in my hand. The line was a cross-section of America, a family with 2 hollow-eyed parents and a toddler mid-meltdown, a guy in a suit yelling quietly into his AirPods about Q4 numbers, a college kid in a hoodie smelling faintly of weed. A little girl ahead of me kept dropping her stuffed rabbit and making a tiny, distressed noise every time. Each time, her mother picked it up with automatic, exhausted movements. At the gate, the screens showed "on time" next to Bozeman, which felt like a small miracle. I found a seat and half watched the TV, playing some morning show on mute, while the airport's generic announcements rolled overhead. Security reminders, gate changes for cities I did not care about. When boarding started, there was the usual surge of people pretending not to care about boarding order while very much caring. On the plane, I got wedged into a middle seat between a guy who smelled like cheap cologne and stale beer and a woman who immediately put in noise-canceling headphones and closed her eyes. The drunk-smelling guy ordered a whiskey the second the cart came down the aisle, even though it was barely 10 a.m. He nodded at me like we shared some secret. I gave him a tight smile and turned toward the window, watching Denver shrink into a gray-brown grid under us. The flight itself was uneventful, in the way flights usually are when you do not want them to be interesting. Kids cried a few rows back, a baby's high-pitched wail cutting through the engine noise now and then. The pilot came on once to tell us about some light turbulence ahead, his voice overly calm, like he had practiced it in a training module. The drunk guy next to me fell asleep with his mouth open, breathing wetly. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine the cabin already, the fireplace, the sounds of wind in the trees instead of recycled air humming through vents. Bozeman looked small from above, a cluster of lights and streets carved out of a flat white field of snow and mountains rising in the distance like teeth. On the ground, the airport was nicer than I expected. Wooden beams, faux rustic decor, a big mural of hikers smiling with backpacks on. The air hit me cold when I stepped out of the terminal to the rental car shuttles, cold in that clean, dry way that made Denver feel damp in comparison. At the Hertz counter, a woman with weathered skin and a ponytail checked my reservation. Her name tag said Trish.
She did the usual script: insurance, gas, decline this, sign here, and then paused, eyeing the destination I had typed into the GPS box on the form. "Heading up into the hills, huh?" she said. "Yeah," I answered. "Just a little cabin for a few days." She clicked her tongue softly. "Roads get icy up there, especially this time of year. Black ice. You ever driven in that?" "Denver," I said. "I've had some practice." She gave a non-committal grunt. "Just take it slow once you're off the main highway. People think it's clear till they're sideways in a ditch." Comforting. The car was a white SUV that looked like every other rental SUV I had ever driven. Too clean, no personality. Radio presets, all on top 40. There was a thin coating of road salt on the lower panels that left my hand chalky when I brushed against it. I tossed my duffel into the back, sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the mirrors, and plugged my phone into the Bluetooth. The GPS voice chirped to life in that upbeat tone that always sounds faintly condescending. I typed in the address Mark had sent me through Airbnb messaging. It was just a line of numbers and a county road, but the map put it in the middle of a big gray-green smear labeled mostly with National Forest and contour lines. "Head west," the GPS told me. I pulled out of the lot, past the rows of rental cars, past the "Return Here" signs, and out onto a main road that quickly turned into highway. The sky had cleared a little, showing pale blue behind high clouds. Patches of snow lined the shoulders, gray at the edges where they met the asphalt. For the first half hour, it was all fairly standard highway monotony. I passed a couple of strip malls, a big box store, a construction site with idle machinery. Then the buildings thinned out. The billboards changed from auto dealerships and fast food to more rural fixtures. A gun range advertising Ladies' Night. A church billboard with "Jesus Saves" in block letters over a silhouette of a cross. A sun-faded ad for a local diner boasting "Home of the best pie in the county." I stopped once at a small gas station to fill up and grab something to drink. The sign outside creaked in the wind, letters missing from the name, so it just read MNTN View. Inside, it smelled like diesel and burnt coffee. A single pot sat on the warmer behind the counter, the liquid in it almost black, a ring baked onto the glass. The cashier looked like he had been standing behind that counter since the Reagan administration. He did not bother with a greeting. I poured myself a coffee anyway, the kind you regret as soon as you take a sip, but drink out of stubbornness. It tasted like smoked plastic. Behind me, an old fridge hummed, its glass door fogged. Rows of energy drinks and sodas lined up inside like lurid little soldiers. When I stepped back outside, the air felt colder again. The kind of cold that makes your teeth ache if you breathe too hard. The highway stretched ahead, nearly empty. A long-haul truck rumbled past now and then, but mostly it was just me and the white SUV and the double yellow line. I put on a classic rock station at first, thin guitar riffs, overprocessed drum kits, that familiar old guy on a radio station voice slipping in between songs. As the miles rolled under the tires, the reception began to fuzz at the edges. Songs dissolved into static, then reassembled themselves in bursts, like ghosts flickering in and out. When the music cut out entirely, and all I had was the hiss of dead air, I switched over to a podcast. Without thinking too much about it, I picked one about true crime, rural murders, disappearances. The host's smooth voice filled the SUV,
telling me about a man who picked up hitchhikers on lonely stretches of highway and was only caught because one of them jumped out of his moving truck and survived. I listened to him describe desolate roads, tree lines, the sound of tires on gravel, while my own tires hummed over an increasingly empty world. It did not hit me until later how on the nose that choice was. The landscape outside the windows slowly shifted from flat, open fields to something rougher, more folded. The road began to rise and fall in gentle slopes. Snowbanks grew higher at the edges. Spruce and fir trees crowded closer to the shoulders, dark green against the white. Every so often, I passed a long driveway leading to a ranch house or a trailer, but they grew rarer. After a while, there were no more mailboxes, just guardrails and trees and the occasional brown sign pointing toward a campground or trailhead. The afternoon lights slid toward that particular kind of winter dusk where everything takes on a purple tint. The sky dimmed, the snow on either side of the road reflecting what little light was left, casting that faint glow that makes distances harder to judge. There was a point where I realized I could not see another set of headlights in front of me or behind me, just my beams cutting a tunnel through the air, catching little flakes and spinning them into streaks. "Turn right in 1 mile," the GPS said. I glanced at the screen. The blue line that had been hugging the main highway now poked off into gray space, a thinner road leading into nothing. When the right turn finally came, it did not look like a road. It looked like a plow had bullied its way through the trees and then given up after one pass. A narrow path of packed snow and frozen mud split off from the asphalt, marked only by a leaning metal sign with a county road number that meant nothing to me. I slowed down, my tires crunching as they left the safety of the blacktop. The SUV bounced immediately, hitting potholes hidden under the snow. The steering wheel wriggled in my hands. Trees pressed closer, branches overhanging in places so that I had to duck instinctively, even though there was a roof between us. Trish's warning about black ice came back to me as the back end of the car did a little fishtail over an invisible patch. I corrected, heart ticking faster, and crept along at 15 miles an hour. The GPS map was mostly gray now, the road just a thin ghost line. It seemed almost reluctant to acknowledge. The podcast host's voice started to sound wrong in that setting, too smooth and polished against the rawness outside. I turned it off. The sudden absence of sound made me realize how loud it had been in my ears. In the quiet that followed, the only noises were the engine, the crunch of tires over ruts, and the occasional thunk as something under the car hit a chunk of frozen earth. As the trees broke for a moment, I got my first glimpse of the land beyond. A shallow valley rolling away under a blanket of snow, brush poking through in dark clumps, a distant tree line on the far side. The sky above it was a bruised purple, the sun already hidden behind mountains I could not see from where I was. It should have been beautiful. It was, in a way, but there was a starkness to it that made my chest tighten again, a reminder of how small I was out there. "Your destination is on the left," the GPS announced, bright and chipper. I almost laughed. For a second, there was nothing but trees and snow and the narrow track of the road. Then, as I rounded a slight bend, it appeared. The cabin sat in a shallow clearing, set back a bit from the road. A single-story structure of dark, weathered wood, roof sloping under a frosting of snow. A squat stone chimney rose from one side,
a faint trail of smoke curling up into the air and dissipating almost immediately. There was a small wooden porch along the front, with 3 steps leading up to a door that had once been painted red but had faded to something more like dried blood. 2 windows faced the road, their glass reflecting the last thin light of the sky so that I could not see inside. The trees clustered thick behind the cabin, forming a wall of black trunks and needles. Whatever lay beyond that line, creek, trail, anything else, was hidden completely in shadow. I pulled the SUV into the packed snow driveway and let it idle for a few seconds, just staring. The cabin was exactly like the pictures, and not like them at all. The photos online had been taken on a bright day. Blue sky, green trees, sunlight spilling through leaves. In winter dusk, with the sky going dark and the temperature dropping, it looked different, smaller, more hunched into itself, less like a vacation spot, and more like something that had simply been left here and forgotten. I killed the engine. The sudden quiet hit like a physical thing. The hum of the car died. The fan stopped blowing. The GPS voice shut up. Without all that, I could hear the world outside pressing in. Wind moved through the trees, a low, constant whisper. Somewhere nearby, melted snow fell from a branch and landed with a soft, heavy plop. There was no traffic noise, no sirens, no neighbors, no mechanical buzz from nearby buildings. Just the creak of cooling metal from the hood of the car and the small, brittle sounds of the forest settling around me. For the first time since I booked the trip, I understood what that reviewer had meant. You really are alone up here. At the time, standing there with my hand on the door handle, I thought that was exactly what I wanted. I had no idea yet what that kind of silence could hide. I sat in the driver's seat for a few seconds longer than I needed to. The cabin didn't move. The forest didn't move. The only motion was my own breath fogging the windshield in slow pulses and the thin ribbon of smoke drifting from the chimney before it got swallowed by the dark. Mark's check-in message had been clear. Lockbox on the porch, code included. Self-check-in. Easy. I grabbed my duffel, stepped out, and the cold hit me in the teeth. It wasn't Denver cold. Denver cold has edges, dry and sharp. This was heavier. It sat in the air like damp felt. It made sound travel differently. My boots sank into the packed snow of the driveway with a crunch that sounded too loud. The SUV behind me ticked as the engine cooled, each little metallic ping like a tiny countdown. I walked up the 3 porch steps. The boards complained under my weight. Old wood, tired nails. The front door was right there, dead center, the faded red paint looking darker in the porch light. Dried blood, if you squinted. I told myself it was just the color. The lockbox was mounted beside the door frame. Black metal, the kind you see on every rental now. I pulled my phone out to check the code again. That was when the door opened. Not from my hand, from the inside. It swung inward on quiet hinges, like it had been expecting me, and the warm air from the cabin spilled out across my face in a soft wave. Smoke, old wood, a faint chemical note of cleaner that didn't quite cover the rest. A man filled the doorway. Camo jacket, faded, snow crusted along the bottom. Jeans that had been washed too many times. Boots with thick treads packed with white. A beanie pulled low over his ears, stubble with gray threaded through it.
Mark. My body did the thing it always does when a script changes without warning. A jolt. A tiny surge of adrenaline that made my grip tighten on my duffel handle hard enough to hurt.
"Ethan," he said, like we'd met before. That alone was enough to make my stomach tighten a little. I'd used my real first name on Airbnb, sure. It wasn't secret, but hearing it spoken out here, at the end of a road that barely deserved to be called a road, felt different. Too direct, too personal. "Yeah," I said. "Hi." "Mark?" He smiled. Big, practiced, friendly. The kind of smile that tries to smooth a situation before you've decided it needs smoothing. "Yep, that's me." He stepped back, holding the door open wider. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. I was just in here checking on a few things. Generator's been finicky this week." I glanced past him into the cabin. Warm light from a lamp, the outline of the couch, the stone fireplace. Nothing obviously wrong. No one else visible. "You said self-check-in," I said, and I meant it as a joke, but it came out flatter than I wanted. He chuckled like I'd said something charming. "Yeah, usually. Just happened to be up here. Thought I'd make sure it was good for you." He said it so casually, like it was normal for the host to be inside the place you rented when you arrived. Maybe it was. Maybe he really had been fixing something. In that moment, I didn't have enough information to call it weird, but my brain filed it away. First deviation from the plan. Mark stuck out a gloved hand. I shook it. His grip was firm, colder than I expected, like he'd been outside right before opening the door. "You have a good drive?" he asked. "Long," I said. "Quiet." "That road gets people," he said, nodding like this was a shared experience. "You do okay on the ice?" "Had a couple moments," I admitted. He smiled again, and this time it didn't land the same. "Just take it easy. Folks think they know winter roads until they're in a ditch." He stepped aside and motioned me in. "Come on, I'll show you around real quick." I hesitated for half a beat. Small, almost invisible, even to myself. Then I went inside, because leaving would have required a reason, and I didn't have one yet. The cabin was exactly like the pictures, and still not like them. The photos had warmth, golden light, staged angles that made the room feel open. In reality, it was smaller, tighter, more utilitarian. The couch sagged more than the pictures suggested. The air had that lived-in smell of old smoke trapped in fabric. The heater clicked on and off with a faint metallic complaint. Mark moved through the space like he owned it. Because he did. "Living room," he said, sweeping his hand. "Fireplace works. Just don't overfeed it. Burns fast." He pointed at a stack of split wood near the stone. "That's dry enough. Should keep you warm." He walked into the kitchen. "Water's drinkable. It's well water. Might taste a little mineral. Wi-Fi password's on the fridge. If it cuts out, give it a minute." I noticed the fridge magnets. One was a local diner. Another was a smiling cartoon moose. Harmless details. They should have made it feel normal. Instead, they felt like props. He opened a cabinet. "Dishes are here. Coffee's there." He tapped the coffee maker like it was a loyal dog. "It's not fancy, but it gets the job done." Then, the hallway. "Bathroom there," he said. "Bedroom at the end." He paused at a piece of printer paper taped to the wall near the front door. A hand-drawn map. Black marker. Shaky loop. A square labeled cabin. A line curving into the trees and back. "This is the trail," he said, tapping it with a knuckle. "Starts right out back." He looked at me when he said it, like he was
checking something in my face. "Easy loop?" I asked. He nodded. "Easy enough if you stay on it." There was that line again, but he added a little more weight to it than the map deserved. "Cell service is trash up here," he continued. "So if you go wandering and twist an ankle, it's just you and the trees for a while." He said it like a warning. He said it like advice. His tone stayed friendly, but the words were clean and unsoftened. I nodded, trying to keep it light. "So, no axe murderers in the woods?" Mark laughed, but his eyes didn't. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a movie stare. It was just a lack of change. The corners of his mouth moved, but his eyes stayed in the same place, same temperature. Then he clapped his hands together once, brisk. "Anyway, you should be set." He walked back toward the front door, boots thudding softly on the floorboards. I followed because I didn't know what else to do. At the threshold, he stopped and looked out at the trees like he was checking the weather. "If you need anything," he said, "message me on the app. I don't always get calls out here, but the app usually works." I nodded. He stepped onto the porch. Cold air surged in again. He pulled the beanie down tighter with one hand. "Oh," he added, like it was an afterthought. "House rule. Don't wander too far off that marked trail behind the cabin." The wording matched the line I'd skimmed and forgotten. He smiled again, quick and easy. Easy to get turned around. Then he was gone. He walked down the steps, crossed the packed snow, and climbed into a pickup truck parked farther down the drive. One I hadn't noticed when I pulled in, because it was tucked in shadow at the edge of the clearing. The engine turned over with a heavy rumble. His headlights swept across the trees, across the cabin windows, across my face for a second. Then the truck rolled away, tires crunching over frozen ruts, taillights shrinking into the dark, and I was alone. The silence after he left was different than the silence before. Before, the quiet had been empty. Now it felt occupied, like the cabin had just exhaled and I had walked into the vacuum it left behind. I locked the door. Deadbolt. Chain. I stood there for a second, with my hand still on the latch, listening to the heater hum, listening to the faint crackle of the fireplace settling, listening for anything else. Nothing. I told myself I was being dramatic, that I'd watched too many crime documentaries, that the sudden human presence had just startled me. I set my duffel down, started unpacking in small, mechanical motions. Then I remembered the lockbox. I opened the door again and looked at it. Still mounted there, still closed, untouched. Self-check-in, except I hadn't checked in. Not really. I shut the door again, slower this time, and walked toward the bedroom to drop my bag. The bedroom window faced the back. The trees were closer there, a dark wall pressed right up to the glass. I pulled the curtain back a few inches, just enough to see outside. Snow, shadow, the vague outlines of branches. I let the curtain fall. I don't know why I turned around after that. Maybe because my brain was restless. Maybe because a part of me wanted to confirm the cabin was empty, that I was in control of the space again. I walked through the living room toward the back door and stepped onto the rear porch. The air back there was colder. The trees started almost immediately, like the cabin had been built right up against the forest's mouth. A thin layer of snow lay on the ground, smoother than the driveway snow, less disturbed. That's what made the marks stand out. Boot prints, not animal tracks, not deer, not scattered light impressions. Heavy boots, adult size, deep tread pattern. They came from the tree line. They crossed the open space behind the cabin, and they stopped right beneath the bedroom window, close enough that someone standing there could have looked straight into the room
if the curtain was open.
Then they turned
And went back the way they came.
I stared at them for a long time. There were multiple sets layered over each other, some softened by older snowfall, some crisp enough to look recent.
A few prints overlapped in that spot under the window, like the person had stood there and shifted their weight. Like they'd waited.
My mouth went dry. I tried to line the prints up with logic. Mark could have made them. Checking the generator, walking the property, whatever. But Mark had come from inside the cabin when I arrived,
And his truck had been parked out front.
these tracks were behind the house, in the trees. I looked up at the forest beyond.
Just black vertical trunks and the thicker dark between them.
Nothing moved. No silhouette. No reflective eye shine. No sound beyond wind and a faint hiss of snow drifting off branches. I did the thing people do when their instincts start whispering and they don't want to listen. I rationalized.
It's the host. It's normal. He probably walked around back earlier. Maybe he checks for bears. Maybe he checks for broken pipes. Maybe he just likes to make sure guests aren't partying.
All of it sounded thin, even as I thought it.
I went back inside and locked the back door, too. Then I stood in the kitchen, hands resting on the counter, staring at nothing, and felt the cabin settle around me. Heater clicking, wood popping, the quiet pressing in like insulation.
Behind me, the bedroom window was just glass, and outside it, in the snow, were footprints that didn't belong to me. That was the first wrong detail. Not the old cabin I hadn't found yet. Not the bones. Not the locked door in the hallway. Just a simple fact written in compressed snow. Someone had been here before I arrived. Someone had stood behind the cabin, exactly where the bedroom could be watched. And whoever it was had walked back into the trees like that was the normal direction to go. I slept harder that first night than I had in months. No phone lighting up the ceiling at 3 a.m. No neighbor stomping up the stairs. No siren sliding up and down somewhere in the distance. Just darkness and the slow, steady tick of the baseboard heater cycling on and off. When I finally woke up, gray light was leaking around the curtains, flattening the room. For a few long, fuzzy seconds, I did not remember where I was. The ceiling wasn't the cracked white one from my apartment. The air smelled different, wood and cold and something faintly smoky. Then the last 24 hours slotted back into place. Denver, airports, the drive, the cabin. My phone on the nightstand said 9:47 a.m., later than I meant to sleep, but I did not feel guilty about it. For the first time in a long time, there was no built-in guilt timer in my head, no automatic inventory of missed tickets and unread messages waiting for me. I swung my legs out of bed. The floor was cold enough to make me hiss under my breath when my bare feet hit the boards. I found my socks in the half-unpacked duffel at the foot of the bed, pulled on jeans and a hoodie, and stepped into the main room. The cabin felt different in daytime. Last night, arriving in the fading light, everything had seemed sharper, more hollow. Now, with morning coming through the windows, the space looked smaller, almost cozy. Dust motes drifted lazily in beams of light, catching the air above the coffee table and the worn arm of the sofa. The stone around the fireplace was a mottled gray, soot staining the inside like a dark mouth. The smell hit me first. Old wood soaked with time, a thin layer of cold buried under it, and on top of that, the unmistakable tang of smoke baked into the curtains and couch cushions. It reminded me of camping trips when I was a kid, coming home with every piece of clothing smelling like a campfire for days afterward. The heater kicked on while I stood there, a soft metallic clunk from somewhere inside the wall, followed by a low hum as warm air began to creep from the baseboards. A second later, something in the cabin creaked, a board in the ceiling or the wall adjusting to the change in temperature. The sound was small, but in the quiet it seemed to echo. No traffic, no UPS truck backing up with that shrill beeping, no upstairs neighbor dropping something heavy. Just the click and whir of the heater, the slow sigh of the wind pressing against the siding, and the occasional little tick as the wood expanded. I moved into the kitchen and put water on for coffee. The pot and the cheap drip maker looked like they had seen better decades, but they worked. I tore open a bag of coarse ground coffee I had bought at that gas station. The label showed a moose and promised Montana Bold. When the water started to bubble, the smell came up rich and bitter, filling the small space. Breakfast was the kind of American cliché you see in commercials. Eggs sizzling in a pan, bacon curling and popping, toast browning unevenly in a toaster that had to be older than me. The fan over the stove rattled loudly when I flipped it on, making the light flicker for a second. When I turned it off again, the cabin dropped back into that thick, layered quiet. And for a moment, I understood why people romanticized this kind of life. The simple rhythms, the small tasks, the absence of constant noise. I ate standing at the counter, looking out the kitchen window. The view was mostly the side yard, really just a patch of snow and the trunks of trees beyond it. The forest began only a few yards from the cabin, rising uphill. The snow there was still mostly untouched, except for a couple of animal tracks, little paired dashes disappearing between the trees. After breakfast, I brought my coffee to the couch and opened my laptop, out of habit more than desire. The Wi-Fi actually worked, to my mild surprise. The network name was a default string of letters and numbers. The password was CABIN123. Of course. My inbox had grown overnight. A short stack of emails from my boss, a couple of automated alerts from servers, a client asking if I could take a quick look at something. I stared at them for a moment, feeling the familiar tightness start to creep back into my chest, and then forced myself to respond differently than I usually would. One by one, I opened them and typed short, non-committal replies. Out of town, limited access, will take a proper look when I'm back. On PTO, loop in so-and-so if urgent. Not at my desk, recommend rebooting and following the standard runbook for now. Even as I wrote the words, some part of me flinched, waiting for backlash. It did not come. No angry pings, no, we really need you on this. Just the silent sending of messages and the quiet swoosh as they left my outbox. I closed the laptop with a soft click and felt like I was closing a door. The rest of the late morning passed in a kind of slow, pleasant haze. I found the TV remote, turned on the small flat screen mounted crookedly on the wall, and logged into my streaming account. It felt vaguely wrong to be sitting in a cabin in the woods watching sitcom reruns, but the canned laughter and familiar rhythms were comforting in their own way. People on the screen had neat problems that fit into 22 minutes and resolved themselves with a hug and a punchline. Every now and then, I'd mute the TV just to listen. The heater would click off, ending its background hum in the middle of a scene. The silence that rushed in afterward made the characters' mouths move soundlessly, like ghosts talking behind glass. The wind slid its fingers along the outside siding, making a long, thin sound. Somewhere behind me, in the wall or the ceiling, a board would let out a single, high, little pop. It was not the oppressive noise of the city. This was something else. Layers of small sounds, spaced out, each one with just enough room to be noticed. I found myself cataloging them, mapping them. That creak meant the board over the doorway. That tap was the pipe when the bathroom faucet dripped. That low thud was something settling on the roof. At some point, as I sat there with the TV murmuring and the fire in the fireplace reduced to glowing embers, it hit me how long it had been since I had felt this kind of quiet. Not just around me, but inside my head. No Slack notifications floating in the corner of my vision. No constant mental to-do list ticking off problems I had not solved yet. Just the slow passage of time marked by the movement of light across the floor. By early afternoon, though, the stillness began to shift from peaceful to restless. I had finished my coffee. The sitcom episodes started to blur together. The cabin, small and cozy in the morning, began to feel more like a single room with nowhere else to go. The windows framed the same view of snow and trees and sky. The air felt heavy with stale heat from the heater and the last of the fire's warmth. I stood up and stretched, vertebrae cracking one by one up my back. My eyes drifted to the map Mark had taped next to the front door. It was a piece of printer paper with a rough loop drawn in black marker behind a little box labeled cabin. The scale was vague, the lines shaky, but the message was clear enough. Trail starts out back, goes around, comes back. A neat little circle through the woods. My brain, always hungry for some kind of input, latched onto it. I told myself it would be good to get outside, fresh air, actual movement, and, if I was being honest, there was another feeling under that one. A prickling sort of curiosity. The trees behind the cabin had been a solid wall since I arrived, blocking whatever lay beyond. The map, crude as it was, felt like an invitation. I went to the bedroom and started layering up. Thermal shirt, hoodie, my thickest jacket, wool socks, boots. I found my gloves in the side pocket of my duffel and tugged them on, flexing my fingers until the stiffness eased. I grabbed the small flashlight I had packed and checked the batteries. The beam cut a bright white circle on the wall when I clicked it on. Satisfied, I slipped it into my coat pocket. The folding knife went into my jeans pocket, out of old habit more than any real sense of danger. It was not exactly a weapon against anything serious, but it made me feel less stupid about walking into unknown woods alone. I pocketed my phone, even though I knew the service would probably be spotty, and looped my earbuds around it, but did not put them in. Listening to music out there felt wrong. I wanted to be able to hear. At the last second, I grabbed a beanie from my bag and pulled it down over my ears. My breath plumed in front of me as I opened the front door. Cold air rushed in, clean and sharp, cutting through the cabin's warm, slightly stale atmosphere. The change in sound was immediate, too. Inside, everything had been cushioned and contained. Outside, the wind had space. It moved through the branches of the trees with a soft roar, layered with smaller sounds. The dry rattle of needles, the faint tremor of bare twigs knocking together. I stepped out onto the porch and closed the door behind me, listening to the lock slide into place with a decisive little click.
The snow on the steps was packed from where I had gone up and down the night before, but off to the side it lay soft and untouched, a smooth white sheet broken only by a few animal tracks. My boots sank in with a satisfying crunch when I stepped off the last board. The forest rose behind the cabin, a gentle slope at first and then steeper further out.
The start of the trail was exactly where the map said it would be.
A narrow path where the snow was shallower, trampled by previous boots into uneven ridges. It tunneled between the trees, disappearing into the darker spaces beyond. I stood there for a moment, looking from the cabin back door to the trail and then up at the sky. The sun was already past its highest point, sliding toward the unseen horizon. The light had that thin, brittle quality winter afternoons get, like it could snap at any time and drop everything into shadow. It would be fine, I told myself. A short walk. Follow the loop, come back before it even thinks about getting dark. People did this every day up here. Hikers, hunters, dog walkers. I was just another person on a trail. I took a breath so cold it burned, let it out in a white plume, and stepped onto the packed line of snow, heading toward the trees and the little black ink loop someone had drawn on a piece of paper in my cabin.
Behind me, the cabin door sat closed and blind, the windows reflecting a gray sky. The sound of the heater and the ticking walls faded as I moved away, replaced by the softer, stranger noises of the woods. Somewhere above me, a branch creaked in the wind, long and low, like something old shifting in its sleep. The trail started out like something from a tourist brochure. Narrow, yes, but clear enough that I did not have to think about where to place my feet. Snow had been tamped down into a compact ribbon by boots before mine, the sides rising up into soft banks that caught the light. On either side, dark green pines rose in gently leaning columns, their branches heavy with old snow, tips fringed with ice that caught and fractured the pale afternoon sun. For the first few minutes, I could still see pieces of the cabin when I glanced back. A corner of the roof, a slice of porch railing, the faint vertical line of the chimney. Then the trees swallowed it completely, and all I had was white under me, green around me, and gray above. It was quieter under the trees than it had been in the small clearing. The wind that had roamed freely over the cabin now moved in a more complicated way, threading itself through needles and branches. It made a sound like distant static, rising and falling, but never quite resolving into anything. Every once in a while, a clump of snow would dislodge high up and drop through the branches, brushing against others on the way down before landing with a muffled whoomp somewhere off to the side. My boots made the loudest sound in my little world. Each step bit into the packed snow with a crisp crunch that felt disproportionately sharp in the stillness. Under that, there was another, finer sound, the tiny crackle of ice crystals breaking apart, like 100 microscopic glass shards snapping at once. In Denver, footsteps blur into everything else. Out here, they were the main event. Every now and then, I'd see other tracks crossing the trail or running alongside it. 2 neat rows of oblong prints, deer probably, leading away between the trees. Smaller, lighter prints that could have been a fox or some other small animal. Once, I saw what might have been the wide, soft drag of something's belly through the snow, and decided I did not particularly want to know what animal made that line. I tried to imagine how the loop looked from above. The cabin as a dot at the edge of a clearing,
the trail as a thin line curving out and around before looping back. From that height, it would probably look simple, almost childlike. Down on the ground, though, it was more complicated. The path narrowed, then widened. It bent subtly left and right, following the contours of the hill and weaving between rocks and fallen logs.
There were places where tree roots knuckled up through the snow, forcing me to watch my footing. Places where the snow had drifted deeper and my boots sank higher than my ankles. After 15 or 20 minutes, that easy breezy, simple loop energy from the map started to feel like a lie. The line on the paper had been smooth. In reality, branches reached out from either side like fingers, some hanging low enough that I had to duck or swat them away. The snow on the trail was more uneven here, with spots where it looked like fewer people had walked. A couple of times I lost the main track for a few steps and had to pause, scanning the ground for that specific pattern of compressed white that meant I was still where countless others had been. The air felt different too. It was still cold, but the dryness from earlier seemed to have been replaced by something heavier, like moisture hanging invisible in the space between trees. When I exhaled, my breath mingled with that barely there dampness and lingered longer before it vanished. I stopped and turned a slow circle, trying to reconcile the reality with the drawing in my memory. The cabin might as well have been on another planet now. The trail behind me was just a fading line between trunks, swallowed quickly by sameness. Ahead, the path dipped slightly, then climbed into thicker growth. The map had not shown any of this, the dips, the turns, the way the trees crowded closer in some places and opened in others. It had been just a casual marker loop, here to here and back again. I felt a little flicker of irritation toward Mark, toward his uneven black ink lines and the way he had called it an easy walk. Maybe, for someone who grew up in woods like this, it was. For someone whose internal compass still thought in city blocks and numbered streets, it felt more like an improvised maze. I kept going, anyway. The quiet was beginning to get inside my head, but there was a part of me that stubbornly did not want to admit that, or to be the kind of person who turned back 20 minutes into a trail because it was not perfectly manicured. My boots kept marking time on the snow. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was a small change, almost nothing at first, just a subtle difference in color and texture at the edge of my vision. If I had been listening to music or a podcast, staring down at my phone while I walked, I might have missed it entirely. To the right of the trail, just beyond where the most recent boot prints had beaten the snow down, there was another disturbance. A faint, narrower line cutting away at a shallow angle, like someone had stepped off the main path and kept going. The snow there was not as compressed as on the trail, but it was broken. In places, darker shapes showed through. Patches of earth where the snow had been kicked aside, a frozen branch snapped and left at a slightly wrong angle. I stopped. Up close, it was clearly not animal. The impressions were too regular, too similar to my own. Not quite fresh, they had softened around the edges, lost some of their crisp definition, but not old enough to have been buried by new snow or melted completely. Somewhere between a few hours and a day, maybe. I am not a tracker, but even I could see they were recent. There was no indication of where they led. The trees thickened in that direction, their trunks closer together, their lower branches more interlaced. No cabin roof peeking through, no obvious landmark. Just the suggestion of movement,
someone left the trail here, on purpose, and walked into that tangle. I glanced back the way I had come, then ahead along the main path.
The loop, if the map could be believed, would eventually curve around and bring me back to the cabin. Staying on it was the safe, sensible option. I had no obligation to follow whoever had gone off this way. For all I knew, it was just a hunter taking a shortcut, or some local who knew the woods better than I ever would. But the thing about being alone with your thoughts in a place like that is that they do not stay politely in their lanes. A handful of questions immediately popped up, pushing against one another. Why leave the trail right here? Why had Mark not mentioned any other paths? Why did looking at that narrow line of disturbed snow make the back of my neck itch? I stood there a little too long, trying to talk myself out of it. "You're not in shape," my practical brain said. "You'll get lost. You brought no map, just a stupid little drawing on a wall. You know nothing about this place. You're already out here," another voice argued. "It's literally right there." "You can always turn back. It's just a few steps. Don't be dramatic." Somewhere above us, the wind shifted. A branch creaked, longer than before. A drawn-out groan, like someone slowly stretching a joint that had been stiff for years. A clump of snow dropped somewhere deeper in the trees to my left, unseen but heard. A soft impact, then the faint hiss of powder settling. I realized my breath had gotten shallow without me noticing. I forced myself to inhale fully, feel the cold tear at my throat. The air tasted less clean now, though I might have been imagining that. There was a flavor to it that hadn't been there near the cabin or on the first part of the trail. A hint of something damp and sour curling under the cold pine, like the smell of wet leaves piled too long in a corner, or the inside of an old basement that never quite dries out. I looked down at the side path again. Up close, the prints were more obvious. Whoever had made them had not been running, just walking, one foot in front of the other, leaving each step pressed deep enough to scrape the surface beneath, exposing dirty, compacted snow and, in a couple of places, raw earth. In one spot, it looked like the person might have slipped, one print smeared, a heel line dragged. I felt something that was not quite fear and not quite excitement, but something sour and electric in between. The same sensation you get when you are about to look at something you know you should not, but cannot resist. A message you know will hurt you, a photo you know you wish you could unsee. Curiosity is a terrible engine. Once it starts, it does not like to idle. "I'm already here," I said aloud, my voice oddly flat in the cold air. Might as well see where it goes. Hearing myself say it made the decision feel more solid, like a switch I had thrown. I stepped off the main trail and onto the narrower line. The snow was softer here, my boots sinking with a deeper, wetter crunch. The first few steps felt clumsy, like waiting. Immediately, the sensation under my feet changed. There was less steady compactness, more give, more vague shapes hidden beneath. The trees closed in quickly. Branches I had seen from the main trail as a distant tangle were suddenly right in front of my face. I had to raise my arms to push them aside, the needles brushing against my jacket, leaving cold moisture on the fabric. A thin branch scraped along my sleeve with a squealing sound, like a fingernail dragged on the chalkboard. I pushed through a particularly dense tangle of brush, the kind that had clearly not been trimmed back in years. Twigs raked along my chest and shoulders,
One caught the back of my beanie and nearly yanked it off. Another, sharper and more stubborn, snapped forward as I brushed past and lashed across the back of my ungloved hand. The pain was small and sharp, immediate.
I hissed and jerked my hand back, looking down. A thin red line traced across the skin just above my knuckles, already beading with blood. It was nothing, a scratch at worst, but seeing my own blood stark against the pale skin in that cold, indifferent light did something to me. It made everything feel more tangible, more inescapably real. The woods were not a picture anymore. They were a place that could hurt you, even if only in small ways at first. I wiped the blood away on my jeans and kept moving, one arm up to shield my face as I muscled through the brush. The sound of my clothes catching and sliding along branches was loud in my ears, a continuous, rough shh, like whispered disapproval. As I emerged from that little choke point of vegetation, the air shifted again. It was not my imagination this time. There was a difference you could feel on your lungs. The cold remained, but it carried with it a new layer, something that clung and did not want to leave. The crisp, almost antiseptic scent of snow and pine that had been my companion on the main trail thinned out, replaced by something murkier. It smelled like rot, but not the fresh, aggressive rot of something recently dead. This was older, settled in decay. The smell of wet leaves compacted at the bottom of a pile, of water that had stood too long in some dark corner, of wood soaked and softened and left to mold. Underneath it all, there was a faint metallic tang that pricked at the back of my throat, a ghost of iron that reminded me, uncomfortably, of the taste of blood when you bite your tongue. The prints continued ahead, slipping between trunks and dipping into a shallow hollow where the snow grew darker, stained by whatever lay beneath. The daylight struggled to get through the branches here. Shadows pooled thicker in the spaces between trees, and the sound of the wind high above seemed more distant, like it was happening in another world. Bars flickered uncertainly. One, then none, then 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 one,
then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none, then one, then none. Bars flickered uncertainly. One, then none, then one again. The battery icon looked smaller than I remembered. I stared at the numbers for a second, the digital clock looking strangely out of place in that ancient, damp silence, then slid the phone away. It did not matter. I told myself I would only follow this side path for a little while, just far enough to see where someone had been curious enough or confident enough to go before me, just far enough to find out what, exactly, the simple loop on the wall had decided not to include. The side path narrowed until it barely deserved the name. Whatever boots had come through before me had forced a rough track between the trees, but it was nothing like the compacted ribbon of the main trail. Here, snow lay in uneven humps, broken only where feet had pressed it down into dirty, stained patches that showed the ground beneath. The brush thickened ahead, turning into a low wall of tangled branches and saplings. For a moment, I thought that was the end of it, that whoever had made these prints had turned back there, or that I had finally reached the point where they disappeared into the general chaos of the woods. Then I saw it, a faint parting, a place where branches hung slightly differently, bent from being pushed aside. I ducked my head and leaned into it. The twigs clawed at my jacket, scratching against the fabric with that dry, dragging sound that set my teeth on edge. Needles caught on the seams, tugging, resisting. One branch, thicker and more stubborn than the rest, pressed against my chest as if trying to push me back.
I forced my way through, the brush closing around me for 2 or 3 claustrophobic steps. Cold needles in my face, and the smell of wet wood in my nose. Then, suddenly, I was out. It was like stepping through a curtain. One moment there was nothing but branches and the close press of trees, and the next the space opened up around me. I stumbled forward 2 steps and stopped dead. The cabin sat in a shallow depression, as if the ground had sagged under its weight over the years. It was smaller than the one I had rented, squatter, with a steeper roof that dipped down at one corner as though something heavy had sat on it too long. The shingles, where they were still visible under patches of snow and moss, were curled and cracked. One section near the back looked like it had half collapsed, weighed down by years of wet and rot. The wood of the walls was not the warm brown of my cabin, but a sickly green-gray. Moss and lichen climbed up from the foundation, spreading in irregular patches. Some boards were darker than others, water-stained and warped. The whole structure leaned slightly to one side, like it was tired and ready to lie down. The front door was hanging crooked on its hinges. One hinge near the top clung to the frame by a warped screw. The bottom hinge was nearly rusted through, an orange-brown crust swelling around the pin. The door itself had a long crack down the middle, as if someone had kicked it hard years ago and the wood had never quite recovered. The windows on either side of the door were broken. In one, the glass was mostly gone, leaving just jagged teeth along the frame. The other still had some shards clinging to the corners, catching what little light there was and turning it into dull, warped reflections. Strips of curtain hung limply from a bent rod, the fabric stained and torn, moving just slightly in a draft I could not yet feel. The inside was dark, not just dim, but the kind of layered darkness that comes when dust and time have had years to settle. The daylight slanting through the broken glass only penetrated a few feet, illuminating a narrow slice of floor and the edge of something that might have been a chair once. Beyond that, it was just shadow. The wind threaded through the broken windows and the gaps under the eaves, turning the cabin into a crude instrument. It made a thin, high sound as it passed through, almost a whistle. Almost a breath. Standing there at the edge of the clearing, it sounded disturbingly like someone exhaling slowly right next to my ear. My skin prickled. Every sensible instinct I had, every city-raised, true crime-fed neuron told me this was the part in the story where you turn around and go back. You see the creepy cabin in the middle of the woods. You make the right choice. You go home, and you never mention it to anyone. Instead, I stepped forward. Some were human. Some, maybe animal. Some were human. Some, maybe animal. Some, just shapeless scuffs. As I got closer, I could see where old tire tracks had once cut across the ground, long since filled in and softened but still faintly visible. The porch was only a single step up, boards weathered almost black. When I put my weight on it, the wood protested with a long, drawn-out creak that vibrated up through my boots into my legs. Another board gave a short, sharp crack, like a bone splintering, but held. I hesitated in front of the door.
Up close, I could see there were scratches along the lower half of it, some superficial, some deeper. They were random and chaotic, layered over one another. A few long gouges were at just about knee height, as if someone, or something, had kicked or dragged something heavy through the doorway more than once.
The inside smelled wrong. Even from the doorway, I could catch a faint whiff of it, seeping out like breath. Damp, old wood and dust, but with something sour underneath. The smell of things that had been wet for too long, of fabric that never dried, of rodents and other things. Still, I pushed the door. It swung inward with less resistance than I expected, making that rusty, tired sound that only old hinges can produce. The darkness inside peeled back reluctantly as more light seeped in from behind me. The main room looked like time had given up on it decades ago. A couch sat against the far wall, its upholstery torn open in several places, stuffing bulging out like pale organs. A blanket lay half on the floor, half on the couch, crusted with dirt and something darker that I chose not to think about yet. The stone fireplace, smaller than the one in my rental, was blackened with soot all the way up to the ceiling, the stains spreading out like smoke fingers. A wooden coffee table stood crooked in front of the couch, one leg splinted with duct tape that had dried and peeled. Empty beer bottles lay on their sides on top of it, labels worn and curling. Rusted cans sat in a little cluster beside the fireplace. Beans, soup, something that had once been corn. One of them had burst, leaving a black, crusted smear down the stone. Everything wore a uniform coat of dust. It softened the edges of the furniture, dulled the colors of the junk on the floor. When I took a hesitant step inside, my boot left a clear print on the boards, exposing the darker wood beneath. It was like putting my foot down on a photograph and revealing the original underneath. One thing broke the pattern. Near the door, running along the wall and disappearing behind a broken chair, there was a long, dark stain. It started as a thick patch just inside the threshold, then thinned into a smear that ran almost all the way to the far side of the room.
The color was wrong for paint. Too deep, too uneven. In some places it was almost black, in others a more reddish brown where it thinned at the edges. It looked like someone had dragged something heavy and bleeding through that doorway and across the boards. The smear had dried in streaks, ridges, and ripples frozen mid-flow. There were marks in it, too, that looked disturbingly like fingers. Little arcs and divots where something had clawed weakly at the floor while being pulled along. My stomach clenched. I told myself it could be from a large animal. Hunters, a deer, maybe, hauled in for butchering. That would not make it pleasant, but it would make it explainable. I looked down and realized I had stepped across the stain without noticing. My boot print cut through it, disturbing the thin layer of dust that had settled on top. Whatever had happened here had not been recent, at least. Dust does not fall that thick overnight. The air tasted different the further in I walked.
Old dust lifted with each step, coating my tongue and making the back of my throat itch. The sour note under the wood and mold got stronger, lodging itself behind my nose. I could feel it in the way you feel the smell of an old refrigerator that has been unplugged too long. My phone's flashlight beam cut through the gloom in a harsh white cone. I swept it slowly around the room, the light catching on glass, on torn fabric, on patches of exposed wood. In the back corner, near where the long brown smear disappeared, something else caught the light.
The dust on the floor was thick there, enough that it had a soft, powdery look like gray flour, but running through it was a line where it had been disturbed, a narrow, strangely clean track. It started near the front door, passed by the sofa, and terminated at a small rectangular outline in the floorboards. A hatch, maybe 3 feet by 3, with a ring handle set into one edge. Everywhere else, the dust lay undisturbed.
On the table, on the couch, on the back of a kitchen chair that had been tipped onto its side. But there, from the doorway to that hatch, the dust was thinner, smeared, moved aside by something passing that way more than once. A path, worn not by years but by repetition. The hatch sat slightly ajar, barely a half-inch, but enough that a thin, cold breath of air seemed to seep up from the crack. The smell coming from that gap was stronger than the rest of the room, wet, metallic, sweet in a way that made my teeth ache. I stood there for a long moment, every muscle in my body telling me to leave, to back out of that house, step off that porch, push my way through the brush, and forget I had ever seen this place. I could go back to the cabin, make dinner, tell myself I had just found some abandoned hunting shack and nothing more. People left weird things in the woods all the time. Instead, I reached for the ring. It was cold under my glove, the metal rough with rust. I wrapped my fingers around it and lifted. The hatch came up with reluctance, the swollen wood scraping against the surrounding boards. The sound seemed too loud in the stillness, like ripping open a sealed envelope in a silent church. Hinges complained softly as I pushed the hatch back. A darker hole opened beneath me, swallowing the weak daylight. The flashlight beam cut down into it, revealing a steep wooden staircase descending into a space of concrete and shadow. The air that rushed up at me was colder than the air above, and far more foul. It hit my face in a wave, damp, mineral chill layered with the sharp tang of old metal and the rotten, cloying sweetness of decayed organic matter. It was the smell of a flooded basement and a slaughterhouse combined, compressed by time and stillness. I had never been in a place where something truly bad had happened. Not like this, not anything beyond a car accident on the side of the highway or a drunken fight outside a bar. This felt different. Wrong in a way my body understood even before my mind could find the words. My skin tried to crawl away from my bones. I pointed the flashlight down. The beam carved out each step, rough, unpainted wood, stained in places with darker patches. The walls down there were concrete, sweating dampness, streaked in some areas with long, dark trails where water had seeped and dried. On the floor, at the bottom of the stairs, the light picked out scattered shapes, small, pale, irregular. I told myself they were rocks. Just rocks. My hand shook slightly on the ring. The beam quivered across the basement, making everything down there seem like it moved in tiny, sickening ways. "Just a quick look," I whispered, though there was no one to hear. My voice came out thin and tight. The steps groaned under my weight as I started down. Each one complained in a slightly different pitch, a dissonant scale. The sound bounced off the concrete walls, came back to me, distorted. The smell thickened with every step, wrapping itself around my throat, pressing on my tongue. At the bottom, the air felt heavier, close to stagnant. My breath sounded too loud. The beam from my phone cut a narrow path, leaving the corners of the room in impenetrable shadow. The floor was bare concrete, cold and stained. The dark patch I had seen from above turned out to be a wide, irregular pool of something that had dried long ago, its surface cracked and flaking. It was the same brown-black as the streak upstairs, only more concentrated, as if whatever had bled out here had done so in quantity. The shapes I had taken for rocks were scattered along the edge of that stain, near one corner of the basement, half hidden under the jagged underside of a table that looked like it had once been a workbench. The table's legs were warped. One of them propped up on what I realized, with a lurch, was a brick wrapped in duct tape. I moved closer, each step a deliberate effort. The flashlight's beam slipped along the edge of the table and caught on something pale and round, about the size of a grapefruit. It was mostly covered in dirt and grime, stuck in a little depression in the floor where moisture had collected. For a second, my brain tried to frame it as a stone or a piece of old discolored plastic. The wrongness of the curves and the texture did not quite fit either of those. I crouched down, joints protesting, and reached out with gloved fingers. The object was surprisingly light when I lifted it. Bits of dried mud flaked away, dusting my glove and the concrete below. I turned it slowly in the beam of the light. The dirt came off in clumps, revealing smooth, off-white bone underneath. It was not complete. The lower half was missing. What I held was the rounded dome of a human skull, cracked in one place like a dropped ceramic bowl. Along the inner edge of that crack, something dark and shriveled clung to the bone. Little tatters of dried tissue that had not quite fallen away, like scrapings of old meat left on the inside of a pot. For a moment, everything in me just stopped. The sound of my heartbeat roared in my ears, drowning out the whispers of the outside wind. My breath hitched and came in shallow, quick gasps that did nothing to clear the smell from my lungs. The light shook, throwing the shadows into ugly, jumping shapes around me. It is one thing to see bones in a movie or a documentary. It is another to feel the weight of a human skull in your hand, to feel the way it balances, the way your fingers naturally find the curves where a face used to be. There is an intimacy to it that feels obscene. I do not know how long I stayed crouched there, staring at it, my brain trying to convince itself it was something else. A medical model, a Halloween decoration, something left by hunters, some strange, macabre joke, anything but what it clearly was. The rest of the room did not wait for me to catch up. As my eyes adjusted a little more to the darkness beyond the tight beam of the flashlight, I began to see other shapes in that corner. Under the table, partially obscured by shadows and debris, something long and white lay on the concrete. I shifted the light. A lower jaw rested there, separate from the skull in my hands. A few teeth still clung to it, yellowed and crooked. One molar glinted with a dull metallic shine, a filling catching the beam. Next to it, half covered by a rag that might once have been a towel, lay what could only be part of a vertebra. It was thick and knobby, with a ring of bone and protrusions that reminded me, horribly, of the spine diagrams in high school biology books. There was a ragged edge where it had been separated from the rest, and on that edge, something brown and fibrous clung like dried tendon. Further back, among a scatter of wooden scraps, I saw longer bones, femurs or humeri I could not tell, broken in the middle, jagged ends pointing in opposite directions.
One of them had clearly been split deliberately. The marrow cavity was exposed, a dark tunnel inside the pale exterior, long since emptied of anything soft. On the wall above them, a circular discoloration marked the concrete about head height. It was not as dark as the pool on the floor, but there were faint radiating lines fanning out from the center. When I stepped closer and angled the light, I saw that it was not just a stain of moisture. In the right spots, there was a subtle sheen. In a couple of places, tiny darker flecks clung to the concrete like seeds. It looked unmistakably like something had hit that spot with force. Hard. Wet. And whatever had been inside had sprayed out in a halo, leaving that ghost behind. The skull in my hand suddenly felt much heavier. My fingers spasmed.
The bones slipped from my grip. Time seemed to slow for a second as it dropped, turning in the air, dirt and dried fragments breaking away. Then it hit the concrete with a sound I will hear in my head for the rest of my life. A hollow, brittle clack, followed by a smaller crack as it bounced once and came to rest against the base of the wall, leaving a little crescent-shaped mark in the dust. That sound rang around the basement, sharp against the dullness of everything else. It cut through the fog in my head like a knife. The part of me that had been standing there, observing, cataloging, trying to fit everything into some rational framework, finally lost control. Panic flooded in, hot and overwhelming. My vision tunneled. The edges of the room seemed to lurch. I turned and bolted for the stairs. My boot slipped slightly on the first step, almost sending me to my knees. I grabbed the railing, just a rough board nailed to the wall, and hauled myself up. The wood shrieked under my weight, each step complaining, the sound stacking on itself into something frantic. My shoulder slammed into the wall halfway up, and then, at the top, I misjudged the last rise and collided with the edge of the hatch, hard enough to send a jolt of pain down my arm. I burst back into the main room, heart hammering, lungs burning with more than just exertion. The smell of the basement clung to me, followed me, mixed with the dust of the cabin in a way that made me want to tear my own skin off. I nearly tripped over an overturned chair, caught myself on the arm of the couch, and kept going. The door yawned open ahead like an exit in a bad dream. I stumbled onto the porch, the boards crying out again under my boots. Cold air slammed into my face, clean and thin compared to what had been below. For a second, I just stood there, sucking it in great, shuddering breaths, my eyes stinging. Then I moved. I did not bother to find the narrow side path again. I plunged toward where I knew the main trail had to be, forcing my way through branches that clawed at my jacket and hat, snapping twigs, sending snow cascading down my collar. My breath came in ragged bursts, each exhale a huff of white in front of my face. The forest, which had been peaceful earlier, was now just a blur of vertical trunks and horizontal shadows. Every dark gap between trees looked like a doorway. Every broken branch looked like an arm reaching. My boots punched through the snow, sometimes onto solid ground, sometimes into hidden hollows that twisted my ankles and sent little flares of pain up my legs. Behind me, the cabin disappeared quickly, swallowed by the trees. The sound of my own footsteps dominated everything. The crunch and crack of snow, the slap of my soles on hidden roots, the rush of my blood pounding in my ears. Somewhere far above, the wind moved through the canopy, but it was a distant thing now. I do not remember finding the main trail again, so much as realizing, abruptly,
that the snow under my feet was more even, more regularly packed. The lines of disturbance made sense again. The trees opened just enough to tell me I was back on a path meant for people, and not for whatever the hell that place had been built for. I did not stop to admire the view. I turned instinctively in the direction I thought the cabin lay and practically ran, the rhythm of my boots on the snow turning into a frantic metronome, counting out the seconds between me and whatever might decide to follow. By the time the cabin came back into view through the trees, my legs felt like rubber, and my lungs burned in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. I half stumbled the last stretch, boots slipping on the packed snow of the clearing. The rental cabin looked smaller than I remembered, hunched under its roof like it was trying to make itself invisible. I fumbled with the key at the door, my gloved fingers clumsy, the metal scraping uselessly at the lock twice before finally sliding in. The deadbolt turned with a heavy clack. I shoved the door open and stepped inside, slamming it shut behind me with more force than necessary. The warmth hit me first, but it did not feel comforting. The air inside was thicker than the outside cold, holding on to the smell of burned wood from the fireplace and the faint, stale tang of old smoke soaked into the curtains. Underneath it, I could still smell the basement. Or I thought I could. It seemed to cling to my clothes, to my skin, lodged up in my sinuses. That layered stench of damp concrete, dried blood, and something rotten that refused to be forgotten. I leaned back against the door for a second, eyes closed, trying to slow my breathing. My heart thudded against my ribs like it was trying to break out. The image of the skull was right there under my eyelids, hovering in the dim light. That curved white dome, the crack along its surface, the strips of dried tissue clinging to the inside like something that had tried to hang on and failed. It doesn't have to mean what you think it means, I told myself, out loud. My voice sounded wrong in the empty room. Too loud, then too small. I pushed off the door and moved into the center of the living room, suddenly hyper-aware of every shadow and corner. The rental cabin, which had felt almost cozy the night before and this morning, now seemed like a stage set. Thin, fragile walls between me and a forest full of things I did not understand. The windows felt too big. The door locks felt too small. I started pacing, because the alternative was standing still and letting my brain chew itself to pieces. There are explanations, I told myself. Logical ones. Not good, but logical. Maybe the old cabin was from back when this land was used for trapping or logging. People died all the time doing those things, especially out here, before safety regulations and satellite phones. A bad fall, a fight, a killing in self-defense that never made it into any record I could find on my phone. Bones don't just vanish. Animals drag some away, but some get left. People find them, move them, keep them like morbid trophies. It was possible. Or maybe it was a hangout spot. Teenagers with more access to beer and boredom than common sense, stumbling onto an abandoned cabin and declaring it theirs. Maybe somebody had stolen bones from a cemetery or a medical lab and brought them there to freak their friends out. Maybe the disgusting smell in the basement was just old garbage, old animal carcasses, some decomposing thing that had nothing to do with those bones beyond a shared space. I kept stacking those maybes up like sandbags, trying to hold back the other possibility. that what I had walked into was exactly what it looked like. A place used for things no one wanted to think about. A room purpose-built for taking people apart. My shoulders buzzed with leftover adrenaline. I felt like I needed to crawl out of my own skin. The living room was all surfaces and smells, holding on to the day before as if nothing had changed.
The half-unpacked duffel by the couch, the empty coffee mug on the table, the blanket on the arm of the sofa, with the shape of my body still ghosted into it from earlier. The skull was back in my mind again, specific details rising with uninvited clarity. The weight of it in my gloved hand, lighter than I expected. The way the crack ran through the bone like a lightning bolt. The way the hollow curve inside was not perfectly clean, but lined in places with something dark and leathery. Not all the way gone. Not old enough to be dust. I needed that smell off me. Needed all of it off me. The bathroom was small and utilitarian, a rectangle squeezed between the bedroom and the living room. The mirror over the sink was spotted with age, the silvering flaking at the corners. The shower curtain was plastic, printed with some faded pattern of blue lines that might once have been waves. When I turned the water on and swung the curtain closed, the pipes groaned in the walls like something waking up reluctantly. The water took a long minute to warm, hissing and pattering against the cheap tub. When it finally shifted from painfully cold to almost too hot, I stepped in, still wearing that layer of woods and concrete and fear on my skin. The heat was shocking at first, a bright, almost scalding sting across my chest and shoulders. Then it settled into something else, a deep ache, as my muscles realized they were allowed to unclench. Steam began to fill the small space, blurring the lines where the shower curtain met the tile, fogging the edges of the mirror on the back wall. I stood directly under the spray, letting it pound at my neck and the base of my skull. The smell of the cabin's cheap bar soap, synthetic pine, and something vaguely medicinal rose around me, fighting in my nose with the ghost of the basement. I scrubbed at my arms and hands harder than necessary, my fingernails digging into my palms through the lather. Hot water ran in rivulets down my face, into my ears, over my closed eyelids. For a few minutes, there was nothing but the roar of the shower and the drumbeat of water on enamel. The sounds of the cabin, the heater, the wind, the creaks and pops of settling wood, faded into a background hum behind it all. If I stayed under the water long enough, I thought, maybe the edges of what I had just seen would blur. Maybe the smell would finally wash off. Maybe I could convince myself that it had looked worse than it was. Our brains distort things, right? We fill in gaps in ways that make them more dramatic. The steam thickened, turning the bathroom into a little white cloud. The shower curtain shifted slightly with the air currents, brushing against my leg now and then. The plastic clung, then peeled away with a wet slap, reminding me of the way the hatch had opened over that basement, the way the air had pushed up around me like breath. I leaned my forehead against the cool tile and closed my eyes. The hot water beat at the back of my neck and shoulders. My pulse finally began to slow, each thump a little less frantic than the last. When I opened my eyes again, the world beyond the shower had softened into vague shapes. The mirror on the opposite wall was almost completely fogged, the glass now a milky sheet.
Only a few small clear patches remained where condensation had not yet claimed it, little islands of reflective surface in a sea of white. In one of those clear patches, above the dim outline of the sink, I saw a shape that made my stomach drop. A person, standing just behind the curtain. It was only there for a heartbeat, a dark vertical smudge with the rough suggestion of shoulders and a head, taller than me, absolutely still.
My brain filled in a face, even though I could not see one. Eyes, a mouth, features pressed close to the thin plastic between us. I spun around so fast I almost slipped, one hand grabbing at the curtain. It made a tearing noise as I yanked it back, sending a wave of hot steam and water out into the rest of the bathroom. There was no one there, just the open doorway to the bedroom, the dim outline of the bed beyond, and the towel I had hung on the hook by the door, swaying slightly in the disturbed air. The mirror's surface shifted as more steam rolled across it, erasing whatever brief, warped image my mind had seized on a second earlier. Jesus, I muttered, more to fill the space than anything. My voice sounded hoarse, like I had not spoken in days. You're jumpy. I stood there, water still running over my shoulders, staring out into the empty bathroom as if someone might materialize if I blinked. The heater clicked on somewhere in the cabin, the noise muffled through the walls. The familiar creak in the hallway floorboard followed a moment later as the temperature shifted. Old sounds, normal sounds, things I had already cataloged once. Nothing else moved. Eventually, I pulled the curtain closed again, more gently this time. The brief spike of panic receded, leaving behind that same buzzing under my skin. It was one thing to be scared of something real. It was another to start seeing things in fog and shadows. I turned the water off and stood for a second in the sudden silence, hearing droplets patter off my hair and shoulders onto the tub floor. The temperature dropped almost immediately, the warmth sucked out of the air as if the cabin resented its brief escape. Wrapped in a towel, I wiped a hand across the mirror. The streak my palm left behind cut a window through the condensation, revealing my own reflection. My face looked older than it had a week ago, somehow. Eyes bloodshot, skin pale, a faint bruise already blooming on my shoulder where I had collided with the hatch. There was dried blood at my hairline where a branch had caught me in the woods. At least that blood was mine. That thought was not as comforting as it should have been. I dressed quickly, the cool air of the bedroom prickling goosebumps up my arms. The cabin felt different now, not just because I had brought the memory of the basement back with me, but because the act of leaving it and returning had given me something to compare it to. This place was supposed to be safe, clean, neutral ground between me and whatever old story had played out down there in the dirt and concrete. It did not feel like that anymore. My phone sat on the nightstand where I had dropped it earlier. I snatched it up and checked the signal bars out of reflex. One bar flickered, then vanished. The little no service label appeared, mocking in its finality. I opened the dialer anyway and jabbed 911, just to see. The call failed immediately. A brief, hopeless attempt, then a call failed message. No emergency towers close enough, I guessed. Or whatever thin line of reception there had been when I checked near the main road did not penetrate this far into the trees. The cabin's Wi-Fi symbol was still there though, stubborn and reassuring in its own way. Full bars.
I switched over to the Airbnb app and opened my current trip. Mark's smiling profile picture stared back at me from the top of the listing page. Cozy creekside cabin, great for remote workers. Those same photos of the living room, the stone fireplace, the bedroom I was currently standing in. The words quiet, private in the description took on a different flavor now. My thumbs hovered over the message field for a second. How exactly did you phrase something like this? There was no polite preset template for, "Hey, I think I just found your murder basement." I started typing. "Hey Mark, I followed the trail and found an older cabin, maybe half a mile out. It looks abandoned, but there are bones in the basement. I think some of them might be human. Is that on your land?" I read it twice, fighting the instinct to soften it, to say, "I might be overreacting," or "I'm not totally sure." I deleted the word maybe in front of bones, then put it back, then took it out again. In the end, I left the sentence as blunt as I could manage, let him decide how seriously to take it. My finger hovered over the send button. Some part of me wondered if I was overstepping. This was his property, his woods. Maybe I was about to come across like a paranoid city kid who had stumbled onto a deer skeleton and freaked himself out. Another part of me, the part that could still smell that room whenever I inhaled too deeply, did not care. I hit send. The message slid upward in the chat window, a little gray timestamp appearing beneath it. Delivered popped up a second later. Somewhere, wherever he was, Mark's phone had just lit up with those words. I stared at the screen, watching the empty space below my message, waiting for the familiar 3 dots of someone typing to appear. The cabin creaked once above me, a single dry pop in the ceiling. The heater clicked off, plunging the room into a softer, colder quiet. Outside, the wind pressed against the walls in a long, low sigh. No response came. I sat there longer than I want to admit, staring at the empty chat window like I could will the 3 little dots to appear. The cabin clicked and breathed around me, the heater humming then stopping, the wood contracting with little pops, the wind scraping along the siding. It all sounded thinner now, like there was too much space between the noises. My phone lay in my hand, a small slab of light in the dim room. My message to Mark sat there, polite and blunt at the same time, time-stamped, delivered. No response. I set the phone on the coffee table and stood up, because sitting still felt like inviting something to crawl up behind me. I walked to the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to look outside. The trees behind the cabin were just a wall of black trunks and branches, the snow between them already drifting toward blue in the late afternoon light. No movement, no strange figures, no sign that a whole other cabin and basement full of bones lay somewhere out there, just a few minutes' walk away. It almost felt like I could have imagined it. Almost. A small chime made me flinch. The sound was absurdly cheerful in the quiet, just the default ding my phone made for incoming messages. I was at the table in 2 steps, fingers already reaching before I remembered I was supposed to be the adult in this situation. The Airbnb app showed a red 1 over the little speech bubble icon. Mark had replied. I tapped the thread open. There are no other cabins out there, just the woods. You probably found an old hunter's blind or a pile of trash. Be careful going off the trail, though. It can be dangerous. I read it once, fast, my eyes snagging on the first part. I read it again, slower. There are no other cabins out there. The words felt wrong in my head, like a note being played a half step off. I could see the place I had just come from when I closed my eyes. The sagging roof, the crooked door, the broken windows, the hatch in the floor, the couch with its guts spilling out, the dark smear by the doorway, the basement, hunter's blind, pile of trash. I felt something hot and cold rise in my chest at the same time, anger riding on top of a more basic animal unease. It was not just that he was wrong, it was the way he was wrong. No other cabins wasn't even him saying, "I don't know what you're talking about." It was him telling me straight up that what I had seen did not exist. I sat down slowly, my knees not quite trusting themselves.
The couch gave a little sigh under my weight. The phone screen glared up at me. Marx's profile picture hovered above his message. That same generic outdoorsy smile, beanie on his head. I thought about the beanie for a long second. My thumbs moved before I could talk myself out of it. This was a full cabin with a basement and a fireplace. I found a skull down there. I'm not kidding. You should tell the sheriff. I can show them. I stared at what I had written. The word skull looked unreal on the screen, like it belonged in some scripted horror story, not a chat thread sandwiched between check-in instructions and Wi-Fi passwords. I added one more sentence. This is not a joke. For a second, I considered adding something like, I'm pretty freaked out, or I'm not trying to cause trouble, but stopped. If he was the kind of person who needed me to cushion his feelings to take a human skull seriously, that was really his problem, not mine. I hit send. The message slid into place under his, both of them stacked neatly in blue and gray bubbles. The tiny "delivered" appeared. Then nothing. No bouncing dots, no "mark is typing" bar at the bottom. Just my own reflection, faintly superimposed on the glass of the screen. Pale face, tired eyes, beanie hair still flattened against my head. Minutes passed, stretched thin. The heater cycled off again, and the cabin's silence grew larger in the absence of the fan. Somewhere in the wall, a faint rustling started up. The kind of small noise you'd normally chalk up to mice or settling insulation. Tonight, it made my shoulders tense up by reflex. The house in the woods, the old one, had probably had things living in its walls too. Rats, squirrels, other things. I stood abruptly, needing something to do besides watch a blank chat. The image of the skull was still fresh in my head, but there was something else nagging at me too. Something from just before I'd gone down into the basement. A snapshot when I'd still been stupid enough to think, this is creepy. I should take a picture to show people later. I pulled up the Photos app. The pictures from the day were a small, grim little slideshow. One of the trail, the snow and pines looking almost peaceful. Another of the old cabin from the outside, taken from just beyond the brush line, zoomed a little so you could see the sagging roof and crooked door. At the time, I'd framed it like I was composing a good story for friends back home. Look at this creepy thing I found in the woods. My thumb slid to the next image. The inside of the cabin filled the screen. The composition was crappy. My phone tilted slightly, the horizon line off. The couch sat in the background, lumpy and dead-looking. The table leaned in front of it, coated in dust. The fireplace squatted on the left, black with soot. Light from the broken windows slanted in at an angle, turning the dust motes in the air into bright specks. For a second, nothing jumped out at me. It just looked like what it was, a ruined room, abandoned too long. Then my eyes sank lower, to the floor. Near the center of the image, cutting across the boards from left to right, was a dark streak I hadn't registered earlier. In person, it had blended into the general grime. In the flat clarity of the photo, it stood out more sharply. A long, almost straight line, thicker at one end and thinning out as it went, like a brushstroke. I tapped the screen to zoom in. The image jumped, the pixels rearranging themselves into a closer view. The line resolved into a smeared pattern, darker in the middle, the edges feathered. At the thick end, near the bottom of the frame, there were faint indentations in the smear. 4 parallel arcs gouged through the dried, darkened stuff into the wood beneath, as though something with fingers had scraped at the floor while being dragged along. The hairs on my arms rose, one by one, a slow wave. Time in the cabin shifted. I could see it, like a ghost overlay on the photo. Someone on their stomach, being pulled across those boards. Hands clawing backward, leaving those little crescents. The stain widening as they went. My thumb shook a little as I panned sideways. The hatch was there too, just at the edge of the frame, the lines of its outline visible if you knew where to look. The dust path I'd noticed, thin and disturbingly clean, connected it to the main door like an invisible rail. I swallowed hard and flipped to the next picture. This one was angled slightly more toward the front door. I must have turned to look back at it, maybe thinking about leaving, maybe thinking about how the light came through. The broken glass in one of the panes caught the afternoon brightness, turning it into a warped mirror. At first, all I saw in that reflection was the interior of the room. Couch, table, the vague blur of my own shape, an arm raised, phone in hand. Then my brain registered an extra shape in the far left of the glass. I zoomed in until the image began to grain out and break. Among the smears of reflected shadow and light, just beyond the torn curtain, there was a dark, vertical form that did not quite line up with anything inside the room. It stood in the doorway, half obscured by the frame, like someone had been standing just outside when I took the picture. The shape was human enough, a rough head and shoulders silhouette, shoulders a little hunched. No details for the face, just a darker blur where a head should be. But on top of that blur, there was a line that curved slightly around the skull in a way that looked an awful lot like a knit cap pulled down over the ears. Like a beanie. I told myself it was pareidolia, our pattern-hungry brains forcing familiar shapes out of random noise. The reflection was warped, the glass cracked. There was no reason to think that smudge was a person. Except the beanie. Except the way it matched the general shape of the one in Mark's profile photo. That generic outdoorsman uniform. A hot, prickling feeling started at the base of my neck and crawled up into my scalp. I lowered the phone without meaning to and stared toward the front door. The deadbolt was still engaged. The chain was latched. The curtains were closed. The locks felt thin and laughable suddenly, like stickers pasted over a crack in a dam. My phone buzzed in my hand again. For a second, my heart leapt. Then I saw the banner at the top of the screen. Not
Airbnb just some automated reminder from my email app, a sale at a store I had not been inside for months. I swiped it away with more force than necessary. The Airbnb chat thread still sat there, my last message hanging unanswered under Mark's bland denial. My thumb hovered over the call icon, but it was grayed out. No cellular network.
Wi-Fi calls weren't an option because
the world is designed so that things only work when you do not actually need them. If he was sitting somewhere with full bars and a cup of coffee, my messages would look very different on his end. Just words on a screen. No smell. No skull. No drag marks. Fine, if he wanted to pretend the cabin didn't exist, maybe someone else wouldn't. I backed out to the home screen and opened the browser. The signal icon told me the Wi-Fi was still connected, but the cabin's connection was throttled enough that every page felt like it was loading through syrup. The search bar blinked patiently. I typed his name, first and last the way it appeared on Airbnb, then the county name from the listing, then a couple of obvious keywords: cabin, Montana, property. The first few results were the usual spam: directory sites, scraper pages that had stolen his Airbnb listing text.
Then, about halfway down the first page, there was a link to a local newspaper I had never heard of. The date under it was 5 years old. The preview text mentioned a land dispute. I tapped it. For a moment, nothing happened. The browser's loading icon spun idly. I watched the Wi-Fi symbol in the corner like it was a heartbeat monitor. Finally, the page crawled into existence, one clump of text and ads at a time. The article was short, written in that vague, careful way small-town papers seem to prefer. It named a man with Mark's exact name as one of the parties in an ongoing dispute over property lines between neighboring parcels outside town. A neighbor claimed he had been trespassing onto her land to hunt, that she had found deer carcasses left to rot near the property line, that she had heard gunshots at odd hours of the night. There were quotes. "She says she heard screaming," the deputy was paraphrased as saying. "We found no evidence of any assault or foul play. Likely coyotes or other animals." Farther down, there was a mention of illegal baiting and unpermitted structures on state land, but the tone shifted into closure quickly. Charges dropped, insufficient evidence, everyone encouraged to work it out privately. The photos attached to the article were low res. One of them showed a man from a distance, head turned away from the camera, walking near a tree line. He wore a jacket and jeans and a dark beanie. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. I clicked back, hungry for more context and finding very little. Most of the other links that looked promising were already dead. A page not found on what looked like an old real estate listing. A cached message board thread that ended abruptly with a moderator note. Content removed at OP's request. A broken link from what used to be a local outdoors forum. I refined my search, adding missing, disappearance, cabin rental, then the nearby town's name, then review. One result from Reddit surfaced, half buried under travel blogs. The title read, "Anyone else stayed at that cabin near redacted town, run by a guy named M?" The URL suggested it had been posted 3 years earlier. When I tapped it, the page loaded up to a point and then filled with a gray box. "This post has been removed by the moderators." I scrolled. Someone had replied before the removal, and those fragments remained. "Stayed there once.
Guy was weird, kept showing up at the property to check the generator at like midnight. Heard stuff in the walls all night, thought it was animals, but it sounded bigger. Wouldn't go back. Another. We found bones under the porch. He said they were deer. Maybe they were, but they didn't all look like deer. Under that, a thread of speculation, then the same moderator note repeated, and an empty space where more had once been. The cabin creaked again, this time from directly behind the wall near the couch.
A dry, hollow sound, like something moving between studs. I froze, phone still in my hand, article half scrolled. It came again, a faint scrabbling, then a pause, then a soft, almost rhythmic rustling, as though something were pushing its way along a narrow tunnel. The kind of noise you could easily chalk up to mice if you had not just spent the afternoon holding a skull in your hands. Just animals, I said, out loud, because giving it a name felt like a way to keep it small. Old cabin, old walls, mice, squirrels. The sound went quiet, as if it had heard me and decided to wait. On the screen, Mark's smiling face hovered over the listing description, words I had read 3 times already. Quiet, private, perfect to reset. The chat icon at the top of the app still showed only my own messages as the latest. No dots, no last seen, no follow-up saying he was calling the sheriff, or giving me the number for the local police, or even just asking me for more details. I imagined his phone sitting on a table somewhere, my messages lighting up the screen, ignored. Or worse, read slowly and carefully, each word weighed against whatever he knew and I only suspected. Out beyond the walls, the trees leaned close to the cabin, their branches shaking in the wind. The sky outside the window had gone from gray to a deeper, thicker blue, the kind that meant the sun was gone, even if there was still a little light left. The path to the old cabin would be getting darker by the minute. There are no other cabins out there. The phrase rang in my head again, heavy now, not just a lie, but a choice. A line someone had decided to stick to, even when the facts were bleeding through the floorboards. I set my phone down gently on the coffee table and listened to the walls breathe, waiting to see who would break the silence first. Whatever was inside them, or the man on the other end of that Wi-Fi connection who had just told me in so many words that the thing I had seen with my own eyes did not exist. Night settled fast out there. One minute, the trees outside the windows were just dark shapes against a gray sky. The next, they were gone, swallowed completely, leaving only my own reflection in the glass and the lamp glow behind me. The cabin, which had felt big when I first arrived, seemed to shrink with the dark, pulling its edges in around me. I tried to do the normal thing. I made a lazy dinner, some canned soup I found in the cupboard, slices of bread toasted in the pan. The motions were grounding. Open, pour, stir, wait. Steam rose from the pot, smelling bland and salty. It did not quite cover the phantom scent of the basement still lodged in my nose, but it helped. After I ate, I turned on the TV again, grasping at the most mundane distraction I could find. Some crime drama rerun came on, actors delivering lines about evidence and motives in that slick, detached way television has. The blue light from the screen washed the room pale, flattening the shadows. For the first 10 minutes or so, it almost worked. The familiar structure, cold open,
title card, detectives at a crime scene, gave my brain something to latch onto that did not involve concrete floors and skulls. I half watched, half scrolled through my phone, refreshing the Airbnb chat and seeing the same blank nothing from Mark. Then I realized I was hearing a sound that did not belong to the show. At first I thought it was just the cheap speakers. The audio faded in and out every few seconds, voices dipping then swelling back, like bad reception on an old radio. Underneath the dialogue, though, there was a faint layer of static that did not match anything on screen.
Every now and then, that static would stutter, and I'd hear a tiny metallic tap. Not loud, more like the sound of a small piece of metal touching another surface, pinging lightly. I muted the TV. The actors' mouths kept moving in silence. The room, for a second, was just the soft hum of the heater and the faint rattle of the wind against the windows. Tap. It was subtle, almost swallowed by the quiet. A quick, light contact, like the tip of something metal brushed once against the back of the TV or the wall behind it. A beat later, the static rose again in the speakers, even though I had cut the sound. It was just a soft hiss, there and gone, like breath on a microphone. My skin tightened along my arms. I grabbed the remote, turned the TV fully off, and watched as the screen faded to black. For a few moments, it reflected the room back at me. The couch, the table, my own outline standing there, slightly hunched. Nothing moved in the glass but me. I told myself it was just electrical interference. Old wiring, cheap electronics, wind, whatever. The kind of random noise some people live with all the time without thinking twice. Under any other circumstances, I might have ignored it, but I kept thinking about the rustle in the walls from earlier, the scrabbling that had stopped when I spoke. I could not shake the idea that the cabin was full of small, hidden channels, spaces between walls, under floors, above ceilings, where things could move without being seen, only heard in little flashes if you listened closely enough. The thought of sitting back down and pretending everything was normal felt impossible. Instead, I found myself doing what people always do in these stories, the thing you scream at them not to do when you are safe in your own home, watching from a distance. I started checking the doors. The front door was still locked, deadbolt turned all the way, chain latched. I put my hand on the doorknob anyway, just to feel the solidity of it, the way it resisted when I tried to turn it. The wood around the frame looked solid enough. No fresh splinters, no signs of forced entry. The doormat was slightly crooked from where I had nearly tripped coming in earlier. The back door, off the small kitchen, had a simpler lock, a knob with a built-in deadbolt and an extra slide latch screwed into the frame. Both were engaged. When I pressed my palm against the glass pane in the upper half of the door, it was cold. My reflection looked thin and distorted, cut into squares by the muntins. Beyond that, just darkness and the vague outline of the porch railing. I moved to the windows next. The living room had two facing the front, one on each side of the fireplace. Both were closed, latches flipped down. I pushed lightly on the frames, felt them hold. My breath fogged the glass and cleared, revealing only my own tired face and a slice of snow-blanketed yard beyond, faintly blue under the porch light. In the bedroom, the window over the bed was shut as well, the lock engaged.
The curtain stirred slightly as I passed, disturbed by the air from the heater vent. The glass there reflected only the dark and the faint, ghostly outline of my head and shoulders. It was in the short hallway between the bedroom and the living room that I noticed the scratches. The cabin had 3 interior doors I had paid attention to since arriving: the bedroom, the bathroom, and the little closet by the front door, where extra blankets and cleaning supplies lived. At the very end of the hallway, though, past the bathroom, there was a 4th door. Lower, slightly narrower, painted the same dull off-white as the walls. I had walked past it half a dozen times, scanning it and then mentally categorizing it as closet without another thought.
Tonight, it caught my eye because of what was on it. Where a regular doorknob should have been, there was only a circular scar in the wood, slightly darker, with 4 small, empty screw holes. In its place, someone had installed a metal hasp, the kind you use on sheds or storage units. The hasp loop was engaged, and through it, locking it in place, hung a heavy padlock. The padlock was on my side of the door. I stood there, the hallway feeling narrower by the second, and stared at it. It did not make sense in a way that set my teeth on edge. You lock things from the outside when you want to keep someone out. You lock them from the inside when you want to feel safe from what is outside. You only install a lock like this, facing into the hallway, when you want to make sure whatever is on the other side does not come out. Up close, I could see that the paint around the hasp was newer than the rest of the door, whiter, cleaner, its edges feathered out over older, slightly yellowed layers, as if someone had patched damage, sanded it down, and repainted just that area, not bothering with the rest. I reached out and touched the padlock. It was cold and heavy under my fingers, the metal dulled by years of use. My fingertip came away with a faint gray smudge. I pressed my ear against the wood. At first, there was nothing, just the muffled thrum of the heater somewhere else in the cabin, the far-off rush of the wind outside. The door smelled faintly of old paint and something more subtle underneath, something that tickled at memory without fully forming a shape. I almost pulled back, ready to laugh at myself, when I heard it. Drip. It was soft, so soft I might have missed it if I had been doing anything else. A single, small sound, like a drop of liquid hitting a hard surface. Then silence. I held my breath, pressing my ear more firmly to the door. The wood was cool against my cheek. Drip. Same sound, same distance, not a fast rhythm. 5, maybe 6 seconds apart, each drop distinct. The noise was slightly resonant with a faint echo under it, as if whatever it was falling into was in a small enclosed space. Not a carpet, not a couch, something hard, concrete or metal or packed earth. An image, unbidden, rose in my mind. The stain on the basement floor in the old cabin, solid now but once wet, the way the concrete had cracked as it dried. The idea of liquid pooling, spreading, leaving traces over time. I inhaled without meaning to, a quick, shallow breath. That was when the smell hit me. It was not strong,
not like it had been when I opened the hatch earlier. This was a ghost of that smell, a faint, diluted version seeping through wood and paint. But once I recognized it, I could not unsmell it. Damp, like concrete that had never fully dried, metal in that subtle electric way that clings to the back of your tongue when you hold a coin in your mouth.
And underneath it, barely there but unmistakable, that sickly sweet note. The sweetness that does not belong in anything you should be breathing. The sweetness of meat that has gone past rotten. For a second, I thought I was imagining it, projecting it from memory. Then the heater kicked off somewhere in the cabin, and the air went still. Without the hum, without the white noise, the smell sharpened. It came through in a thin ribbon, focused, like it had been waiting for a break in the other sense. Drip. I flinched back from the door so fast I nearly tripped over my own feet. The hallway felt too tight now, closing in on me. The padlock hung there, mute and heavy, the hasp holding the door shut as effectively as a hand over a mouth. The rationalizing part of my brain grabbed at whatever it could, hard enough to hurt. Old plumbing, it said. Leaky pipes. It's an access closet for the water heater, for storage, for something mechanical. Things leak. Things smell. The scent got trapped in there, that's all. Except the basement had not had any plumbing I could see. Just concrete and stains and bones. And the smell coming through the door was not rust and mildew. It was almost identical to the air that had rushed up at me when I opened that hatch, dialed down only by distance and layers of material. I wrapped my hand around the lock and tugged, more to feel its resistance than because I actually thought it would open. The hasp rattled a little, metal clicking softly against metal. The lock did not budge. I pulled harder, then caught myself. If someone had rigged this door like this, they would notice if it broke. They would know someone had tried to get inside. I did not particularly want to be the person who gave that away. My hand dropped. I stepped back, the floorboards under my boots creaking quietly. As I stood there, a new sound joined the dripping. It was even softer, barely there, a whisper under everything else. A kind of slow, dragging shuffle, like something heavy being shifted slightly across a rough surface. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, then stopped. I held perfectly still, every muscle coiled. Nothing. No follow-up. No repetition. The hallway light seemed too bright suddenly, throwing hard shadows under the door frame, highlighting every chip and scratch in the paint. At the lower edge of the frame, by the floor, I noticed a thin crescent of discoloration, pale gray, like something had seeped out at some point and then dried, leaving a mark that someone had half-heartedly scrubbed but never fully erased. I backed away until my shoulders brushed the opposite wall, then turned and walked fast toward the living room. Not quite running, not quite calm. The air felt thicker with every step, as if the cabin had been hollow a few hours ago and had now filled up with something else. In the main room, nothing had changed. The TV was dark. The lamp by the couch spilled a small circle of yellow light over the coffee table. My half-empty mug from earlier still sat there, a thin skin forming on the cold surface of the coffee. But the space felt fundamentally different. Before, this cabin had been a shelter,
a bubble of light and warmth I had projected safety onto simply because it was not my apartment, not my job, not my life back home. Now, it felt exactly like what it was. A wooden shell in the middle of nowhere, walls not nearly thick enough to keep anything truly determined out or in. The old cabin in the woods, with its basement and its bones, no longer felt like some separate, isolated horror I had stumbled into and then escaped. Standing there, hearing the faint echo of drip, drip in the back of my mind, smelling that familiar sweetness curled up in the corners of my nose, I realized something I had been trying hard not to. Whatever had been done there was not over there anymore. It was here too. Same smell,
Same woods, same man who swore there were no other cabins out there, who put locks on doors from the outside and told me what I had seen did not exist. I sank down onto the couch, slowly, my legs deciding for me. The springs groaned. The lamp flickered once so quickly I might have missed it if I had blinked. The cabin's noises folded around me. The distant wind, the occasional creak, the soft ghost of a drip I could not hear anymore, but could still feel. The place I had booked to get away from everything suddenly felt less like a retreat and more like the upstairs of a house with something very bad in the basement, hidden just well enough that you could pretend it was not there, as long as you never pressed your ear against the wrong door. By the second night, the cabin no longer felt like a novelty. It felt like a place I was stuck in. I had told myself a dozen times during the day that I could just pack my bag, get in the SUV, and drive back toward town. Find a cheap motel with paper-thin walls and terrible coffee. Every time I pictured doing it, though, something in me hesitated. Part of it was pride. Leaving early because of what? A creepy old shack and a smell behind a locked door? Try explaining that to yourself without feeling like a coward. Part of it was a different kind of fear. A sense that being out on the road that late, alone, in the dark, might not be any better. At least here I knew where the doors were. At least here the heater worked. At least here I had 4 walls. So I stayed. The temperature dropped hard after sunset. I could feel it in the way the cabin's seams complained. More little pops in the walls, more creaks from the roof. Snow had started sometime late afternoon. Just a fine, steady drift at first, barely visible against the gray sky. By the time darkness came down for real, the world outside the windows was a white and black blur. Falling flakes caught in the porch light, trees behind them reduced to vague, vertical shadows. I built the fire up higher than the night before, feeding the fireplace more wood until the stones around it radiated heat. The flames threw shifting orange light across the room, shadows breathing with every flicker. I sat on the couch with a beer sweating in my hand, the bottle cold enough to leave a ring on the table, and tried to pretend this was what I'd come here for. A break, a reset, not whatever this had become. The Wi-Fi had decided to be temperamental again, pages loading halfway and then freezing. Streaming anything was a lost cause. I shut the laptop and flipped the TV over to the antenna instead, cycling through fuzzy channels until I landed on the local news. It felt almost comforting at first. The set looked like every local news set in the country. Blue background, city skyline graphic, an anchor with perfect hair and a slightly strained smile. The stories rolled by, in that strangely calm cadence they all share.
A segment about an upcoming school board meeting, a piece about icy road conditions, footage of a plow truck sliding a little on some county road. I drank and watched, letting the normality of it rinse some of the day off me. Toward the end of the broadcast, the tone shifted. The anchor shuffled her papers, her expression settling into concerned. "Authorities are still searching," she said, "for a hiker who went missing last month in the county name area." A photo popped up over her shoulder. A woman, maybe late 20s or early 30s, standing on a rocky overlook somewhere with trees behind her. She wore a bright orange jacket, a beanie pulled down over her ears, a day pack slung over one shoulder. She was smiling that same documented happiness smile most people use for photos. But there was something open about it that made it easy to imagine her talking, laughing, existing beyond that single frame. Her name was printed under the picture. I read it and felt something twist, deep and low, like a muscle cramping. The reporter's voice rolled on, talking about the last time anyone had seen her car at a trailhead, about treacherous winter conditions, about search parties and cadaver dogs, and nothing conclusive. A sheriff's deputy appeared on screen for a 10-second soundbite, bundled in a heavy coat, breath visible in the air. "We don't have any evidence of foul play at this time," he said, which was not the same as saying there was no foul play. The photo of the woman stayed up a beat too long before the segment ended, like the station hadn't quite hit their timing. Her face hung there, smiling into my cabin, then flicked away to a commercial for a local hardware store. I found myself glancing at the window without meaning to. Snow still fell, thick and quiet. The world beyond the glass blurred into motion. The trees were just darker streaks behind it all, their outlines softened. I finished my beer and set the empty bottle on the table next to the remote. The cabin, between the fire and the heater, was almost too warm now. My skin felt too tight, heat trapped under it with nowhere to go. The newscast moved on to sports, local high school teams, a shot of kids in uniforms running in circles. I realized I couldn't focus on any of it. The woman in the orange jacket kept surfacing in my mind's eye, but now she was not on a sunny overlook. She was on a trail like the one behind this cabin, snow around her boots, trees pressing close. I thought about the bones in the old basement. I muted the TV, mostly out of habit, and listened. The cabin had a sound signature by then, something I had subconsciously mapped. The soft roar of the fire, the occasional crackle and shift as logs settled, the low hum of the heater fan when it kicked on, the hollow clunk as it shut off. The wind outside, moaning gently around the eaves, pushing against the walls with irregular pressure. The occasional tick or creak as wood adjusted to temperature and strain. Except now, something was missing. It took me a few seconds to pin it down. At first, I thought the heater had just cycled off, but I could still hear the faint whir from the vent under the window. The fire still crackled and spat. The cabin itself still emitted those small, organic noises of a structure breathing and moving. What was gone was the forest. No wind in the trees, no soft hiss of branches shedding snow, no distant crack of some limb finally giving under weight and winter, no rustle in the undergrowth, no night sounds at all, just a broad, heavy absence,
like someone had thrown a blanket over the entire world outside the walls. I stood up without thinking about it and walked to the nearest window. The glass was cool when I put my hand on it. The porch light cast its cone of pale yellow onto the snow just beyond, illuminating flakes drifting slowly down. The trees at the edge of the yard were nothing but black bars. I cracked the window latch and lifted it an inch. Silence poured in. I don't mean city quiet, the kind you get at 2 a.m. when traffic drops and you can hear your neighbor's TV 2 apartments over. I mean a depth of quiet that felt wrong. Even out here, in the middle of woods and snow and space, there should be something. The faint rush of air in the branches, the distant call of some night bird, the subtle background hiss that comes from the world existing. There was nothing. The only thing I could hear was the blood moving in my own head, the thud of my heart, the soft rasp of my breath. The hairs rose along my forearms. I realized I'd been holding the window open longer than made sense and slid it back down, the latch clicking a little too loudly. I turned the TV off fully, not just muted. The room dimmed, leaving only the fireplace and a single lamp. Without the babble of canned voices and background music, the silence pressed in on my eardrums harder. The fire's crackles sounded sharp now, each pop like a knuckle bending. I moved through the cabin on autopilot, checked the front door again, deadbolt engaged, chain on, back door locked. I passed the end of the hallway, not letting my eyes linger on the padlocked door there, even though I could swear I caught the faintest hint of that sweetness again creeping under the paint. It could have been my imagination. I did not stop to test it. Back in the living room, I sat down, then stood up again immediately. My body did not want to be still. I found myself pacing back and forth between the couch and the kitchen counter, the boards under the rug squeaking in a pattern. Outside, the porch light hummed faintly, the only artificial sound puncturing the dark. The snow in its beam drifted down steadily, each flake briefly visible before vanishing into the black. I was halfway through another aimless circuit of the room when the first sound came. It was small at first, a subtle compression, a sort of soft, distant crunch that barely registered over the fire. I might have ignored it if it hadn't repeated, a second and a half later, in almost exactly the same rhythm and volume. Crunch, pause. Crunch, pause. My mind immediately went to animals. Deer, maybe, moving through the snow behind the cabin. Or elk, some big ungulate pushing its way through the drifts, hooves punching down, snow compacting with each step. I stood still, head tilted, trying to gauge direction. The sound was muted, filtered through walls and insulation. It seemed to be coming from behind the cabin, the side that faced the tree line and the start of the trail. Not the driveway, not the road. Crunch. The problem was the spacing. Deer don't walk like that, not usually. Their steps are lighter, quicker, their gait more irregular. I'd heard them before, in the distance, a series of softer impacts and scrapes. This was different, deliberate, slow and heavy, with a distinct shift of weight between each. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Footsteps. My heart rate jumped, that ugly, stuttering acceleration. The cabin felt suddenly smaller again, the space between me and the walls shrinking. The fire snapped loudly behind me, making me flinch. I moved to the back window,
the one over the kitchen sink, and killed the light above the counter with a quick flick. The sudden dark made the outside view clearer, my own reflection fading enough that I could see more than just my own pale face.
For a second, there was nothing but the still yard, the drop-off into the trees, snow pouring down through the porch light's glow. Then I heard it again. Crunch. Closer this time. The sound of compressed snow right at the edge of the yard, where the packed back step met the softer drift. The tone shifted slightly, deeper, like the weight had changed from uneven ground to something flatter. I could not see whoever it was. The angle of the window and the light from the porch meant there was a blind spot just under the glass, a strip of darkness right below the frame where the wall and ground met. Whatever was moving out there had to be somewhere in that space, just beyond the edge of my vision. Another step. Crunch. It was not a run, not a stumble, not the erratic wandering of something lost. The steps were measured, unhurried. Whoever it was knew where they were going. The rhythm had that awful human cadence to it, the one your body recognizes before your brain does. Shift, plant, shift, plant. The silence of the woods made each footfall seem absurdly loud. I realized, with a kind of cold, clinical detachment, that my hand had found the countertop edge and was gripping it so hard my knuckles hurt. My breath had gone shallow again. I forced myself to inhale slowly, trying not to fog the glass. The porch light buzzed faintly. The snow fell. The yard stayed empty. But there was no doubt anymore. Someone was behind my cabin, walking in from the direction of the trees, the direction of the trail, the direction of the old cabin that wasn't there. The forest hadn't gone quiet by accident. It had gone quiet to listen. I do not know how long I stood at that back window, staring into the dark yard, listening to the snow swallow the world. Long enough for my breath to start fogging the glass again. Long enough for my brain to start trying to rewrite what I was hearing into something smaller. It could be a moose, I told myself, or an elk. Heavy animals, heavy steps. They move slow. Then the footsteps changed direction. The sound shifted away from the trees and started moving along the side of the cabin, toward the front. Not crashing through undergrowth now, but closer. Footfalls hitting the packed snow that wrapped narrowly around the building. There was an unmistakable hollow note to it now. Each step had two parts. The initial crunch of snow under weight and, a fraction of a second later, a softer thud as that same weight transferred through the boards of the porch or the deck or the frost-hardened ground pressed against the foundation, like knocking on the underside of a wooden table. Animals do not sound like that. They do not walk flush along a wall, hugging it, tracing its edges. I stepped away from the kitchen window, moving back into the living room on legs that felt slightly detached from me. The fire had burned down a little, flames shorter now, embers glowing deep red under a skin of blackened wood. The light it cast jumped on the walls, stretching shadows, making corners seem higher and deeper than they were. I stopped in the middle of the room, halfway between the fireplace and the front door. The footsteps kept going. At the rear of the cabin, they had been almost directly beneath the bedroom. Now I could hear them translating along the right-hand side, the side with the hallway, the locked door. Each step sent a tiny vibration through the floor, a barely perceptible tremor under my feet. Crunch, thud, pause. Crunch, thud. Whoever it was not in a hurry. They were taking their time, placing each foot carefully, as if feeling out the perimeter. I turned my head as the sound moved along outside, following an invisible figure as it passed the bathroom wall, then the little closet, then the spot where, if I squinted at the floor, I could almost imagine the hallway's padlocked door extending out into the night like a tumor. The cabin's thin anatomy felt horribly clear in my mind then. Every stud, every stretch of siding, every window a weak point. I suddenly understood why people in old stories talk about houses knowing things, about pressure building in walls. This place did not know anything. It was just plywood and nails. But something else did, something outside, mapping it the way hands map a throat. The footsteps reached the front corner of the cabin, just beyond the edge of my vision. A board out there creaked, a sharp, high sound that made me think of the old cabin's porch. Snow shifted against the foundation in a soft slide. I took 2 steps toward the front door and stopped. From where I stood, I could see the door and the out-of-place glow of the porch light leaking around its edges. The deadbolt gleamed dully in the firelight, the chain hanging slack for now, ready. Between me and the door was a strip of bare floor with a cheap rug laid across it, the fibers flattened where feet had crossed back and forth the previous day. The next footstep landed on the front porch. The sound changed again. Gone was the muted give of snow. Instead, I heard boards answering. First a small, tentative creak, then a fuller, lower one as more weight settled. Whoever it was had stepped up onto the porch. They were no longer in the yard or along the side of the house. They were standing directly in front of my door, on the other side of 2 inches of wood and a thin metal latch. I felt the shift in the air, as stupid as that sounds. The space between me and the door seemed to shrink down to something I could almost touch, a compressed corridor of potential. I took another small step forward until I was close enough that I could have reached out and touched the door frame if I'd wanted to. I did not. I kept my hands at my sides, fingers curling and uncurling. Everything went very still. No more footsteps, no knock, no voice saying hello or, "Hey man, sorry, wrong place." Just the faintest vibration in the floor under my socks, as if there were weight directly centered on the doormat, and the soft electric buzz of the porch light overhead. I realized I was holding my breath again. I let it out slowly through my nose, trying not to let it turn into a noise. Seconds stretched. In silence, time becomes a physical thing. My heartbeat sounded too loud, thudding against my ribs like it wanted to give us away. Each beat seemed to echo inside my skull. Knocking would have been better, somehow. Knocking would have given it shape, a script. I could have yelled, "Who is it?" through the wood, pretended I had choices. This standing presence, this unspoken pressure against the other side of the door, felt worse. Whoever it was not asking to be let in. They were just there. I needed something between me and that silence, something to push into the gulf. I backed up 1 step, not retreat, just enough to reach the coffee table without taking my eyes off the door. My hand fumbled for my phone, almost knocking the empty beer bottle over.
I grabbed the phone, the glass cool and solid, the small weight of it suddenly more important than it had ever been. In that moment, my instincts divided neatly, stupidly. One half said, "Call 911. That is what you are supposed to do. You tell the nice dispatcher that you are alone in a cabin in the woods and someone is on your porch." And they dispatch a car, and the presence on the other side of the door becomes someone with a badge asking questions instead of you. The other half, the one that had been trying to keep everything tidy, said, "Call Mark.
Get an explanation. Get confirmation. Maybe it is him. Maybe he came out here because of your messages. That would be strange, yes, but not malicious. Maybe if you hear his voice outside the door, if you can match 'there are no other cabins out there' to a physical body, everything will click into a more ordinary horror." Panic yanked the wheel in the second direction. The Airbnb thread was still open, his last denial staring at me. My thumbs flew over the keyboard, the words coming out in a weird, jagged rush. "Is that you outside the cabin? Someone is walking around the house. This is freaking me out. Are you here?" I read it once. It looked pathetic and raw and too honest, but I didn't edit it. There was no time for careful phrasing. My hands were shaking. It made little white sparks of reflected light dance across the screen. The presence on the porch did not move. I could hear the faintest crackle of settling wood, but nothing like a retreat or an approach. Just wait, just waiting. For half a second, as my thumb hovered over the send arrow, I thought, this is ridiculous. The Wi-Fi could be down. The message might not go through. He might not be logged in. I might be texting a void. I hit send anyway. The little paper airplane icon brightened. The message jumped up into the thread, nestled under my last one. For a fraction of a second, I saw the familiar, tiny word under it. Sending. Then, in the same instant that it flicked over to delivered, a sound rang through the door. Ding! It was small and bright and horribly, stupidly familiar. The exact same soft chime my own phone makes when a text message comes in. Not muffled, not distant, not warped by walls. It came from directly on the other side of the door, clear as a bell, just a few feet from my face. Every hair on my body snapped to attention. The sound hit some primal center in my brain, the same one that lights up when your name is called in a crowd. I knew that tone. I heard it all day, every day, for years. It was the notification sound of civilization, of friends, of spam, of minor inconveniences. Here, in this context, it became something else entirely. My message had left my phone, traveled through a modem in the corner, hit some server farm in God knows what state, bounced around the internet's veins, and come back into the world as a noise 2 feet away from me, on someone else's device, in someone else's hand, on my porch. The room tilted. For a moment, I had the disorienting sensation of being outside my own body, watching myself standing there stupidly, in sweatpants and a hoodie, facing the door like a target. The fire at my back hissed and popped, oblivious. On the screen in my hand, the 3 dots appeared under my last message in the Airbnb chat. Mark is typing. I stared at that tiny, animated ellipsis while my mind tried and failed to resolve the 2 images. A man standing on my porch with a phone that had just chimed, and a man somewhere else,
somewhere safe and far away, writing a response that traveled through the same intangible system. Another soft sound came from outside, not the chime itself, but the faint friction of something being picked up or put away. A fabric scrape, a small plastic clack. If I had not been holding my breath, I might have missed it. I did not realize tears had started in the corners of my eyes until one ran down and made a cold track along the side of my nose. There was something uniquely horrifying about the fact that this person, this presence, had gotten my message at the exact same moment I did. That the digital line I thought I was throwing out toward help or clarification had, instead, drawn a perfect circle between us. I pictured him standing there, phone in his hand, my words glowing on his screen.
Maybe he was wearing that beanie. Maybe he was smiling that same nothing smile from his profile picture. Maybe he was looking at my cabin door the way I had looked at the hatch. He knew I knew he was there, and he knew I was still inside. The dots on my screen blinked faster, then stopped, then started again, as if whoever was on the other end had written something and erased it, then written something else. Outside, above the gentle roar of my own pulse, the porch boards creaked just slightly, redistributing weight. For the first time, I seriously, fully understood that whatever was happening here was not just me in some abandoned structure out in the woods. It was looped now, through apps, through Wi-Fi, through this stupid glass rectangle in my hand. Through the fact that we had each other's names, locations, and habits saved in a system designed to make strangers feel safe enough to sleep on each other's property. It made the cabin feel even smaller. The walls were not just physical boundaries anymore. They were screens, thin membranes between me and a person who could not only walk around my house in the dark, but also read my fear in real time. The 3 dots vanished. A new message bubble began to form. The 3 dots blinked, little gray pulses under my last message. For a second, I let myself believe they meant what they usually mean. Someone miles away, safe and warm, tapping on a screen, about to send me words that would reframe everything. Then the dots vanished. Nothing replaced them. No new bubble, no "sorry, that's not me," or "yeah, I'm outside, it's okay." Just blank space. Something in me settled with a horrible, cold clarity. It wasn't that Mark hadn't read my message. The chime outside the door had taken care of that doubt. It was that he had read it, and then chosen not to answer, not to knock, not to call, just to stand there on my porch with my fear glowing on his screen and do nothing. The doorknob moved. It was a tiny motion, just a short, sharp rattle, a fraction of a turn, not a full twist, not an attempt to open it, more like a test, a flick to see if there was resistance. The metal ticked softly against the strike plate. My body reacted before my brain did. I stepped backwards so fast the edge of the coffee table clipped the back of my calf. The empty beer bottle wobbled, tipped, and rolled, making a hollow clink as it knocked against the remote. I caught myself on the arm of the sofa, my breath coming out in a ragged exhale I hoped wasn't loud enough to carry through the door. The knob rattled once more, just a hair harder, then went still. The deadbolt held. He knows it's locked, I thought. He knows I'm awake. He knows I know he's there.
and he's not saying a word. Every inch of the cabin felt exposed. Windows suddenly seemed like open mouths, the walls like paper.
I could feel him in my mind's map of the house, standing with one foot on the welcome mat, phone in his hand, head tilted toward the door. That same beanie pulled down, the same nothing-friendly smile under it. Or maybe something else now. My hand tightened around my phone until my fingers hurt. The screen had dimmed. I woke it with a twitch of my thumb. The Airbnb chat still sat open, my last line hanging there stupidly. "Is that you outside the cabin?" I backed away from the door, keeping my eyes on it, moving sideways until I could drop down behind the far end of the couch. From there, I could still see the upper third of the frame and the deadbolt, but my body was out of direct line if he decided to start shooting through the wood or something equally insane. The thought flashed past and stuck. I'd watched too many videos, read too many threads about home invasions gone wrong to dismiss it. My thumb found the home button, then the phone app. My brain, belatedly, remembered the correct priority. 911 first, host later. The call screen came up. I hit the 3 numbers, pressed call, and braced for the no service refusal I'd gotten earlier. It rang. The sound was so startlingly normal, it almost made me cry. 1 ring. 2. On the 3rd, a woman's voice answered, calm and practiced. 911, what is the address of your emergency? I forced my voice out in a whisper, keeping it low enough that I hoped it wouldn't carry past the couch. I'm at a rental cabin outside of... I gave the town name, stumbling a little over it. Off-route number. It's an Airbnb. The address is... I had to pull the app up one-handed, my fingers clumsy, feeling every second stretch. I read the listed address off the screen, numbers and rural route and all. And what's happening there? The dispatcher asked. There's someone outside my cabin, I said. The words felt thin compared to what I was actually experiencing. They walked around the house, and they're standing on my front porch. I think it's the owner, the host. His name is Mark. I rattled off his first and last. But he's not answering when I ask if it's him. He's just there. And I swallowed, realizing that if I started in the middle, it would sound like incoherent panic. I forced myself back to the earlier pieces, compressing them as best I could. I went on a trail behind the cabin today and found another cabin out there, I whispered. An old one, like full cabin, fireplace, basement, everything. In the basement, there were bones. Human bones. A skull, a jaw, spine, like a lot. It smelled like something died down there. I texted him about it through Airbnb, and he told me there are no other cabins out there. Like, he straight up said that. Then tonight, someone started walking around this cabin, and when I texted to ask if it was him, I heard a text chime right outside my front door. Like, right there. I could hear myself speeding up, words climbing higher in pitch. I tried to tamp it down. He's just standing there. I don't know what he wants. There's a locked room in here that smells like the basement did, like something's leaking or something's wrong. I don't feel safe. The dispatcher let me talk without interrupting, which somehow made it easier. When I stopped, sucking in a shaky breath, she came in again, steady as bedrock. Okay,
she said, drawing the word out just a little, in that trained way that's meant to put people back in their bodies. You're doing good, okay? Are you somewhere you can close and lock a door between you and the porch? I'm in the living room, I whispered. The front door's locked, deadbolt. There's a back door in the kitchen, but it's locked too. I can go to the bedroom and lock that, but then I can't see the doors. You don't need to see the doors, she said. You need to be somewhere secure.
Is there a room you can go into and lock? Bedroom? Bathroom? Away from the exterior doors and windows? My eyes flicked toward the hallway. The bedroom door was at the far end, past the bathroom, on the same side as the padlocked room with the dripping sound. The idea of going deeper into the house, closer to that door, made something in me rebel. As if it had heard my thoughts, the doorknob at the front twitched again. Just once. Testing. My throat went dry. Our sheriff's office is sending deputies to your location right now, the dispatcher continued. They're coming from town, so it may take a little bit. You said you believe the person outside is the owner? I don't know for sure, I said. It has to be. He's the only one who knew I was out here. The only one with the address. And the chime. It was the same time I texted him. His message tone, or whatever. Okay, we have that information, she said. I could hear her typing. His name is Mark, correct? I confirmed. All right. Do not open the door for anyone unless you see a marked sheriff's vehicle and uniform outside. If this person knocks or identifies themselves as law enforcement, you still do not open it until you visually verify officers are on scene. Do you understand? Yes, I breathed. My mouth felt like it was full of cotton. He hasn't knocked, he's just standing. You're doing the right thing by staying inside and keeping the doors locked, she said. Can you move to a room further inside and lock yourself in there? I swallowed again, weighing two different bad choices. Go toward the hallway with the padlocked door and the slow, relentless dripping, or stay within arm's reach of the man on the porch. I can go to the bedroom, I said finally. It has a lock. Okay, I want you to move there now, nice and slow, she said. Bring your phone and something you can use to barricade the door if you can. Keep me on the line. I'll stay with you until deputies arrive. Her voice made a thin thread back to normalcy. I latched onto it. Keeping the phone pressed to my ear, I started to rise from behind the couch. Every movement felt too loud. The springs creaked as I took my weight off them. The floorboard near the end of the rug, one I had noticed on the first day for its little squeak, announced my step with a soft groan. The porch was silent. No knock, no shuffle, no, hey, it's me. Just the pressure of presence I could not hear, but could feel. I edged along the back of the couch, keeping low, then moved into the hallway as quickly and quietly as I could. The transition from the fire-lit living room to the narrower hall made my skin crawl. The air felt cooler here, the light harsher from the single overhead bulb. As I passed the locked storage door, the smell hit me again, stronger this time. The heater was off at that moment, giving the incoming air nowhere to hide. A thin metallic sweetness hung just above the baseboard, like breath you could walk through. Drip. It was faint, but I heard it. Through the wood, through the fresh paint, a soft tick of liquid hitting something solid. I hurried past, my socks slipping slightly on the polished boards. The sheriff's office has an ETA of about 25 minutes,
the dispatcher said in my ear. "I know that feels like a long time, but they are on the way. Are you at your bedroom door now?" "Yes," I said, pushing it open with my shoulder. The room was a dim box of shapes. The bed, the small dresser, my duffel half unzipped on the floor. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, twisting the knob lock until it clicked. I looked around for something to barricade it with. The dresser was small but solid. I grabbed one end and dragged it across the floor, the legs scraping a protest into the wood. It felt ridiculously loud, but there was no way around it. I wedged it against the doorframe, angling it so the top corner pressed against the knob area. It wouldn't stop someone determined, but it would slow them, maybe buy me seconds. "You're doing great," the dispatcher said. "Is there a window in that room?" "One," I whispered, glancing toward it. The curtains were drawn, the faint glow from outside making them look like a flat gray rectangle. "It's locked." "Stay away from it for now," she said. "If you hear anything else, let me know, but do not go to investigate. Just stay put. Deputies will identify themselves over the phone when they arrive." I nodded before realizing she couldn't see me. "Okay." I sank down onto the far side of the bed, back against the wall, knees pulled up. The mattress edge pressed against my hip, the fabric rough under my fingers. I could feel my pulse in the tips of my fingers and in the back of my throat. For a few heartbeats, nothing happened. The cabin hummed in its new configuration. The fire muffled through walls, the occasional gust of wind outside. Somewhere, the fridge clicked on, its compressor adding a low, steady undercurrent. Then, from the far side of the house, I heard a different sound. It was subtle at first, a small, splintering pop, like an old nail giving in or a board shifting. I might have written it off as another settling noise if it hadn't been followed by another sound, one I recognized from a lifetime of opening windows. Crack. That distinct, jarring noise wood makes when it's pried against its will. The little stutter of resistance, the sharp complaint as something shifts in the frame. The dispatcher must have heard the way my breath changed. "What's going on?" she asked quietly. There's a noise," I whispered, "at the back of the house. It sounds like," I swallowed, "like a window or a door. Someone's prying." As if to underline it, a third sound came. A faint metallic squeal, as if nails were dragging free from wood. Then a rush of colder air pressing through the house, a temperature drop I could feel even in the bedroom. The heater kicked on almost immediately afterward, its fans spinning up like the system itself could feel the intrusion and was trying to compensate. "Stay where you are," the dispatcher said, her voice flattening into something even more focused. I could hear keys clacking. "Do not leave that room. I'm updating responding units that there may be a second point of entry." A half second later, something heavy hit the floor in the direction of the bedroom, not in the living room, closer. The sound was a dull thud, the kind a body might make dropping from a window frame onto hardwood. There was a faint rattle of items shifting, maybe something bumped off a table. My stomach clenched so hard it hurt. I pictured the layout of the cabin in my mind. Back door off the kitchen window over the sink, smaller window in the bedroom, another in the bathroom. There was a good chance the sound had come from my room's window. But I knew, bone deep, without needing to see it, that whatever had just come through was not between me and the front porch. It was between me and the rest of the house. The idea that I was sandwiched now, one threat at the door, one inside, hit like a wave. Front and back, outside and in. The cabin that had seemed so simple on the listing, a single story, open plan, was suddenly a trap. "Something's inside," I whispered. The words barely made it past my teeth. Something just came in. Silence stretched on the line for a fraction of a second. I imagined the dispatcher looking at some screen, some map with a little dot marking my location, adding a label no one wants. Home invasion in progress. "Okay," she said finally, voice still steady but tighter now.
"You're in the bedroom, door locked and blocked, correct?"
"Yes."
"Stay there. Do not open that door for anyone, even if they say they're the owner or a deputy. The officers will call you from a verified number when they're on scene and tell you exactly what they're doing. Are you able to get under the bed or into a closet for additional concealment?" I looked at the low space under the bed, dust ruffle hanging, box spring visible. The idea of putting myself somewhere even more confined made my chest seize, but the thought of being visible from the doorway if it opened was worse. "I can get under the bed," I said. My voice sounded far away. As I shifted onto my stomach, phone clutched in one hand, I heard another sound from the main part of the cabin. A floorboard groaned, slow and prolonged, like someone had put their full weight on it and then paused to listen. Whoever had been outside was still there. He hadn't knocked, hadn't tried to kick the door in. Whoever had just come inside was moving, slowly, testing the space the same way he tested the doorknob, feeling along the walls of the life I'd been living in here. I slid into the darkness under the bed, dust and cold surrounding me. The dispatcher's voice in my ear, the only thin, human line between me and the growing awareness that danger was no longer just pressing at the edges of the cabin. Part of it was already breathing the same air I was. Under the bed, the cabin turned into a box. Every sound that had been background noise a day ago now felt magnified and trapped with me under there, bouncing off wood and drywall and the underside of the mattress. The space smelled like dust and old detergent, layers of other people's skin cells and whatever had fallen through the sheets over the years. My chest pressed against the floor, my cheek mashed sideways into the cool boards. I could feel my own pulse in the wood. At first, all I heard was the roaring in my ears. Heartbeat, breath, the faint hiss of the phone against my cheek where I held it. The dispatcher's voice tinny and far away. "Sir, are you still with me?" "Yeah," I whispered. "Yeah, I'm here." I could hear her typing, muted clacks on some distant keyboard. She said something about units en route, about staying put, about staying quiet. The words began to smear together. My attention kept breaking away from her voice and swinging back to the house. The heater cycled off, and the difference was immediate. Without its steady hum, the quiet in the bedroom deepened into something heavier. In that new stillness, other things floated up. Somewhere above my head, the wind found a seam in the siding and blew a low, muffled note. Not the broad, forest-level wind from before. This was a more intimate sound, air pressing against a specific corner of the structure, vibrating it. It made the whole room feel like a breath being held. Beneath that, close and faint, I heard something else. A soft scrape, like fabric dragging lightly across wood. Then a pause. Then another, a little closer. Not the heavy,
measured steps from outside. This was smaller, slower, as if something was being pulled instead of walked. I squeezed my eyes shut, listening harder. The sound came again, a tiny, stuttering movement on the floorboards somewhere in the room, followed by a hush, like someone adjusting their weight and holding very, very still.
"Sir?" the dispatcher repeated. "Can you tell me what you're hearing?"
"Something's moving," I whispered. My mouth was so dry the words cracked. "In the cabin, on the floor, I can't see it." My own breath was too loud. I tried to make it smaller, shallower, but that only made it feel more forced. Under the bed, air felt like a finite resource. For a while, seconds, minutes, I couldn't tell, the noises came in a loose pattern. A faint drag, a pause, a subtle creak of wood shifting under weight. Once I heard what sounded like a very soft exhale from somewhere near the far wall. So thin I could have written it off as pipes cooling or the building settling. But now my brain labeled everything as breath and refused to let it go. Then the line clicked in my ear. Not loudly, just a tiny hitch and a shift in tone. The dispatcher's voice warped for half a word and cut out. The buzzing silence of a dead call settled into the speaker. I pulled the phone away from my ear.
The screen glared back at me, mid-call interface gone, replaced by my lock screen. No call failed message, no explanation. Just the tiny SOS only label where the service bars had been. Whatever fragile slice of connection had let that call through from this black hole in the woods had slipped away again. For a moment, the realization that I was completely cut off dropped over me like another layer of insulation. No 911, no texts out, except over the same Wi-Fi that had delivered my panic straight to the phone on my porch. It was just me and the cabin now. The scraping sound came again, very close to the side of the bed. That was what finally pushed me out. Staying hidden under there had seemed, for the first few minutes, like the only sane option. But my brain had started playing out possibilities faster than I could contain them. What if someone looked under the bed? What if they decided to set the place on fire? What if I lay there on my stomach, pinned and blind, while someone moved around above me, doing whatever they'd come here to do? I inched backward, moving slow enough that my muscles burned with the effort. Dust gritted under my palms. The bed frame creaked once in a tiny complaint as my shoulder brushed it. I froze, counting heartbeats, waiting for a reaction that didn't come. When I finally slid fully out into the open, the room felt enormous and exposed. The space that had seemed cramped and safe under the bed now felt like the only place in the house that had walls close enough to my body. Nothing moved. The curtains at the bedroom window hung still. The dim light leaking around their edges was a colder gray now, the snow outside reflecting whatever ambient glow the sky had left. The door was still shut, the dresser barricade pressed against it at an angle. I crawled on hands and knees to the dresser, muscles shaking, then carefully eased it back just enough to crack the door a couple of inches. Every scrape of wood on wood sounded like it could be heard in the next county. The hallway beyond was a vertical strip of darkness. No movement, no footsteps, just the faint orange flicker at the far end from the living room, the fireplace still burning. I listened for the porch, for any sound from the front door. Nothing. Had he left? Had the person outside and the person who came in through the back even been the same? If someone was in the cabin, Where were they now? Sitting on my couch? Standing in the kitchen with a knife from my own drawer? I eased into the hall, the knife thought snapping into focus. There was one decent-sized kitchen knife in the drawer next to the stove. Not great. Thin, cheap, the kind that comes in a boxed set at Walmart. But still better than the empty hands I had now, leaving the perceived safety of the bedroom for the long, exposed stretch of hallway felt exactly like stepping into the open at a shooting range. But the idea of staying unarmed while something else moved around in my house felt worse. I moved in a crouch, back close to the wall, bare feet careful on the boards. Each step produced a small complaint from the old wood. Little creaks stacked into a slow, unwilling rhythm. I paused after each one, listening. Nothing. At the end of the hall, the padlocked storage door sat mute and expressionless. I did not look at it. I could feel the cold bleeding out from the gap around its frame, the way certain doors in old basements always seem to leak temperature. The faint sweetness in the air was stronger here, mixed now with the sharper chemical note of whatever cleaning solution had been used on the hardwood. In the kitchen, the window over the sink was closed, the lock latched. The snow on the sill outside was disturbed, flattened in a strange, wide pattern, like someone had leaned something heavy against the outer wall at some point. But the glass itself seemed intact. No broken pane, no visible sign of forced entry. The back door was still locked, deadbolt in place. The little mat in front of it was damp at the edges, snowmelt seeping in from where boots had stood there before. I put my hand on the knob, gently, testing. Solid. If something had come in, it had not been here. The knife drawer opened with a small wooden sigh. The knives inside rattled softly against one another. I grabbed the largest one, that cheap 8-inch chef's knife with the black plastic handle and scuffed blade. It fit awkwardly in my hand, too light for its length, but the weight of it still made some primitive part of me feel better. In the living room, the fire had burned down further. The logs were mostly collapsed into a bed of embers, their surfaces glowing with occasional little flares where knots gave in. The TV was a black rectangle in the corner. The front door stood, ordinary as ever, the deadbolt a small circle of brass. I forced myself to step close enough to look through the peephole. My eye filled with a distorted view of the porch, washed out and fish-eyed, the world curved around the tiny lens. I saw the boards of the decking, the railing, the edge of the steps. Snow drifted across them in a soft, constant motion. The porch light buzzed in some high insect pitch. No figure, no shadow of a person pressed against the door, just empty air and falling white. I backed away, my scalp prickling. The fact that he was not there now did not erase the fact that he had been. The echo of that chime hung in the space like the residue of a flash. With the knife in my right hand, I retraced my path through the living room and back into the hallway. The firelight followed, stretched and thinned out, painting a gradient of gold on the floor that faded into pure black halfway down. In front of me, the bedroom door gaped just slightly on its hinges, the gap I'd made with the dresser. Every step between the couch and that doorway felt like a decision I could not take back. The hallway amplified my sounds. Bare feet on wood, the slight scuff of skin on varnish, the microscopic flexing of boards.
Each little creak landed with a clarity that made me wince. I tried to step around the known noisy spots, but the house seemed determined to announce me anyway, complaining in small, reluctant noises. The closer I got to the bedroom, the more the air changed. At first it was just a temperature thing, a subtle drop that I might have ignored if I wasn't already tuned to every shift. Then it became something else. By the time I was a few feet from the doorway, I could feel the difference on my skin.
The hallway's warm, stale cabin air thinned, and a colder pocket pooled against my face and hands, like the kind you get when someone leaves a freezer door cracked open in a grocery store. On top of that came the smell. It was weaker than in the old cabin's basement, but only because it had more space to disperse. The profile was the same. Metallic first, that weird, almost electric tang you get when you bite the inside of your cheek or stand too long near a blood draw station. Then a thicker, heavier odor underneath. Meat and sweat and something yellow and sour that made the back of my throat twitch. I could taste it before I could fully parse it. It coated my tongue, faint but relentless. "This used to be clean," I heard myself say under my breath, the statement pointless but weirdly important. I had slept in that room, on that bed. The sheets had been white, the air had smelled like detergent and dust and nothing else. Now the doorway looked like a threshold into an entirely different place. I put my left hand on the doorframe to steady myself and pushed the door gently wider with my shoulder, knife hand held close but ready. The hinges gave a soft, dry squeak. The room opened up in front of me in stages as the light from the hall slid in. The first thing that hit was the cold. Not sharp enough to see breath, but more than a simple draft. It felt like standing in front of a refrigerator that had been left open for hours, the chill seeping out and settling low against the floor. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw the bed. The white comforter I had pulled up to my chin the night before was not white anymore. Stains spread across it in irregular blooms, red-brown patches that had dried darker at the edges, some areas almost black. They had seeped into the fabric unevenly, some spots so saturated they had stiffened the material, others faded to a rusty halo. In a few places, the stains were tinged with a faint yellow, like other fluids had mixed in and dried at different rates. The pattern wasn't random. It radiated from a central area near the middle of the mattress, a large circular blotch where something wet and heavy had clearly rested for a long time and then been removed. The outline had that particular soaked-in look, darker at the center, lighter as it wicked outward. The pillowcases were worse. The one I had used was pushed off to the side, mostly clean, just a faint shadow near the edge. The other was sunk deeper into the mattress, crushed, its upper surface matted with the same dried brown red. In that mess, I could see glints of something else. Hair. Not just a stray strand or two from some previous guest, but clumps. Long, dark hairs stuck in the dried stains, some of them curled into swirls by the liquid that had dried around them. Among them, shorter hairs, lighter in color, kinked and snapped, stuck at odd angles like bristles. They were tangled together at the blotches on the pillow, trapped half in and half out of the fibers. Whoever had been there hadn't just brushed their hair or shed a few strands. Their head had been there, for long enough that whatever was inside it had time to soak into the stuffing. The smell bore that out. Up close, the metallic note sharpened,
joined by the deeper, heavier scent of old, congealed blood and the sour, ammonia-tinged stink of bodily fluids soaked into fabric and left. It was the smell of hospital laundry left too long in a hamper, of slaughterhouse drains, of places no regular guest should ever be. My stomach lurched. I swallowed hard against the sudden rise of bile. A smear led away from the bed. It started at the edge of the mattress, right where the comforter hung over the side. The fabric there was pulled, stretched slightly downward, as if it had been grabbed or had something dragged over it. On the floor beneath, the stain continued in a long, ugly streak. It ran from the side of the bed toward the closet on the far wall, about 2 feet wide, darker in the center, thinner at the edges. In the dried smear, I could see textured ridges, places where something with weight had been pulled along the boards, leaving behind a trail of fluids, dirt, and whatever else had been on its skin. Mixed into the dark streak were paler, muddied trails of what looked like plain old Montana soil, brown-gray smears and flecks, as if boots or bare ankles coated in mud had scraped along at some point. The combination of dirt and dried blood gave the stain a weird, layered look, like a painting someone had been adding to over time. Near the bed, in the thickest part of the smear, were marks that made every muscle in my body seize. 4 parallel arcs dug through the dried material into the wood itself. Not clean, not perfectly even, but distinctly curved, each one ending in a slightly deeper gouge. They were spaced wrong for claws. They were the right distance for fingers. I crouched without fully intending to, knife still clenched in my hand, and traced the air above one of the arcs. They were angled backward, toward the bed, like whoever had made them had been facing that way, being pulled the opposite direction. Dragged. The path continued across the room, the intensity of the stain fading a little but still visible, a grim trail leading straight to the sliding closet doors on the far wall. The doors were closed, not all the way. One was eased just a fraction off center, leaving a narrow vertical gap between the 2 panels. The darkness inside that seam looked thicker than it should have, an oily black that seemed to swallow the limited light from the hall. From where I stood, I couldn't see into the closet. The slatted wood of the doors cast thin stripes of shadow up the wall. The smell was stronger near it, like the cold was pouring out from that narrow gap along with everything else. At the base of the doors, just where they met the floor, something clear jutted out. It looked, at first glance, like the corner of a plastic storage container, transparent, with a milky film of condensation or grime clinging to its inside surface. The edge of it protruded maybe an inch or 2 from under the door, pressed tight enough that the wood bit into it slightly, deforming the plastic. A cloudy smear was visible on the inside face, like something had once splashed against it and dried. My mind tried to slot it into a harmless category: suitcase liner, vacuum bag, some kind of organizer box full of winter clothes. People stored weird things in cabins all the time. Owners locked closets and told guests not to worry about them. It was normal. At least, it could be. But nothing about the way it was positioned, jammed almost in that gap, as if whatever had been shoved into the closet had been bigger than the space allowed, felt casual. I listened. The room was quiet, except for the faintest whisper of wind against the window and the wet ticking of the heater somewhere deep in the walls as it cycled lukewarm air into a space that did not want to be warmed. Under all of that, in the closet's direction, something shifted, almost imperceptibly. Not a full scrape this time, just a tiny sound, like a plastic edge flexing slightly under pressure. A click so soft it could have been a settling joist. I tightened my grip on the knife until my hand hurt. The cheap handle was slick with sweat now, the plastic warming under my skin. The blade looked pathetic in the dim light, a dull gray line against the dark.
For one stretched out heartbeat, the whole cabin narrowed down to 3 things. The bed I had slept in, soaked with someone else's history. The stained path between it and the closet. And that thin, clear sliver of plastic jutting out into the room, holding back the dark from whatever pressed against it on the other side. For a long second, I just stared at that little crescent of plastic poking out from under the closet door. It was such a stupid, mundane object to be the focal point of this whole nightmare. I have taken the trash out 1,000 times in my life. White drawstring bags, black contractor bags, cloudy clear ones like this that rip too easily and leak on your shoes. They're just part of the background of existing. You never really look at them. Here, it was all I could see. My hand moved before the rest of me had voted on it. I crouched, knees popping quietly, the cheap knife still in my right hand, and reached with my left. My fingers brushed the plastic. It was cold and slightly tacky, like it had condensation on the inside. The bag crinkled, the sound thin and loud in the still room. I pinched the edge and pulled. For a moment, the closet doors resisted, the bottom edge catching on whatever bulk was piled behind them. The plastic stretched, whitening where my fingers dug in. Then, whatever tension had been holding everything in place gave way with a tiny, wet slip. The bag edged farther out. The closet doors shifted half an inch, grating softly along their track. A colder draft washed over my hands. I kept pulling. The rest of the bag slid into view, a sagging, half-tied lump of transparent plastic, full of shapes that did not resolve into anything my brain wanted to name at first. Just a mass of reds and browns and off-whites, some of it smeared against the inside, some of it pooled in the bottom, congealed and clotted. It was like someone had scraped the floor of a butcher shop into one container and knotted it shut hurriedly. There were chunks and shreds and softer, gelatinous pieces stuck to the sides. The plastic was fogged in places where heat had once hit it, then cooled. For a stupid second, my mind tried to force it into something easier. Animal scraps, I thought. Deer, elk, hunting leftovers. He said there were hunters. Maybe he butchers out here. Maybe he throws the bones in the woods and leaves bags like this in the closet until... Something pale caught the light and winked through the mess. A small, curved shape, bright against the red-black around it. It was pressed against the inside of the bag wall, its smooth, slightly glossy surface almost reflective. The angle made it look like the rounded end of a bone. Maybe a joint, maybe... The bag shifted in my hands. My grip slipped. The plastic, slick with whatever was smeared along its inner surface, shot through my fingers. For a second I tried to catch it, both hands grabbing at air. My knife clattered against the floorboards as I lost hold of it completely. The bag hit the floor with a wet, heavy thump. The half-tied mouth slapped open. Something small and pale rolled out. It dropped onto the boards with a sound I will probably hear in my head for the rest of my life. Took bone on wood. Not like a big bone, not the heavy, resonant clack of a femur or a joint, a lighter, sharper knock, followed by a softer little bounce as it hit, rolled, and hit again. Took, took. The thing stopped against the front of my sock. I looked down. It was a finger. Not a fake, not a Halloween prop. The humanness of it was immediate and obscene. The skin was a waxy, blanched color, bloated slightly, as if it had spent time in water or in a cold place. The nail was neatly trimmed, a pale, almost translucent pink, with a ghost of what might once have been a sheer coat of polish left in the crescent near the cuticle. At the base, where it should have met a hand, there was only ruin. The flesh was ragged, torn unevenly in some places, cleaner in others, as if someone had started with clumsy force and then gotten more precise. The bone inside was visible, a small white cylinder protruding a few millimeters past the shredded meat, stained dark at the tip where blood had once soaked it. A thin ring of dried brown black circled the cut edge, like a broken halo. I did not scream. My throat wanted to, but something locked up. The sound stuck somewhere between my chest and my teeth, turning into a hot, strangled breath that tasted like bile. My stomach lurched hard. For a moment, the whole room tilted sideways. I took a stumbling step backward and hit the wall with my shoulder, the impact sending the sharp pain up into my neck. The knife lay on the floor a foot away, the blade flashing a dull smear of light from the hallway. The finger lay between us, a tiny, obscene barrier, its nail catching just enough of that light to look grotesquely alive for a heartbeat. Talk, my brain repeated, uselessly, filling in the silence with the memory of bone on wood. My body started to revolt. A sour flood surged up from my gut, burning my throat on its way. I slapped a hand over my mouth and doubled over, the other palm braced against the wall. Dry heaves racked my chest. Nothing came up at first. When something finally did, it was a thin, burning stream of acid and half-digested beer that splashed onto the boards next to the bag, mixing with whatever had already dried there. The smell that rose up from the combination almost knocked me out. Old blood, cold fat, whatever was breaking down in that bag, and now the sharp chemical reek of my own stomach acid on top. It hit the back of my nose like a physical blow. My eyes watered. Every instinct in me screamed to get this away, out, burn it, scrub it, anything. My knees went out from under me. I slid down the wall, catching myself clumsily before I hit the floor fully. My hands slapped down near the knife, my fingers brushed the handle. Focus. Some tiny, rational island in my brain pushed through the nausea, the part that has watched a lot of bad true crime reenactments, that reads safety threads at 2 a.m., kicked in with a panicked shriek. Pick up the knife. You do not get to drop the one thing you have that might slow someone down. I grabbed the handle and clutched it hard, the slick plastic biting into my palm. My hand was shaking so badly the tip of the blade skittered against the floor, making a faint scratching noise. I wanted to look away from the finger. I wanted to pretend it was something else, a piece of bone from a roast gone wrong, anything. But my eyes kept dragging back to it, to the details that made it
undeniably human. The faint whirl of a fingerprint I could see in the pad where it faced me.
The tiny cut near the side of the nail, like someone had nicked themselves on a piece of paper or a thorn days before they died. A microscopic dark line of dirt under one edge of the nail, frozen in place forever. I thought of the woman on the news, the orange jacket, the beanie, the easy smile on the overlook. Her hands, I imagined, had been out of frame, maybe tucked into her pockets, maybe holding her phone. I wondered, with a sudden, sick certainty, what color her nail polish had been that day. Something moved in the reflective surface of the closet door. The sliding doors weren't mirrored, but the wood was glossy enough, and the position of the lamp in the hallway was just right. The panel I'd dragged the bag from had a slight sheen to it, and in that dull, warped way, it held a vague impression of the room behind me. I saw my own shape first. A hunched, dark outline near the floor, arm bent, hand out, knife a small, angular glitch against the softer lines. The bed loomed as a hazy white block to one side, stained center blurring into shadow. The gap of the hallway glowed a fraction brighter in the distance. And in that hallway, at the very edge of the reflection, there was another shape. Tall, upright, standing in the doorway where the hall met the bedroom. For a second, my brain refused to parse it. It was just a darker smudge against the gradient, a distortion that maybe could have been a trick of the light. Then details emerged, bit by bit, like a photograph developing in a tray. A torso, covered in a jacket with a camo pattern, patches of light and dark breaking up the outline. Broad shoulders. Arms hanging loosely at the sides, not in a casual way, but in that weirdly neutral posture certain people adopt when they want to look non-threatening and end up looking like mannequins instead. On top of the torso, a head. The beanie made it instantly recognizable, even in the warped reflection. A dark knit pulled down over the ears, hugging the skull. Below it, a face I had seen a dozen times in thumbnail-sized photos on our Wintel app. Mark. Except the smile was gone. His mouth was a flat line, drawn tight, no curve at the corners. The too wide friendliness from his profile picture and our first meeting had been wiped clean, leaving something much closer to nothing. Not anger, not theatrics, just a kind of blank concentration, like he was looking at a task he wasn't particularly excited about, but had already committed to finishing. In his right hand, hanging down near his thigh, he held something. The reflection caught the shape of it in fragments. A wooden handle, worn smooth by use, tapering toward the end. A metal head, one side a flat hammer face, the other side extending into a claw. The edge of the claw was darker, stained with an uneven crust of something that read as brown, even in the low light. It was a carpenter's hammer, the kind you pick up in any hardware store, the kind you use to build things, hang pictures, fix squeaky steps, or cave-in skulls. My mind flashed, unbidden, to the wall in the old basement, the rounded splatter pattern, the missing piece of bone, the crack running through the dome of the skull I had held. The sound of something heavy hitting concrete, the scatter of droplets. I did not feel myself turn. 1 second I was staring at the reflection, my brain spinning in place. The next, my body had already reacted, twisting, knife hand jerking up, back slamming against the wall again. He was there. Not a reflection, not a shadow, not a trick of half-asleep vision. Mark stood in the doorway of the bedroom,
blocking most of the hall behind him.
He was wearing the camo jacket from his profile picture. The pattern, a little more faded, a little more stained in places. The beanie was the same too, pulled low. His boots were dark with snowmelt around the soles, leaving damp crescents on the wood. Up close, his face looked older than in his photo. More lines around the eyes, stubble a few days past clean shaven. His skin had that wind-chapped flush of someone who spent a lot of time outside. His eyes were the only thing that looked truly different. They were flatter, darker, like whatever cheap warmth he'd put on for the listing photos had been peeled away. They didn't have that spark of, "Hi, I'm your host," that had been curated for strangers. They were just looking, taking in my posture, the knife in my hand, the bag on the floor, the finger lying between us. His gaze dropped to that last detail, lingered for half a beat, then came back up to my face. He didn't flinch. He didn't look surprised. He lifted the hand holding the hammer slightly, not in a threatening arc, more like he was reminding me it existed. The head caught a sliver of light from the hallway. What I'd thought was rust in the reflection was, up close, a dark crust clinging to the metal and wedged into the narrow space where the claw met the shaft. Something fibrous was caught there too. It might have been cloth. It might have been hair. My mouth moved. No sound came out. The last time I'd heard his voice, it had been in that sing-song, overly friendly register he'd used at the door when I arrived. Didn't mean to scare you. Enjoy. Like all the words had quotation marks around them. When he finally spoke now, the tone was completely different. Lower, flatter, no fake cheer stretched across the top. Just tired, almost bored, like he'd rehearsed one sentence and was now checking it off a list. "You really shouldn't have gone off the trail," he said. For a second, neither of us moved. Mark stood in the doorway, blocking my exit like he was just another piece of furniture, hammer hanging loose in his hand. The bag lay between us, split open, its contents glistening in the half-light like something spilled out of a broken animal. The finger sat near my foot, absurdly small and neat compared to the chaos around it. "You really shouldn't have gone off the trail," he said again, like it was a line he had been waiting all day to deliver. His voice had that flat, matter-of-fact tone some people use when they're telling you about the weather or how to reset a router. He glanced briefly at the smeared bed, the drag marks across the floor, the open bag, then back at me, as if assessing how much I had actually understood. "You rent a place like this," he went on, taking a step into the room. "You stick to the map. That's kind of the deal." The hammer moved a little in his grip, a lazy arc through the air. It made a thin whistle, wind sliding along the metal, and a low, anticipatory thud as he brought it back down to his side. Just a test swing, just a reminder of what it could do. My hand tightened around the cheap knife until my fingers hurt. It felt ridiculously light compared to the hammer. A toy, a prop. "I called the sheriff," I managed, my voice shredded around the edges. "They're on their way." Something flickered in his eyes at that. Annoyance, not fear. "Yeah," he said. "I figured you might. People like you always think there's enough time for someone to come save you." Another step forward.
The room felt smaller with every inch he closed. His boots squeaked faintly in the dried smear on the floor, picking up flakes of brown red and tracking them. "Big city guys," he added, and his mouth curved into the ghost of that earlier smile, only emptier.
You disappear out here, they print a picture, maybe a couple blog posts. Some podcast nerd rambles about mysterious missing IT worker. Then the snow comes, and the next thing pushes you down the feed. Hikers, though. Hikers really get people going. Young woman, bright jacket, wholesome smile. Folks care about that. They sent the dogs for her. They never did for you. The words hit like physical blows in the spaces his body hadn't reached yet. You... My tongue felt heavy. You hurt her. He tilted his head, as if considering how honest he felt like being tonight. Trail went too far, he said simply. She saw things she wasn't supposed to. Same as you. The hammer rose, just a little higher this time. My brain, unhelpfully, flashed an image of the basement again. The splatter, the crack in the skull, that jagged line where bone had given. He took another step. That broke whatever paralysis was holding me in place. I moved sideways, trying to keep the bed between us, the knife up in front of me, the way you see in movies. My hand was shaking so badly, the blade wobbled. He tracked the motion with his eyes, the way you'd track a fly you were about to swat. "You think that's gonna do anything?" he asked, nodding at the knife. There was no mockery in his voice, just curiosity. Blade like that, you're more likely to break it than cut anything important. They sell those in packs of 4 at Walmart. He lunged. There was no warning yell, no cinematic wind-up. 1 second he was 3 steps away, the next he exploded forward, that camo jacket flicking at the edges like something alive, hammer arm swinging up toward my head. I dove to the side on instinct, not training, just a body doing anything to get out of the way of something heavy and fast. My shoulder slammed into the edge of the dresser. Pain shot down my arm. The hammer missed my skull by inches and slammed into the bedroom door frame. The sound was sharp, a cracking gunshot inside the small room. Wood splintered in a spiderweb around the impact point. A chunk of trim shot off, clips of paint and splinters stinging my cheek. The whole frame shuddered. The hammerhead sank into the gouge for a moment before he yanked it back, leaving a fist-sized crater. If that had been my head, there wouldn't have been much left to think about. I scrambled backward, boots slipping in something slick. My heel hit the finger. It skittered away, tumbling in a lazy arc before disappearing under the bed with another small, obscene tuck. Mark came at me again, faster this time. His free hand shot out, fingers snagging the front of my hoodie at the collar. He grabbed a handful of fabric and throat in one go, knuckles pressing into my windpipe. The hammer arm cocked back again. He slammed me into the wall. My skull hit drywall over the studs with a dull, thick crack that I felt more than heard. A burst of pain exploded behind my eyes, bright and white and immediate. One ear went completely out, replaced by a high, shrill ringing. The other muffled everything, like someone had stuffed cotton into it. The knife went clattering from my hand. I felt it leave my grip but couldn't control it. My fingers wouldn't respond in time. My legs buckled. His fist on my collar held me upright, squeezing, pushing me against the wall as the room tilted sideways. I tasted copper, blood blooming under my tongue where I'd bit down, trickling down the back of my throat. "Should have stayed in your lane," he muttered, breath hot and too close,
tinged with old coffee and something sour. Work your little desk job, answer your little tickets, go back home saying the woods are peaceful. You people come up here thinking this is a backdrop for your burnout. The hammer rose beside his head, a blurred shape in my peripheral vision.
My brain supplied slow-motion commentary that did me no good. Trajectory, arc, likely point of impact. My hands scrabbled uselessly at his wrist. My left fingers hit something jagged. The broken door frame. He'd blown a chunk out of it with that first swing. Splintered wood jutted out, one piece still attached but half hanging, sharp as a stake. My fingertips found it, slipped off, then found it again. I wrapped my hand around it and yanked. It tore free with a dry, ripping noise, a spray of dust and tiny splinters raining down. Mark's eyes flicked sideways for half a second, tracking the movement. It was enough. I drove the broken piece of wood forward with every bit of strength panic and adrenaline could summon, aiming not with accuracy, but with desperation. His hand was still on my throat. The angle was weird, my arm half pinned. The jagged end punched forward, uneven, seeking soft space. I felt the resistance when it hit his face. Not bone, not yet. Flesh first. There was a moment of sickening give, skin stretching, then tearing, then a harder crunch underneath as the tip glanced off cheekbone. Mark screamed. It wasn't a full-throated movie-style roar, it was more like a ripped animal sound forced out of a tight chest. His grip on my collar loosened instantly. The hammer's arc faltered, the head dropping, grazing my shoulder instead of my skull as his body recoiled. Blood hit me, warm, thick, immediate. It sprayed out in a hot arc from the side of his face, fine droplets splattering across my cheek, neck, and the wall behind me. A thick stream ran down the length of the wood still in my hand, slicking my fingers, making the grip slippery. He staggered backward, both hands flying to his face. The jagged board was still stuck in, embedded along his cheekbone, the raw wood disappearing into ruined flesh just below his eye. Blood sheeted down over his jaw, soaking into his beard, dripping off his chin in fat, dark drops. "You!" he choked, voice half strangled. "You!" The hammer clanged against the floor as he dropped it. His boots skidded in the smear on the boards. He hit the side of the bed, bounced off, one hand still trying to grab the protruding wood, the other pressed over it instinctively, as if he could somehow hold his own face together. He let go of my shirt completely. I dropped. My legs gave out, sending me to my knees. Pain screamed along the left side of my skull where it had hit the wall. My vision tunneled for a second, black creeping in from the edges. I forced breath into my lungs, forced my hand to search. Fingers brushed plastic, then steel. The kitchen knife. I snatched it up, curling my hand around the handle so tight it hurt, and lurched to my feet in a stagger. Mark was still halfway up, blood pouring through his fingers, eyes wide and bright with a mix of rage and shock. He took a stumbling step toward me, more out of instinct than control. I stabbed, not with precision, not with technique. Just a frantic, piston-like motion, arm pumping, the tip of the cheap blade finding whatever it could in front of me. The first thrust hit his shoulder, the blade punching through camo fabric and into meat. It sank in halfway, then hit something hard, collarbone maybe, and stopped. I yanked it back with a wet sucking sound. He screamed again, louder this time, the noise warping into a gurgle at the edges. The second thrust went lower, catching him in the upper chest.
The knife bit in, but the shitty metal flexed, bending just enough that it didn't penetrate as cleanly as it should have. It slipped sideways, cutting more along the surface than deep. The third hit his upper arm. The fourth slashed across his ribs as he twisted away. It was like trying to cut through a heavy tarp with a butter knife. Stuff was happening, sure, fabric shredding, lines of red blooming, but nothing felt decisive.
The blade bent more with each hit, the handle twisting in my slippery grip. Mark roared and swung his uninjured arm out, catching me across the side of the head with the back of his hand. My vision flashed white. The room spun. The knife flew from my hand again, skittering under the bed where the finger had disappeared.
"Little," he snarled, one hand still pressed to the jagged board in his face, the other clutching at the wounds on his chest. His shirt was a mess now, dark patches spreading. That was my window. I bolted, not toward him, not toward the front where his body filled the hall, and the front door still sat with its deadbolt. I tore out of the bedroom, past him, shoulder brushing his as I squeezed through the gap, the hall smearing by in streaks. He grabbed at me, fingers snagging my sleeve, but I ripped free, fabric tearing. The living room was a blur of firelight and overturned furniture as I half ran, half stumbled through it.
My foot caught the coffee table. It tipped, empty beer bottles rolling, one shattering on the floor in an explosion of glass. The lamp crashed down, bulb popping, the room dropping into a deeper, more chaotic flicker. I didn't look back. The back door. The back door. My body remembered the layout better than my brain did in that moment. I veered into the kitchen, slammed shoulder first into the counter, and grabbed for the knob with numb fingers. It turned. The deadbolt slapped back under my palm. Cold hit me like a slap as I yanked the door open. Winter air knifed into my lungs. The temperature dropped so sudden it almost made me gasp. Snow was still falling, thicker now, a near constant curtain of white swirling in the porch light over the back stoop. The yard stretched out in a few feet of open space, then dropped into the trees, their trunks dark pillars against the drift. Behind me, Mark bellowed. Somewhere in the cabin, something crashed, wood on wood, furniture going over as he barreled out of the bedroom. His boots thudded in the hall, heavy, stumbling, still fast. I didn't stay to see how close he was. I launched myself off the back step and into the snow. The first step sank to my ankles, the cold soaking immediately through my socks, into my skin. The second step slid. I nearly went down, hand shooting out to catch myself on nothing but air. I lurched forward, found footing, ran. I didn't aim for the road. The smart move would have been to cut left, toward the driveway, toward the ruts my SUV had left in the snow, toward the route that led to the highway and eventually to people. Lights, gas stations, sheriff's cruisers. Instead, my body ripped the wheel out of my hands and yanked me the other way, back, toward the trees, toward the trailhead, toward the old cabin. I think some primitive part of me had locked on to the idea of evidence like a life raft. The skull, the bones, the stains. If I could make it there and hide, if I could show it to the deputies when they eventually arrived, if I could survive long enough, this wouldn't just be a weird missing person statistic. It would be a crime scene, a case, something that meant something. So I plunged into the tree line, lungs already burning, snow grabbing at my legs. Branches whipped my face, scratching, clawing. The weak beam from the cabin's back light faded behind me, swallowed by the dark trunks. Behind me,
over the sound of my own ragged breathing and the crunch of my boots punching into the drifts. I could hear him. Mark hit the backyard like a wrecking ball, his heavier boots sinking deeper, his weight breaking through the crust. He swore, loud and ragged, voice bouncing off the trees. Something about, "Get back here," and "You're just making it worse," and "Trail's not gonna save you." He knew this terrain. I didn't.
I barreled forward anyway, following the faint depression of the trail I'd walked earlier, now half filled with new snow. My feet slipped into old footprints, then out again. My head pounded in rhythm with my heartbeat, each thud sending a new bolt of pain through my skull. Branches closed in, the world reduced to a tunnel of black and white and breath. The road, the cabin, the sheriff, 911, all of that slid away behind me, absorbed by the trees. I was running not toward help, but toward the one place out here I knew I could find. A sagging roof, a crooked door, a hatch in the floor that smelled like the inside of a butchered head. The kill room. Somewhere, beneath the panic and the pounding blood and the crunch of snow, a detached little voice in the back of my brain watched me flee deeper into the woods and said, with a kind of horrified clarity, "You're not escaping. You're running straight into his home field." By the time I saw the old cabin again, my lungs felt like they were lined with sandpaper. The trees broke just enough to reveal it. The sagging roof, one corner lower than the other under the weight of snow. The crooked doorway yawning black, the walls greened with moss and rot. It loomed up out of the white like something that had been buried and then forced back to the surface. I stumbled the last few yards, boots slipping, breath burning my throat. Frost bit any skin that wasn't covered. Every inhale felt like I was dragging cold knives down my windpipe. The front door was still hanging off its one rusted hinge, just as I'd left it earlier. Snow had blown in across the threshold, a thin drift dusting the warped floorboards just inside. There were no fresh footprints in that drift, no boot marks on the step, no obvious sign that anyone had gotten here before me. That didn't mean anything. Mark didn't need the front door. I hesitated on the threshold, listening. The forest behind me muttered and shifted, branches creaking, snow shedding in soft, distant plops. The cabin itself was quiet. No wind made it down into this hollow. The silence felt thick, the way it does in an old church when everyone's holding their breath. "Move," I whispered to myself. It came out as a croak. I stepped inside. The air in the main room was colder than outside somehow. The rot in the walls had soaked up years of damp and held onto it like a sponge. My boots crunched on broken glass and old debris. The light from the doorway reached only so far. Beyond that, the interior was just vague shapes and gray shadows. The hatch to the basement gaped dark near the back wall. Earlier that day, I had gone down those stairs like an idiot tourist in a haunted house, half curious, half spooked, thinking I could just poke my head in, be freaked out, and go back up to my cozy rental with a weird story. I'd seen enough in those first few steps to know something was very wrong, then panicked and bolted. This time, there was no halfway. If I wanted anything that proved this wasn't just some stress-induced hallucination, it was down there. If I wanted to hide from a man who knew every inch of these woods, this was, stupidly, the only place I had any chance of losing him for a minute. I walked to the hatch. The boards around it were worn shiny from years of boots and God knows what else.
The opening yawned down into pure dark. Cold air spilled up out of it in a steady, invisible draft, smelling like damp concrete and something deeper, sweeter, wrong. I pulled my phone out and thumbed the screen. The battery indicator hovered somewhere under 30%. No service bars, just SOS only, which I already knew meant nothing. The Wi-Fi icon was dead. The flashlight icon at least still responded. The tiny LED burst to life, a thin spear of white in the dark.
It wasn't much, but it was something. I held the phone in my left hand. Its beam pointed down the stairs and gripped the splintered kitchen knife in my right. The blade was bent now, from where I'd slammed it into Mark's shoulder and chest, but it was still sharp enough to cut something that got too close. The wooden steps creaked under my weight as I started down. Each one complained in a different pitch, like a series of weak teeth ready to give. The light bounced with my breathing, throwing jumpy shadows onto the rough concrete walls. The smell got worse with every step. At first it was just the general basement profile, damp, mildew, old wood. Then that faded under a heavier, more specific stench. Metallic and dense, like walking into a slaughterhouse cooler. Underneath, the sour bite of cleaning chemicals that hadn't done nearly enough, a thin thread of ammonia that made my eyes water. And further down, deeper, the unmistakable sweetness of rot. By the time my boots hit the concrete floor, my stomach was already flipping. The basement was bigger than I'd realized from the stairs. The ceiling was low enough that I could have reached up and touched the exposed beams, but the room stretched out farther in both directions than made sense for the footprint of the cabin above. My phone's flashlight cut a narrow path through it, leaving the edges in darkness. The first thing my light landed on was the table. Not a wooden workbench, not some old picnic table dragged inside. This was metal. Stainless steel or something like it, dulled from use but still reflecting the light in thin, oily streaks. It sat in the center of the room on 4 legs, each leg ending in a small wheel, a low, functional shape. It reminded me way too much of the tables you see in medical shows, morgues, operating rooms. At each corner, bolted to the sides, were leather straps, wrist width, ankle width, darkened from use. Each strap had a metal buckle, the holes stretched and warped in places, as if something or someone had pulled against them hard enough to deform the leather. I stepped closer, throat tight. There were hairs caught in the stitching, short, dark ones and long, lighter ones, tangled together and fused to the straps by some old, dried material. In the beam of my phone, I could see skin stuck there too, tiny, pale flecks that looked like dust until the light caught them just right. Under the table, the concrete was different. The rest of the floor was stained in that general, blotchy way most old basements get. Damp, oil, age. But directly under the steel, the stains were darker, more concentrated. Thick, overlapping lines of brown-black had pooled there at some point, seeping into the concrete and leaving it cracked and rough in a way that looked almost burned. Drag marks radiated out from that central area, long, uneven streaks where something wet had been pulled across the floor, leaving trails that thinned and broke as whatever it was lost volume. Some went to the far corner where shadows clumped, others curved toward the stairs. In places, the top layer of concrete had been scraped away, revealing a lighter underlayer,
like someone had tried to chip the stains out and given up. I realized I was standing in the middle of one of those trails when my boot slipped slightly, the sole skidding on something that was both dry and weirdly slick. I jerked my foot back, heart hammering. A small crunch sounded under my weight. I pointed the flashlight down. Bones. Not the big, obvious ones. These were small. Splinters, chips, shavings. Little curved pieces, some as thin as matchsticks, others the size of a quarter. They were scattered across the floor like someone had swept a mess together half-heartedly and then just tracked it around with their shoes.
Some were clearly animal, tiny, delicate, bird-like.
Others, though, were harder to categorize. A fragment that looked suspiciously like a piece of jaw with the ghost of a tooth socket in it. A little knob that could have been a knuckle. I swallowed hard and moved the beam higher, forcing myself to take in more. The far wall was lined with a makeshift rack. It wasn't fancy, just 2x4s bolted into the concrete at uneven intervals, with nails and hooks driven into them at random heights. From those hooks hung tools. Not woodworking tools, not car tools, surgeons' tools. There were scalpels, some with thin, wicked blades, others with broader tips. Bone saws with thin, toothed strips of metal stretched between arched frames. Heavy shears that looked like they were designed to cut through more than just fabric. Pliers of various sizes, a rib spreader that made my whole body flinch when I realized what it was. Some of them were clean, at least at a glance. Others weren't.
On one of the bone saws, the metal teeth were clogged with dried, reddish-brown buildup, like rust but thicker, chunkier. On the hinge of a pair of shears, something dark and flaky had collected. One of the scalpels had a strip of dark material along its handle, where someone's gloved thumb had apparently rested over and over. A cheap plastic jug of generic bleach sat on a crate below the rack, half empty. Next to it was a bundle of rags so stained they were almost black. I swept the light farther, my breaths coming shallow and fast now, half from the stench and half from the growing realization that this wasn't just some place where bad things had happened once. This was a room built for it. There was a wooden cabinet against the wall opposite the stairs. It had glass panes in the doors, spiderwebbed with cracks. One of the doors hung slightly open, the latch broken. My light hit the glass and bounced, then pierced the gap. Inside, on the shelves, were skulls. Not Halloween decorations. Not plastic. 3 of them sat in a row on the middle shelf, each resting on what looked like an upside-down mason jar lid. Like someone had taken the time to display them instead of just stacking them. They were cleaner than the jagged half-skull I'd picked up on the floor earlier. No random clumps of flesh clinging, no loose dirt. The bone was a yellowed ivory, the kind of color you get when something has been boiled and scrubbed and then left to dry. Each one had a hole in the top, perfectly round, about the diameter of a silver dollar. The edges of the openings were smooth, beveled slightly, as if a circular saw had taken them out. Next to each skull, on the same shelf, lay a matching disc of bone, the part that had been removed. They'd been placed carefully, like coins, inner side up. One of the skulls, the one on the right, wasn't as pristine. A hairline fracture ran down from the rim of the drilled hole to the top of the eye socket. A jagged crack with a bone had clearly been stressed. Along the edge of that crack, something darker clung in a few spots. Dried tissue trapped in the crevice. It hadn't been there long enough to be eaten completely away. My hand shook so badly the phone's beam jittered, making the empty eye sockets seem to twitch and shift. Below the shelf with the skulls, on the next shelf down, were jars. Not the random assortment you'd see in a hoarder's basement. These were all the same size. Big glass jars with metal lids, each one filled with cloudy liquid. In some, shapes floated. Pale bands that might have been tendons, twisted knots of something fibrous, dark clumps sunk at the bottom. I didn't look too long. My brain was already trying to slot those shapes into the human body diagram I'd half remembered from high school health class. Tendons, ligaments, organs. The air felt thicker now. My head buzzed. A combination of adrenaline, the impact from the wall earlier, and the overwhelming smell. I almost didn't see the plastic tub. It sat on the floor to the left of the cabinet, half in shadow. Just a regular storage bin, the kind you'd find stacked in the aisles at any Target. Opaque gray sides, blue lid snapped on one end and askew on the other, as if someone had closed it in a hurry. Something dark had spilled down one side and dried there in streaks. I knew what I would find if I opened it. Every part of me knew. But that same stubborn, stupid part that had walked down into this basement in the first place pushed my hand forward. I crouched, grabbed the edge of the lid, and lifted. The smell that hit me was a wall. If the rest of the basement had been bad, this was a different category. It was thick and oily and immediate, punching into my sinuses and clamping down. Rot. Full stop. Not the early stages, not the faint tang of something gone off in the fridge. This was meat that had moved through all the recognizable steps of decay and into something else. There was the sour burn of ammonia, strong enough to make my eyes and nose sting. Underneath, a cloying sweetness, like fruit left to liquefy in summer heat. And layered over both, the dense, metallic tang of blood that had once been fresh and was now breaking down into whatever comes after. I gagged instantly. The first heave was dry, my stomach clenching on nothing. The second brought up bile and a thin string of foam that burned my throat on the way up. I turned my head just in time to avoid vomiting directly into the tub. The mess splattered onto the concrete next to it, turning the dust into a reeking paste. Through watering eyes, I forced myself to look down. Inside, piled without much care, were body parts. Not clean, not arranged, just pieces. A forearm lay on top, skin a mottled gray-yellow, the fingers curled slightly inward. The hand at the end was missing 2 digits, the empty spaces raw at some point, now dried. The fingernails that were left were dirty, the knuckles mottled with bruises that had once been purple and were now a dull, darker shade. Under that, partially wrapped in clouded plastic, was what looked like a section of torso. A flap of skin marked with a tattoo, a black line drawing, warped beyond recognition by the way the flesh had shrunk and folded. I could make out maybe the wing of a bird or a piece of lettering stretched grotesquely across the curve. There was hair, too, a mat of it stuck to a section of scalp that clung to the side of the tub, bunched together with dried blood. Blonde, maybe, under the filth, or light brown.
It was hard to tell. Deeper in the bin, half visible through gaps in the upper layer, were charred-looking shapes that might have been sections of ribs, a kneecap, something like a heel. Some pieces were bagged, others not.
It was like a butcher's scrap bin, except these were not cow or pig. The proportions were wrong. The hair and tattoos were wrong. I dropped the lid. It fell back into place with a flat plastic clap that sounded weirdly small in the big, dead room. The smell didn't lessen. It had already soaked into my nose, my throat, my clothes. Bile burned at the back of my mouth. I swallowed it down, gagged again, clutched the knife harder just to have something to anchor me. On the wall above the tub, written directly on the concrete in black marker, there were words. My phone's light skated over them, the letters wobbling as my hand shook. Dates, mostly. Short, neat lines, each beginning with a month and day and year. Some went back a few years, others were more recent. Each had some kind of note next to it. Single letters, shorthand, little marks. A few had actual words. Trail. HWY lot. Creek. My eyes snagged on one of the later dates, the date from the news. Next to it, in the same small, tidy handwriting, was a single initial and a word. H. Orange jacket. My heart stuttered. For a second, I thought I might actually pass out. Tiny black spots danced at the edges of my vision. The room swayed. Bones rattled under my boot as I shifted my weight. Crunch. The sound was small, but in that moment, it might as well have been a gunshot. It ricocheted off the concrete and up my spine, snapping me back. I realized, dimly, that I had moved farther into the basement than I'd meant to. The stairs were behind me now, partially obscured by the metal table and the hanging tools. Between me and any way out was a maze of horrors that had taken Mark years to build. Above, somewhere in the rotting cabin, something groaned. A board, maybe, or a boot on old wood. He knew this room existed, intimately. He had arranged it, stocked it, written on its walls. I was standing in the middle of his work, breathing his history, and I was running out of time. Somewhere above me, the house groaned again. Not the gentle settling sound of old wood. This was a harder shift, like weight changing, like someone stepping wrong on a beam and catching themselves. Dust sifted down from the ceiling and a fine gray curtain, sparkling briefly in my phone's beam before disappearing. I snapped the flashlight off. The dark slammed in so completely it felt physical. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd gone blind. Then the faintest gray gradient at the top of the stairs appeared as my eyes adjusted. The weak suggestion of whatever light from outside seeped through the cabin's broken windows. If he came down here, the light would paint him in silhouette. I'd be lit up for him like a target. I stood there in the dark, sucking air through my teeth, blood drying sticky on my face, and realized I had one more thing I could try. I turned the phone back on, cupping the screen against my chest to hide the glow as much as I could, and stabbed at the keypad. 911. For a second, nothing happened. No ringing, no error message, just the spinning wheel I'd already come to hate. Then, somehow, against every bar of logic and physically displayed signal strength, the call pushed through. 2 rings, 3,
"911, what is the location of your emergency?" It wasn't the same dispatcher. Different cadence, deeper voice. I didn't care. I talked too fast. The words came out tangled, shredded by panic. "Cabin, rental cabin, up off route, number, outside, town name." I gasped. "I already called. Deputies are supposed to be coming. He tried to kill me. I ran. I'm at another cabin now. There's a basement. There are bodies. Sir, slow down," the operator said, that same trained calm. "Tell me where you are now." "The other cabin," I repeated. "Off the trail behind the rental. Half a mile, maybe? I don't know. It's old, falling apart, no power. It's north of the main cabin, I think. Down in a little dip, there's a concrete basement, metal table, skulls, jars, body parts in a plastic tub." I heard my voice start to climb, cracked, hysterical. I forced it back down. "The owner did this, Mark. He's the guy outside my cabin. I stabbed him. He's bleeding. He might be coming here." I rattled off every landmark I could remember. The curve in the trail where it forked, the leaning pine with the scarred trunk, the shallow creek bed I'd stumbled over in the dark. The operator kept me talking, repeating myself, confirming the same pieces from different angles until he could at least triangulate me on a map. "Units are en route to your original address," he said finally. "I'm advising them now about a secondary structure north of the rental. I need you to stay where you are for your own safety." The idea of staying in that basement, with those skulls and that tub and the marker on the wall, made my skin try to crawl off my bones. But the idea of staggering back into the open, bleeding and half-conscious, while Mark moved through the trees made less sense. "Okay," I breathed. "Okay, I'll try." Time lost shape after that. I remember the sound of my own heartbeat, too loud, the high, constant whine in my left ear, the smell, the occasional distant creak from upstairs, every one of them making my fingers clamp tighter around the bent knife handle. At some point, faint and far away, I heard it. A siren. It was thin at first, high and keening in the distance. It didn't fit here. Sirens are city sounds, highway sounds, attached in my brain to strip malls and apartment complexes and drunk drivers, not to black pines and snow and cabins with kill rooms underneath. The operator must have heard something in my breath change. "You hear them?" he asked. "Yeah," I whispered. "Yeah, far." "They're getting closer. Stay where you are." The siren grew louder, multiplying, layers of it overlapping as more vehicles joined in. The sound bounced strangely through the trees and the hollow the old cabin sat in, warping, making it hard to tell direction. Then, slowly, headlights joined it. Ghostly beams stuttering through trunks, smearing across snow. Blue and red flickered against the cracks in the basement ceiling. When boots finally thundered across the floor overhead, it sounded like the whole world was collapsing. Voices shouted, sharp and clipped, words echoing through the rotten boards. "Sheriff's office," someone yelled from above. "Anyone down there? Hands where we can see them." I wanted to call back normally, but my voice came out shredded. "Down here! I'm coming out! I'm coming out!" I held my hands up as high as I could with the phone and knife in them and moved toward the stairs. Every step felt like it took an hour. My legs had turned to heavy, trembling sticks. The first thing I saw when I reached the top was the barrel of a rifle. The deputy holding it had his face half covered by a balaclava against the cold, eyes narrowed. Behind him, the doorway glowed with the strange, pulsing light from the cruisers outside, snow swirling pink and blue. "Knife," he snapped. "Drop the knife." I let it fall. It hit the floor with a dull clack and skidded a few inches. My fingers didn't want to uncurl from around it. When they did, the empty feeling in my hand was almost as bad as holding it. "Come up slow," another voice said. "One hand on the rail, keep the other where I can see it." I did exactly what he told me, because at that point, all I wanted in the world was for someone else to be in charge. Hands grabbed me as I came up, gloved, firm, spinning me gently to face away. I felt the brief, impersonal sweep of someone's hand along my sides, the pat-down for weapons. My head throbbed when they touched the tinder spot where I'd hit the wall. When their fingers came away, they were darker. "Head laceration," one of them called out. "We got a bleeder." "I'm fine," I lied, voice a mumble. It's not mine. Most of it's not mine." Then they saw the basement. Flashlights speared past me as deputies moved around, forming a human wall between me and the hatch. The beam sliced through the dark, landing on the metal table, on the straps, on the tools on the walls. One of them dropped straight onto the open plastic tub where I hadn't had the strength to snap the lid completely. Two officers swore, almost in unison. "Jesus Christ," one muttered. "What the hell?" "Get crime scene down here," another snapped, already reaching for the radio on his shoulder. "And the coroner, and everybody. We've got multiple remains. This is a goddamn house of horrors." They hustled me out. The night outside felt unreal, bright almost. The cruiser's light bars painted the snow in looping patterns, red and blue reflecting off every surface, off the trunks of trees, off the windows of the old cabin. My eyes watered from the sudden change. Somebody wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. It was the standard ambulance blanket, rough and thin, but it felt like the best thing anyone had ever given me. EMTs descended, checking my pupils with little pin lights, taping gauze to the cut on my scalp, prodding my ribs, listening to my chest. "Name?" one of them kept asking, in between questions about nausea and dizziness and, "Do you know what day it is?" I must have told him 3 times before it stuck. The sheriff himself turned up. Older guy, thick mustache, hat pulled low, big jacket with the county patch on one shoulder. He looked like every small-town lawman you've ever seen in a diner at 6 a.m., only more tired. He squatted down in front of where I sat, on the tailgate of an ambulance, blanket wrapped tight, hands shaking in my lap. "Listen," he said, voice even, but not unkind. "I know you've been through something pretty damn awful, but I need you to run it for me from the top. I've got deputies at your rental. I've got more people heading out to a residence in the valley. I've got the state boys on their way. The more detail I get from you now, the better chance we have of making sure this doesn't go sideways later. All right?" I gave him the version I could manage. I told him about the cabin I'd rented, about the trail, about finding the old cabin, the basement, the skull fragments. I told him about texting Mark and getting that "no other cabins out there" message, about the locked room in the hallway, the smell under the door. I told him about the footsteps in the snow, the shape circling my cabin, the text chime on the porch.
I did not tell him every detail of what I'd done to Mark. I said there was a struggle, that he'd swung a hammer at my head, that I'd grabbed something and hit him in the face, that I'd stabbed him once or twice to get away. I didn't tell him about how many times I'd tried, about the cheap blade bending, about the mess his chest had become under my frantic, incompetent stabs. I could hear, even as I spoke, the way it might sound later in a courtroom. Alone in a cabin, altercation with the owner missing. Out-of-state tech guy, stressed and recently dumped, claims self-defense. Selective truth came easy when you were terrified of ending up on the wrong side of the story. "We'll sort the exact angles out later," the sheriff said when I stumbled, covering my mouth with his hand for a second like he could push the hysteria back in. "Right now, I just need to know, when was the last time you saw Mark breathing on his own 2 feet? I gave him the timeline. The look on his face when he said, "You shouldn't have gone off the trail." The way he'd still been moving when I bolted for the back door, blood streaming from the wood jutting out of his cheek. "And you ran here," the sheriff said. "You didn't see him on the way." "No," I said. "Just trees, just snow." He studied me for a second, eyes flicking over the blood on my clothes, some of it light, my own, some of it darker, smeared in weird patterns that only made sense if you'd been under a man when you stabbed him. "Okay," he said finally. "Okay. Sit tight with our paramedics, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna go have a look at your rental with my guys." The world blurred after that, into fragments. Deputies going in and out of the old cabin like ants, voices clipped and professional, trailing yellow tape behind them. More cruisers pulling up near where the trees opened enough to let their tires bite. A second ambulance arriving, lights spinning just in case. Eventually, another set of headlights swung across the clearing from the direction of the main road. Put me in the back of a cruiser, and we drove. The main rental cabin looked different, with half the county parked around it. The cozy profile from the listing was gone, replaced by a crime scene. Porch taped off, living room lit up by portable lamps set in the snow, deputies moving through with cameras and evidence bags. They saw a lot. They saw the blood on the hallway walls, on the doorframe where Mark had slammed the hammer and where my skull had connected. They saw the streaks across the floor where we'd fought. They bagged the hammer where it had finally come to rest in the bedroom, slick with drying red, crust built up on the claw. They saw the bedroom itself, the soaked mattress, the stains, the drag marks to the closet. They found the ripped trash bag and its contents, the finger still lying on the floorboards, where I'd left it after half kicking it under the bed. One tech knelt down and snapped photos of it from 3 different angles, the flash popping each time and freezing that little piece of horror in perfect detail. In the hallway, they cut the padlock off the storage room. The smell that rolled out made even the most stoic deputy swear and back away, hand over his mouth. Inside, their flashlights threw shapes into awful relief. A chest freezer humming in the corner, lid crusted with frost. Inside, packages of meat wrapped in butcher paper, some labeled with sloppy Sharpie deer, others unlabeled, their shapes undeniably human. Too narrow for livestock, too long, too fragile in the wrong places. They found clothes in there too, women's jackets, men's shirts, all with stains that lit up under luminol. Backpacks stacked neatly against one wall, some brand new, some worn. One of them had a laminated trail tag still clipped to it, the name matching the missing hiker from the news. The sheriff came back out of the storage room with his jaw clenched so hard a muscle ticked in his cheek. He had a lot of evidence now. What he didn't have was Mark. His pickup was gone from where I'd first seen it parked, down by the curve in the access road, just out of sight of the cabin. His house down in the valley, they told me later, was a mess of receipts and tools and a fridge half full of beer and generic freezer meals. But no Mark. Neighbors said they hadn't seen him go anywhere. His phone pinged a tower once, miles away, then stopped. The sheriff's office would tell me, weeks later, that they'd put out bulletins, that they'd alerted airports, bus depots, border crossings, that they'd entered his plates into every system they had. But that night, sitting on a plastic chair outside an exam room at the small-town hospital, wrapped in a clean blanket and wearing someone else's sweatpants, while my own clothes sat in a paper evidence bag, the nurse's station TV played the late news on low volume. They were already calling it the cabin killings and a possible serial investigation. They had my name spelled wrong in the ticker. They had Mark's photo up, that same fake smile beanie shot from his Airbnb profile, with the words "person of interest" under it. Person of interest. Not suspect, not killer. They had the sheriff on camera, saying all the right things about ongoing investigations, and asking the public for help locating this man, who may be armed and dangerous. They praised the courageous actions of an unnamed guest who had managed to escape a dangerous situation and alert law enforcement. Nobody said the part that lodged in my brain and hasn't moved since. He walked away from all of that. From the skulls, the freezer, the fingers, the beds and the bags, and the dates on the wall. The system had showed up, finally. Sirens and floods of light, in evidence bags and procedure. It had scooped me up, taped me together, written statements, opened case files. And the one person who had made all of this, who had stood 2 feet from my face and told me I shouldn't have gone off the trail, was a ghost in the trees somewhere. Officially, I was the victim. Unofficially, I was something closer to a witness, with a concussion and a story that sounded, even to my own ears, like something you'd hear on a late-night horror channel. Mark had a head start, a truck, and an intimate knowledge of every back road and logging trail within 50 miles. I had a bandage on my head, someone else's sweatpants, and the faint, nauseating sense that for all the cops and sirens and blue lights, the woods up there still belonged more to him than to any of us. The days after felt fake. I was technically alive, technically safe, but my brain and my body had very different opinions about that. I was staying at a rundown motel on the edge of town, the kind that has doors that open straight onto the parking lot and a big neon sign that buzzes half the night. The room smelled like stale smoke and industrial cleaner. The bedspread had that shiny floral pattern every cheap motel seems to have, the one designed to hide stains instead of prevent them. The heater in the wall rattled like there was a handful of pennies stuck in the fan. Every time it kicked on, it sounded like someone jiggling a doorknob. The sheriff's office had paid for the room for the duration of the immediate investigation, which, in real terms, meant until they were done wringing my memory out like a wet towel. By day, I bounced between the motel and the small brick building that housed both the sheriff's office
and a courtroom.
They had me in a little interview room with wood paneling and a table that had been carved up by decades of bored people with pocket knives. Every time I thought I had told my story as completely as possible, someone new would come in with a notepad or a recorder and make me walk through it again. Uniform, detective, someone from the state police, an investigator who did not say who he worked for but had the look of federal about him. They all wanted the same thing in slightly different words. Dates, times, descriptions, what I had done, what Mark had done. I got used to the scrape of pen on paper when I said something they thought mattered. The worst part was figuring out which parts of the story to leave out because they sounded crazy, and which parts to lean on because they sounded like useful evidence. The metal table, the straps, the skulls with the drilled holes, the tub. I noticed they always stopped me when I started describing the smell.
"Just the facts," one of the agents had said, when I started gagging just talking about it. "We will get the sensory stuff from the scene photos." The motel TV ran on a loop when I got back to my room each night. Local news at 6, national at 7, reruns of some crime procedural after that, which I turned off because listening to actors read off sanitized versions of what I had just lived through felt like some kind of cosmic joke. The local station could not stay away from it. They did not call it what it was, not out loud. They called it a possible illegal butchering site. They called it a grisly discovery. They used phrases like suspected human remains and unlicensed processing of game and other material. They put quotation marks in their voices around certain words. The anchor, a guy with perfect hair and a frozen smile, kept his tone measured, careful, like he was reading a recipe.
They cut away from aerial footage of the sheriff's cruisers and the yellow tape to stock footage of hunters in blaze orange, and then to some local lawyer talking about how we have to be cautious not to jump to conclusions. They showed the old cabin from a distance, blurred slightly, like the building itself was a victim whose identity needed to be protected. They did not show the basement. They did not show the table, or the skulls with the coins of bone next to them, or the tub full of parts. They said multiple remains. They did not say how many skulls, how many arms, how many people whose families had spent nights pacing and wondering why their phone never rang again. They did not say serial killer. One of the anchors almost did once. His mouth started to form the word before his co-anchor jumped in with a suspect who may be connected to other missing persons cases, steamrolling over it. They put Mark's face on the screen maybe 3 times across 2 days. Each time it was the same photo. Beanie, half-built smile, standing next to his truck, the mountains blurred behind him. Underneath, Mark, last name, person of interest. Person of interest. It made it sound like he had maybe seen something from his front porch and forgotten to mention it. When the story moved to the national shows, the language got even softer. Possible illegal butchering operation discovered in a rural county. A rental host under scrutiny. Those phrases sat in my stomach like rocks. One afternoon, in one of the lulls between interviews, a younger deputy brought me a terrible cup of break room coffee and lingered in the doorway instead of leaving. He was probably mid-20s, buzz cut grown out a bit, dark circles under his eyes that looked like they had been there long before my mess landed on their doorstep. His name tag said Harris.
"You holding up?" he asked, leaning against the frame.
"I keep thinking I'll wake up in my apartment, and this will just be some nightmare I drank into existence," I said. My voice sounded flat, even to me. Then I remember my apartment doesn't smell like bleach and rotten meat. He gave a huff of air that was almost a laugh, then glanced back at the hallway like he was making sure no one was right there before lowering his voice. "Off the record," he said. "Everything I've said for the last 3 days has been on the record," I replied. "Off sounds nice." He scratched his jaw, the stubble rasping. "We had 3 open missing persons that fit this area before you ever showed up," he said. "No one's saying it outright yet, but the dots are not hard to connect." He counted them off with his fingers. Trail hiker, last seen at a popular overlook, early summer. Car found at a trailhead, boots gone, no sign of her. Every dog from here to the res walked that forest. Zip. Local hunter. Guy's truck was parked on a logging road to the north. Folks figured he fell, broke something, got stuck. They never found a body, just nothing. And a guy who rented from Mark a couple years back booked a week to get away and write, according to his profile. Checked in, never checked out. Bank cards never used again. Family in Ohio. They filed reports, made some noise, but jurisdiction issues, no evidence of foul play. Adult male, mid-30s, history of depression. He tilted his hand. "You can guess how that went." I stared at him. "You think they're all down there?" He shrugged one shoulder, but his eyes said yes. "Coroner's office is going to be sorting that puzzle for a long time," he said. "Dental, DNA, all that. We found a woman's backpack in that storage room up at your rental. Tag on it matches the hiker, far as I heard. Few items that might be hunter guys. Rest?" He shook his head. "The rest is going to be a mess." "Why aren't you telling people that?" I asked. "On TV, in the press conferences. Why is everyone saying possible illegal butchering site like he just forgot to file some paperwork?" "Because panic makes people stupid," he said bluntly. "Because if we say serial killer on the 6 o'clock news before we've even matched remains to names, this whole county turns into a circus. We'll have wannabe detectives tromping all over the woods with their GoPros, people from out of state driving up the mountain to gawk at the murder cabin like it's a roadside attraction. And somewhere out there is a guy who knows every logging road and game trail better than we do." He paused, then added, "And because lawyers exist. If some defense suit can argue we poisoned a jury pool by labeling him before trial, they'll do it. You want this to stick if we bring him in. If, not when." After that, I stopped watching the news. I focused on concrete tasks instead. Calling my mom, who cried in quiet, chest-deep sobs and kept saying, "Come home," like I was still 15. Emailing my boss, who wrote back something corporate-sounding about taking all the time I needed, and then, in a separate line, "We're all really glad you're alive, man." I rebooked my flight, Denver bound. The original return trip had been scheduled for later, when I was supposed to come back glowing about nature and resetting. Now, I just wanted metal and glass around me that someone else had security screened. On the last night before my flight, the motel room felt even smaller. My bag was half packed on the chair. The TV murmured in the background, volume low, some forgettable sitcom laugh track rising and falling. Outside, the neon sign hummed. Every few minutes, a semi rolled down the highway, and the thin windows vibrated. I could not stop checking the door. I had triple locked it. Deadbolt, chain, the little metal swing bar. My clothes from that night up at the cabin were long gone, taken by evidence. I was in a pair of sweatpants the hospital had given me, and a fresh hoodie I'd bought at the one Walmart in town, the logo of the local high school team on the front. I was sitting on the bed, back against the headboard, phone in my hand, when it buzzed. Not the cheerful double ping of some app notification, the single, insistent vibration of a text message. Unknown number. No name flashed on the screen, just a 10-digit string with a 406 area code. Montana. For a second, I told myself it was the sheriff's office, or the deputy, or one of the investigators following up. Then the part of my brain that had been rewired recently said, very clearly, they always call. I opened it. There was no text, no words, just a photo. It filled the screen. The first thing I noticed was the trees. Tall, black-green pines, close together, their trunks dark against a background of snow. The light had that late afternoon quality. Flat, blue-gray. Shadows long but not yet fully merged into each other. The air in the picture looked cold. You could almost feel the temperature through the pixels. The second thing I noticed was me. I was in the center of the frame, a few yards away from the camera, my back turned. Same jacket, same jeans I'd been wearing that first day. My shoulders were hunched slightly against the cold. In the picture, I was staring at something ahead of me, head tilted. The old cabin. It was in the foreground of the shot, off to the left. Sagging roof, crooked door, snow drifted up against its walls. From the angle, you could see just enough of the doorway to sense the darkness inside, not enough to make out any detail. Whoever took the photo had been standing behind me, on the trail, at a distance, the way you would if you did not want the person you were photographing to know you were there. I stared at it, my heart doing that weird stutter-skip thing it had started doing whenever something big landed. My first irrational thought was, did I take this and forget? I went straight to my gallery. There was nothing there from that angle. No photo of my own back, obviously. The few shots I had taken up there were awkward interiors of the rental cabin, a couple of half-hearted pictures of the trail with my boots in the bottom of the frame, one blurry image of the cabin doorway from the front. Not this. I checked the details on the photo. The metadata said it had been taken 2 days ago, around 3 in the afternoon, the time I had been up at the old cabin the first day, when the sky had gone that same washed-out color. The file was not in my camera roll. It had been sent from outside, dropped into my life from some other device. Outside the motel, a truck downshifted on the highway, engine growling. Somewhere in another room, somebody laughed too loud at something on TV. The heater rattled in its metal shell, starting another cycle. The room itself tilted slightly, like it had when my head hit the cabin wall. Because for that photo to exist, someone had been standing behind me that first day in the woods. Close enough to frame the shot, far enough that I never heard them over the sound of my own boots crunching snow and my mind chasing its own tail. They had watched me,
as I looked at that rotting structure. Probably watched me go inside. Maybe watched me come stumbling back out with my stomach turning and my brain trying to paste rational explanations over piles of bones. They had kept that picture. And now, when I was in a motel room miles away, bags half packed, flight home booked, everyone around me saying, "You are safe now," in measured professional tones, they had decided to send it. Just to say, I was there. Just to say, you never saw me.
My fingers finally remembered how to work. I screenshotted the message, then hit the info button on the number. No name, no previous texts, just the 10 digits and a little 406 at the front, staring back. I called the sheriff. He answered on the second ring, his voice sounding more exhausted than it had any right to for that hour. When I told him, he went all business again. "Do not delete anything," he said. "We will get a tech over there. I want that phone in our hands as is. You understand?" A deputy showed up 20 minutes later, cruiser lights off, just headlights sweeping the motel lot. He looked at the message, his jaw tightening, then took the phone gingerly, with gloved hands, and slid it into an evidence bag like it was a grenade. "We'll see what we can get off it," he said. "Number, routing, whatever's still there." They traced it. Of course they traced it. That is what you do in 2020 whatever when someone sends you a threatening text. They ran it through whatever systems they had, pinged whatever towers it had hit. The next day, the sheriff sat down at the end of my motel bed, hat in his hands, and told me what I already knew from the way his mouth was set. "Number was a prepaid," he said. "Bought cash from a convenience store 2 counties over. Activated the morning before you got that message. Used once to send you that image. Then deactivated, SIM destroyed far as we can tell." "So that's it," I said. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears. "He sends me a picture of my own back, and that's just nothing." "It is not nothing," the sheriff said. "It is one more piece that says he is still out there, and he is still playing games. It is also one more thing that tells us he is watching, which means he is more likely to slip eventually." Eventually. The word landed like a stone. I changed my flight that afternoon to the earliest one I could get. I sat in the plastic chair by the motel window, watching snow start to fall again, and went through every account, every number, every connection I had. I called my carrier from the motel landline and told them I wanted a new number as soon as I hit Denver. I emailed my boss from the motel's spotty Wi-Fi and told him I would be working remote from somewhere else for the foreseeable future. I texted the few friends I trusted and told them I would send them new contact info when I had it. I did not tell them why. I did not say, because a man who drills holes in skulls and writes dates on basement walls has my old number. I did not say, because he had my back in his phone, and I never even turned around. Within a month, I was out of Denver. New apartment, new number, new email. New routines built around grocery stores and gas stations and streets that had nothing to do with pine trees and snow and a sound of bone hitting wood. I scrubbed Montana out of my digital life as much as I could. No more saved listings, no more sleepy mountain cabin pictures, no more nature reset algorithms feeding me ads. Sometimes, late at night, my phone would buzz and my whole body would go rigid before I even looked at the screen. Most of the time, it was spam, or some app I forgot to uninstall, or my mom sending a heart emoji because she did not know what else to send.
Every once in a while, though, there will be a number I do not recognize, an area code I do not immediately place. I used to assume wrong numbers. Now, I let them ring until they stop, screen going dark, pulse slowly coming back down, that picture burned into the inside of my eyelids. Me in the snow, turned away, staring at a cabin I should never have found, while someone stood just out of frame and decided, very calmly, that I would make a good addition to the list on his wall.
It has been a couple of years, give or take, since the cabin.
I measure that time less by dates on a calendar and more by apartments. I am on my third one now. Third lease, third view of a parking lot, third set of neighbors whose names I will never really learn, but whose habits I know better than my own. When people ask where I live now, I say Kansas City. It was far enough from Denver to feel like a reset without being dramatic. Middle of the map, neutral. Not mountains, not forests, not anything that looks like a tourism poster for getaway in the woods. Just a city with strip malls and office parks and flat squares of sky between buildings. My apartment is on the third floor of one of those big complexes that all look cloned from the same blueprint. Fake stone on the bottom, beige siding on top. A pool no one uses as much as they think they will when they sign the lease. My balcony overlooks a row of other balconies and a parking lot full of the same 5 types of cars. From the outside, my life looks pretty normal. I got a new job about 6 months after Montana. Still in IT. Still staring at tickets and logs and the angry emails of people whose passwords expired at the worst possible time. Different company though. Smaller, locally owned, with an office that has windows instead of fluorescent lit cubicles in the middle of a building. I go to work, I answer Slack messages. I fix things remotely. I join meetings where everyone pretends a 15-slide deck about VPN usage is interesting. On Fridays, if I am feeling especially human, I might go with a couple coworkers to the bar down the street and nurse one beer for 2 hours while they complain about the same things I complain about, only louder. If you met me at that bar, if you were a friend of a friend dragged along after work, you would get the surface version. The guy in his early 30s, jeans and hoodie, faint scar near the hairline on one side if the light hits right, a little jumpy when the door slams too hard. You would hear me joke about burnout and needing a vacation, and you might even hear the short, sanitized story about that time I accidentally booked a murder cabin on Airbnb. People laugh at that. They think it is a bit, a true crime fan exaggerating. I let them. What you would not see is what my nights look like. My bedtime routine has become a checklist, not a cute self-care one with candles and gratitude journaling. Mine is more like a pre-flight inspection on a plane that has already had one engine fall off. Lock the front door, turn the deadbolt, slide the chain, tug the knob twice, hard, to feel the resistance. Check the patio door. Lock engaged, handle secure. Step out onto the balcony for exactly 3 seconds. Scan the railings above and below. Scan the parking lot. Scan the tree line at the far edge of the property, looking for a silhouette that does not belong. Step back in, lock the door again, pull the vertical blinds all the way shut so there is no seam for anyone to see through. Kitchen window, bathroom window, both on the 3rd floor, both small, both with latches that probably do not need checking every single night, but I do anyway. Finger on the metal, press, jiggle. Closet doors closed, bedroom door half open, never all the way, never shut. There is a sweet spot in the middle where I can see the hallway if I am in bed, but anyone standing in it cannot see all the way in without committing. Phone on the nightstand, screen face down, ringer on vibrate, emergency alert volume still on. Old habits. The heater in this place is one of those central systems that kicks on with a low whoomph and then rides for a while. The first week I lived here, I barely slept. Every time the air handler started, I heard the cabin's furnace. Every time it clicked off, the silence pressed down in the same way, making me listen harder for things I did not want to hear. It is better now, but better is relative. I don't do forests anymore. My coworkers talk about hiking trails outside the city, about weekend camping trips, and I have become an expert at dodging invitations. Got plans, I say. Not really an outdoors guy. They look at me like I am broken, like who does not like fresh air and trees? I do not tell them that the sound of wind moving through pine needles still makes the back of my neck prickle. I do not tell them I had a full-blown panic attack once in the seasonal aisle at Walmart when I walked past a display of rustic cabin decor and the fake wood smell hit me just wrong. My sleep is a patchwork of half hours. I use white noise now, an app on my phone that plays fan sounds or rain or city hum. Mostly I pick apartment at night because it feels less like lying to myself. Even with that running though, certain sounds cut through. Footsteps in the hallway outside my door, for instance. In a building like mine, you get to know the cadence of your neighbors without even trying. The lady at the end of the hall, who always wears heels when she comes home late. The guy downstairs, whose boots hit the stairwell like drum beats every morning at exactly 6:45. The kids on the second floor, who run laps on Sunday afternoons. I have their patterns memorized in a way that is not healthy. So when it is 2:13 a.m. and I hear a single set of footsteps stop right outside my door, I am wide awake instantly. Most of the time, it is nothing. Someone drunk trying the wrong apartment. A delivery left late. A neighbor fumbling with their keys across the hall, and the sound bouncing weird. I lie there, staring at the ceiling, counting the seconds until they move on. One time, there was a soft knock. Not even a real knock, just the faintest tap, like knuckles brushing the door by accident. I lay there with my breath frozen in my throat, every muscle braced, half waiting for the deadbolt to jiggle the way the cabin's handle had. It never did. After a full minute of nothing, I forced myself to get up, look through the peephole. Empty hall. Bare carpet, beige walls, fluorescent light, buzzing. I stood there for a long time, forehead against the wood, telling myself that if he wanted me dead, he had already had better opportunities. It does not help. I hear things in the heater, too. When it shuts off at night, the vents click and tick as they cool. Sometimes one of those clicks arranges itself into a pattern my brain does not like. 3 in a row. A pause. 3 more. It is probably just metal contracting,
but the part of me that spent an evening listening to footsteps in the snow circling a cabin cannot help but label it Nux.
The worst, though, is the phone. Rationally, I know that the little chime my current phone makes when a notification pops up is not the same as the sound the one in Montana made when a text landed on the porch right outside my door. Different model, different tone, different state. My body does not care about rational. If I am in the kitchen and my phone buzzes in the living room, my heart spikes. For a split second, I am back by that door, thumb still hovering over the send button, and then the sound plays from the other side of thin wood, and everything tenses. I have changed the notification sound 3 times. It does not matter. Any chime that comes from a device I am not actively looking at turns my bloodstream to ice. My friends joke about me being hard to reach. I leave my phone on Do Not Disturb more than I probably should. My mom hates it. She worries. I tell her it helps me sleep.
What I never tell her is that I am less worried about missing someone's call than I am about hearing a text come in from a number that is not supposed to know where I am. Every once in a while, I still search his name. Not every day, not in a formal calendar reminder way. More like a quiet compulsion that surfaces when my insomnia gets bad. I will be lying there at 1 a.m, staring at the little cracks in the ceiling paint, listening to the neighbor's TV through the wall, and the thought will just arrive, fully formed. Maybe they found him. So I pick up my phone, dim the screen, and type his name into the search bar. First name, last name, then the county, then cabin, then remains. Most of the hits are the same stale cluster of local news articles from that first week. A couple follow-ups from true crime blogs that got hold of the story and tried to spin it into content, using words like alleged and potential and possibly.
A forum thread on some message board where people argued about whether the sheriff's department had done enough, and whether Mark was a mastermind who vanished into the wilderness, or just a dumb killer who got lucky. The dates on those threads stop about 6 months after it happened. No updates, no arrests, no trial. There are no newer articles, no suspect apprehended in out-of-state traffic stop, or human remains identified pieces. Just echoes. I know rationally that silence does not mean nothing is happening. Labs take time, cold cases get shuffled and reopened. But the fact remains, if they had caught him, it would be on the internet. It is not. Sometimes when I am feeling particularly masochistic, I search my own name alongside his, just to see if any new blogs have speculated. Most of the time, it is just the same handful of pieces, plus my LinkedIn profile, which I really should lock down more than I have.
Most nights, I just close the browser and go back to listening to the heater. The thing that makes all of this worse is that I still use Airbnb. Not often, not for cabins, but business trips, conferences, the occasional cheap room in another city when hotels are too expensive. It is almost impossible to avoid these days. The interface is so familiar, it feels like muscle memory. One night, when sleep simply would not come, I opened the app without even thinking about it. It was muscle memory of a different kind. Thumb flicking from home screen to app folder to the little red and white icon. The login persisted from the last time I had used it. My profile picture, from a smiling vacation years before, popped up in the corner. I told myself I was just looking,
I set the location to somewhere I had no plans on actually going. Vermont, I think, that first time. Late fall dates, entire place, cabins, cottages, chalets. Price range set to something completely arbitrary. The thumbnails appeared like they always do. Warm lighting, wood interiors, steaming hot tubs under snow-heavy trees. Marketing photographer fever dreams. A-frame retreat in the pines. Writer's haven in the woods. Cozy cabin, perfect for couples. I scrolled. It hurt in a way that was hard to describe, like pressing on a bruise just to see if it still hurts. The pictures were almost identical to the one that had started this whole spiral for me. Stone fireplace, plaid blanket, a couch positioned just so in front of a big window with tree silhouettes outside. Somewhere between scrolling past a listing in Oregon and one in upstate New York, I realized what I was doing. I wasn't looking for a place to stay. I was looking for his name. Not his, specifically. Airbnb banned his account after everything came out, scrubbed his listings, wiped his reviews. I know, because I checked back then, compulsively, watching Cozy Creekside Cabin vanish from my history like it had never existed. But I was still scrolling, expecting, at any moment, to see something that felt wrong. A certain phrasing, a certain kind of photo, a profile picture of a man in a beanie standing next to a truck, smiling in that way that did not reach his eyes. I did it again the next week, and the next. Different states, different filters, always the same drawn-out pulse in my throat, waiting for something in the listings to jump out and say, "This is not safe." Most of the time, it was just strangers' vacation fantasies. Then, one sleepless night, bleary-eyed in the glow of my phone at 2:47 a.m., I saw something else. It started like every other insomnia scroll. Entire place, I had set the filter, cabin, Wi-Fi, some arbitrary price range, dates I had no intention of using. I bounced the map around from Colorado to Washington to upstate New York, dropping it on random patches of green and hitting search just to see what popped up. Most of it was harmless. A-frames with fairy lights strung along the rafters, lake houses with kayaks posed artfully on their sides, farm stays with goats in the background, and proud paragraphs about going off-grid that still listed high-speed internet as an amenity. I flicked past all of it, thumb moving on autopilot, brain half shut down. It was like running my fingers over scar tissue, familiar, ugly, weirdly comforting in the predictability of the pain. Then I saw it. At first it was just a thumbnail in a grid of a dozen others. A small rectangle of brown and white and pine green. My thumb hesitated over it without me telling it to. One-story wood cabin, sloped roof, small front porch with a railing that looked like stripped logs, snow on the steps, a little metal chimney pipe jutting up from the roofline. My chest tightened. There are only so many ways you can build a cabin, I told myself. Of course they're going to look similar. It's like seeing a sedan that reminds you of your old car. You're primed to see patterns. But my thumb had already tapped it. The listing opened full screen. Quiet mountain cabin, perfect for remote work. That was the title. Black text on white, the same font as every other listing, the same bland enthusiasm. Underneath, a location. Not Montana this time. Different state, different mountain range, hours away on a map. Host, a name I didn't recognize.
No last name displayed, just a single, common first name and a tiny gray avatar circle showing a blurred photo of a person in sunglasses. 0 reviews. New host. I should have backed out right there. Instead, I scrolled. The first photo was the exterior. Bigger now, filling my screen, all the details exposed. The porch. 3 steps up, boards slightly uneven.
The railing, logs with the bark stripped, the knots still visible. The door, centered, with a small glass panel at the top. 2 windows, one on each side of the door, trimmed in white. My brain tried to rationalize. It really did. Those are just standard decisions, it said. Builders reuse plans. People copy each other's ideas. There's only so much you can do with 4 walls and a roof. But my eyes kept snagging on little things. The way the front steps leaned slightly to the left, like the ground had shifted under them. The exact angle of the roof where the snow had slid halfway and then refrozen. The placement of a particular knot in one of the railing posts, 3/4 of the way up, a dark oval and otherwise lighter wood. I had never taken a full front-facing photo of the original cabin, not that first day. My pictures had been close-ups, the stone fireplace, the kitchen, a shot off the back porch. So I could not say with absolute certainty, yes, this is it, but my body knew. I scrolled down to the text. Take a deep breath and get away from it all in this quiet mountain cabin, the description began. Strong Wi-Fi, stone fireplace, fully stocked kitchen. Perfect for remote workers, creatives, or anyone needing a reset from city life. Nothing unusual there. I'd read that same paragraph 100 times, worded 100 different ways. It was the last line that froze me. There's a beautiful little trail right behind the cabin, it said. Just don't go too far off it. I stopped breathing. I read the sentence again, slower this time, making sure exhaustion wasn't scrambling my perception. Just don't go too far off it. He had said that to me once, half smiling as he pointed at the crude map by the door. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. A weird little local warning, like, don't feed the bears, or watch out for black ice. Later, after the basement, after the list on the wall, it had come back to me in a different tone. Now it was in black and white, on a listing written by a new host in another state. Could be coincidence, some part of me whispered. People say things like that all the time. Trails, cliffs, whatever. But of all the words in all the listings, tonight, my insomnia and my thumb had dropped me onto this one. My fingers felt numb when I tapped into the photo gallery. The interior shot loaded. Kitchen first. The layout punched me in the gut before any of the details did. Stove on the left, small window over the sink straight ahead, fridge tucked into a corner on the right, narrow strip of countertop between. Same angle, same distance, like the photographer had stood in exactly the same spot I had that first day and raised their phone to exactly the same height. In this picture, the cabinets were a different color. Whoever owned it now had either refinished them or installed new ones. Lighter wood, modern handles instead of the knobby old ones I remembered. A red kettle set on the stove. There was a little bowl of lemons near the sink, utterly staged. But the bones of the room were the same. The same little notch in the ceiling line where the vent pipe ran up. The same hairline crack in the tile backsplash near the outlet. The same narrow gap
between the fridge and the wall where no one had bothered to add a spacer. My thumb trembled as I swiped. Living room. Couch different color, a soft gray instead of the scratchy brown one that had been there when I stayed. New rug, new coffee table, some tasteful fake plants by the window. The stone fireplace, though, was the same. I knew those stones. I had stared at them for hours at a time, trying to let my brain turn into something smooth and heavy and quiet, like them. There was a particular dark, flat rock halfway up on the left, with a diagonal white streak through it. It was in this photo too, exactly where I remembered. You could say, again, that stone is stone.
That maybe all mountain cabins get their rock from the same quarry. But I knew that streak. I had traced it with my eyes, while pretending not to hear a phone chime on the porch. My thumb flicked again, faster now, as if rushing through the images would somehow prove me wrong. Bedroom. Same location in relation to the living room. Same window on the far wall. Same placement of the bed. Headboard against the wall opposite the door. Mattress oriented toward the doorway. The linens were different. Bright white duvet. 3 too many throw pillows. The nightstands matched now, not the mismatched pair from before. There was an abstract art print over the bed, something with blue swirls and gold leaf. What stopped me was the direction of the shot. The photo had been taken from the doorway, looking in. The edge of the hall, visible on one side, the far corner of the room on the other. It framed the space in a way that was almost identical to the last mental image I had of that room. Standing there, knife in my hand, staring at the stained bed and the drag marks that led to the closet. In the photo, the walls were clean, no visible stains, no marks. Fresh paint maybe, new drywall if someone had gone that far. But my brain layered the old image over the new one anyway, like a transparency you hold up to the light. I swiped again before I had to sit with that too long. Hallway. The camera was low to the ground in this shot, angled so that the wood floorboards led your eye from the living room down toward the bedroom. Someone had thought they were being artsy. Natural light from the bedroom window spilled down the hall. On the right-hand side, halfway down, was the storage room door. Fresh coat of white paint, new hardware, a brushed nickel knob instead of the crude padlock that had hung there when I'd stayed. The frame around it was cleaner, too. No scuffs, no visible pry marks. It looked like any other closet door in any other rental, if you didn't know what had been inside before. My thumb zoomed in, 2-finger pinch, until the pixels started to break apart. The trim around the door was new, but the wall beside it still bore a faint discolored patch where something had once scraped deeply enough that even sanding and paint couldn't fully erase it. In the scuffed area on the floorboards just in front of the door, I could almost see the ghost of where I had knelt, ear pressed to wood, listening to dripping. I felt sick. I almost backed out, almost shut the app and threw my phone onto the other side of the bed, like that would make the listing unexist. Instead, I kept going. There were a couple of throwaway photos, close-up of a mug with steam by the window, shot of the little dining table set for 2, then one more exterior picture. View from the front porch, the caption said. In the foreground, the wooden railing cut across the bottom of the frame. Beyond it, the yard fell away into a gentle slope of snow, broken by tufts of brown grass. Farther out, the tree line began.
pines mostly, dense, their trunks a vertical barcode against the white. The light in this one was different. Early morning, maybe. The snow closest to the camera glowed with a faint golden tint, while the trees remained dark, their needles almost black. I stared at the photo for a long time, without really knowing why. Something about it itched at me. Not the obvious, the shape of the yard, the way the tree line curved. I recognized that, yes, the trailhead was just off to the right, out of frame, where a gap in the trees started. No, it was something in the shadows. I zoomed in. The resolution wasn't great. This was a phone camera, not a professional DSLR. The pixels chunked up the more I pinched. Snow turned into blocks of white and gray.
Tree trunks became vertical columns of digital noise. But in the darker space between two of those trunks, to the left of center, there was something. At first, it was just a slightly lighter smudge in the dark. A shape that could have been nothing. A glitch, an artifact, the camera lending more light to a patch of underbrush. I zoomed farther. The smudge resolved into a more specific arrangement of shapes. A vertical line that could be a body. A smaller sphere on top that could be a head. The suggestion of shoulders, a lighter patch where a face might be, turned toward the cabin. Above that, a dark band circling the head, thicker than the rest, like the brim of a hat or the edge of a beanie. I sat there in my bed in Kansas City, the glow from the phone screen bleaching my hands, heart pounding so hard it made the image tremble, and tried very hard to tell myself I was seeing patterns where none existed. My rational brain put up a fight. Low-res image, pareidolia. Humans see faces in everything. Clouds, electrical outlets, knots in wood.
Of course I was going to see a human figure in a grainy patch of shadow, especially with my history. But it did not explain the line in the description. Just don't go too far off it. I backed out of the photos to the main listing again, staring at that sentence, reading it over and over while my fingers hovered, not sure what to do. This could be some new owner who bought a place cheap after a scandal, fixed it up, and decided to cash in, I thought. People do that. They flip houses all the time. They don't always tell the whole story. Or it could be something else. A fake name on a fake host account, a new email, a different truck parked out front. Same cabin, same trail, same man behind it all, changing masks. My thumb moved almost of its own accord, sliding down toward the contact host button, then freezing just above it.
What exactly was I going to say? Hey, I think your rental is the refurbished set of a serial killer's hobby room, and also I might have stabbed you once? A notice popped up at the bottom of the screen. Only one guest has looked at this listing in the last week. For a second, I was irrationally certain that guest was me, that the app somehow knew this was not a casual window shop, but a return to a crime scene. I swallowed, flicked back up to the photos one more time, and zoomed into the trees again. The shape was still there, pixelated, ghost-like, face an indistinct blur. The beanie shape was still the same, dark, snug, familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. I did not sleep at all that night. I lay there with the phone screen dark beside me, every sound in the apartment building amplified. The elevator hum, the neighbor flushing the toilet, a car door in the lot below. Behind my eyelids, the image stayed. Me at a cabin years ago, unaware of someone watching from the trees. And a new listing now, inviting strangers to come reset right back into the same set of walls. In the morning, shaky from lack of sleep and too much coffee, I opened the app again to see if it had been some kind of nightmare. The listing was still there. Same title, same photos, same line about the trail, and that blurry figure in the trees, waiting, whether I looked at it or not. I did not move for a long time. The listing sat open in front of me, bright on my laptop screen in the dark of my bedroom. The only other light was the little blue LED on my router, and a thin line of sodium orange bleeding in from the parking lot through the blinds. My hand was on the mouse, fingers cramped from how hard I was gripping it. The scroll wheel was under my index finger, right where it had been the night I'd seen the trail note and the blurry shape in the trees. I kept reading that last line in the description over and over. There's a beautiful little trail right behind the cabin. Just don't go too far off it. I could feel my heartbeat in my teeth. Eventually, some rational reflex kicked in. Screenshots, I thought. Save it. Send it. Prove you are not just staying up late, hallucinating UI. I took 3, full page, the title and host name, the photos with the hallway and the porch, and the smear of pixels in the trees. Each time the little shutter sound played in my headphones, my whole body flinched. Then I did what I should have done years earlier, when I first got that text with my back in the frame. I opened a new tab and typed in Airbnb's Help Center link. The support page loaded, smiling corporate stock photo and all. I clicked through to report a suspicious listing, filled in the form, the URL, the host name, the line about the trail, the fact that I believed this cabin was connected to an ongoing, unsolved homicide investigation in another state. My fingers shook so badly that I had to correct my own email address twice. When I hit submit, a little message popped up thanking me for helping keep our community safe. An automated email landed in my inbox a few seconds later. We've received your report. Our team will review this listing and take any necessary action. It sounded like a boilerplate apology for a double booking. That wasn't enough. I opened another tab and tried to search for the listing from scratch, just to see if it would show up for someone who hadn't been doom-scrolling cabins at 3 in the morning. I typed the title exactly, Quiet Mountain Cabin, perfect for remote work, in quotes, along with the town name. Hit enter. Other rentals popped up. A bungalow downtown, a cottage by a lake. Not it. I went back to the map view and dragged it roughly over the area the listing had said it was in. Refreshed the search. Dozens of pins bloomed across the screen. Not the one I was looking for. I told myself it could be buried a few pages deep. New listings don't always float to the top. Algorithms do weird things. So I clicked through, page after page, scanning thumbnails. Still nothing. My mouth had gone dry. I flipped back to the original tab where the listing was still open, mocking me with its perfectly staged photos and its cheerful little check-in instructions. My cursor hovered over the refresh button. I knew, on some level, that doing this would make everything worse. That as long as the page stayed loaded, the listing existed somewhere in the system in a way I could point to. That the second I refreshed, I might be giving it the chance to slip. I clicked anyway. The page blinked white, then reloaded. This listing is no longer available. The message sat there, dead center,
plain black text on stark white background, where the photos and the title and the host's fake name had been a second ago. No explanation. No, this host has chosen to pause reservations. Just gone. There was a link below it, so helpful and neutral it made my skin crawl. See other places to stay in this area. I stared at those words until they blurred. Any sane person would have felt relief right then. The dangerous thing had been removed from the shelf, taken away by some invisible hand. Somewhere, some trust and safety specialist had gotten my report, clicked a button, and nuked the listing. But that wasn't what it felt like. It felt like someone had turned the light on in a room just long enough for me to see what was hanging from the ceiling, then flicked it back off, and left me with the afterimage burned on my retinas. The timing was wrong. Airbnb is a big company. Reports go into queues. People work shifts. Nothing moves that fast unless it is already in motion. There were 3 possibilities, as far as I could make myself admit. 1. I had gotten incredibly lucky. I had scrolled at exactly the right time to see a malicious listing, reported it with the right words, and someone on the other end had actually read the phrase "human remains" and hit delete. 2. The listing had violated some unrelated policy, pricing, fake photos, something, and was already under review. My report had landed on a pile that was about to be acted on, regardless of me. 3. Whoever made the listing had never intended for it to be up for long in the first place, had put it up as bait, or as a joke only they understood, or as a test, just to see how fast it would be noticed, how fast it would be taken down, who would see it in between. I sat there with my hand on the mouse, and that thought lodged in the back of my skull like a piece of shrapnel. He wanted you to see it. I forwarded the screenshots and the "no longer available" page to the detective whose card I still kept in my wallet. Subject line, "No pleasantries." I think he's listing the cabin again under a different name. I wrote the bare facts in the body. The title, the wording, the trail line, the shape in the trees, the way it disappeared as soon as I refreshed. I didn't expect a response that night. Cops have shifts too. I hit send and watched the email swoosh out into whatever tangle of servers it had to cross to find him. When I finally closed the laptop, the room felt too quiet. The little blue LED on the router blinked. The fridge in the kitchen hummed. A car door shut softly in the parking lot below. Somewhere in another apartment, someone laughed at something on TV. I sat on the edge of my bed for a while, palms pressed into my knees, feeling the grain of the denim under my skin, trying to convince myself that the worst thing that had just happened was that I had lost an opportunity to give law enforcement a clean link, that the cabin was still where it had always been, rotting in the woods, maybe flipped, maybe stripped, maybe sitting with police tape sagging around it, that he was just a man, that he could not get into my life any more than I let him. And then, because I am apparently incapable of learning, I thought about you. Not you specifically, just whoever ends up hearing this. You in some apartment that probably looks a lot like mine. Walls painted landlord white. Hallway outside your door with carpet that has seen too many cheap shoes. A neighbor whose TV you can hear through the wall when they fall asleep with it on. You might be on your bed right now, or on your couch, or at your kitchen table
with your laptop open. Maybe you put this story on in the background while you did dishes or folded laundry. Maybe you're half watching the door in your peripheral vision, just because you do that when you listen to stuff like this. Maybe you've thought, at least once in the last year, about booking a cabin in the middle of nowhere. A reset, a detox, a quiet little place with a trail out back. Maybe you've scrolled past a dozen places that looked harmless. The string lights, the hot tubs, the carefully curated stacks of books on the coffee table. Maybe one or two listings had something in the wording that made you pause, and you couldn't quite explain why, so you just scrolled on. Here is the part I want you to remember, if anything from this mess sticks. The system is not omniscient. Background checks miss things. Reviews get faked. Hosts can change names, photos, emails, bank accounts. Cabins can be cleaned, walls repainted, mattresses replaced, freezer swapped out, all without anyone putting a little badge on the listing that says, "By the way, this used to be a place where people died." If you ever find yourself up too late, phone in hand, thumbing through photos of wooden porches and stone fireplaces, and people telling you about the little trail behind the cabin, read every word. Notice who tells you not to go too far off it. Notice who seems more interested in how far away from other people you'll be than in how you'll get help if something goes wrong. And if the person renting it to you has no reviews, a blurry face, and a location that sounds like it could swallow sound, ask yourself why the listing feels like it's waiting. I am not telling you this to give you a moral. There isn't one. The man who drilled holes in skulls and labeled dates on basement walls is, as far as I know, still out there somewhere. Maybe in another county. Maybe in another state. Maybe in an apartment like mine, scrolling through the same app, laughing at how easy it is to get people to pay to walk into places they'll never walk back out of. The cabin you just heard about was scrubbed and taped off and cataloged. But wood can be reused. Land can change hands. Listings can disappear and reappear and disappear again, like they never existed, except in the memories of the few people who have seen what's underneath. That night, after the listing vanished, I left my laptop on the desk and walked out to the kitchen. I left the light off. The apartment was a dim, familiar maze. The digital clock on the microwave glowed green. The city outside my window hummed its usual low, distant noise. My phone was on the counter, where I dropped it earlier when I sat down with the laptop. Screen dark, face up, waiting. I poured a glass of water from the tap, the sound loud in the quiet. My hand shook only a little when I lifted it. I had just set the glass down when it happened. My phone chimed. Just once. The clean, neutral tone I'd chosen months ago. Not too cheerful, not too harsh. Ordinary. The sound came from 2 feet to my right, exactly where the cabin's porch had been the night my message to Mark went out into the ether and came back as an echo on the other side of the door. Every muscle in my body locked. I turned slowly, expecting God knows what. A banner on the screen, a number I didn't recognize, a photo of my back from 2 days ago or 2 years or from tomorrow. The screen was still black. No notification preview, no glow, just my own faint reflection in the dark glass, the ghost of my face overlaid on the kitchen ceiling. I tapped it. The lock screen came up.
No missed calls, no messages, no app badges, nothing in the notification shade when I dragged it down. The last thing on the list was an email from hours earlier.
I stood there in the middle of my kitchen, the hum of the fridge suddenly too loud, and I tried to convince myself that phones glitch, that sometimes you get one phantom sound for an old alert clearing, that apps bug out into echo tones, that there is always a rational explanation. In the end, it does not matter. Because here's the thing, as long as they never find him, as long as no one can point to a mugshot and a case number and a date of death on a line in some database, the story does not end. It just waits. In listings that go up and then vanish. In trails behind cabins that are a little less beautiful than the hosts say. In the quiet between your apartment's heater shutting off and your neighbor's TV cutting out. And in that tiny, bright sound your phone makes from the next room when you are sure you are alone.